And third round of the NFL draft. Oh, it was a wild one in the first round. Cowboys moving back from 24. They get an extra pick in the third round, which means tonight there'll be not one, not two, but three Cowboy picks, at least as of right now. Maybe there ends up being more. Who knows what could happen? Anything can happen. It's draft night here, and we are so happy you have chosen to spend your night two with us. Zach Wolchuk alongside Bobby Bell. We got Nick Harris and Aisha Morrison of DallasCowboys.com, and of course, our Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus. We've been able to talk with Tyler Guyton, the Cowboys' first-round draft selection. We got to have him on the flagship today earlier. He did his press conference as well here at the Star, was just big-eyed and absolutely blown away by the facilities here. He is pumped, grew up a Cowboy fan. We got to talk with him last night as well. You could tell the excitement in his voice. I mean, if he didn't let us know based on the first thing that came out of his mouth. I mean, look, this is a dream come true for Tyler Guyton, and the Rumorooskies were post-draft. A couple other teams were trying to move up.
You want to repeat what he said? You want to repeat what he said?
It was F-bleeping. Ecstatic.
There he is.
Yes.
There he is.
But you had the Patriots and you had Dan Quinn and the Commanders that were also trying to move up into the first round to go and get Tyler Guyton. Ultimately ended up being a great night at the office for the Cowboys, who get an offensive tackle that they liked a lot. Certainly can now play left tackle. You can keep Tyler Smith at left guard, and you pick up an extra third. And we've talked throughout this entire process of how important that is, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to trade back, pick up that third round pick, not even necessarily a fourth, to move up and still get the third. It's an early third as well, and then still be able to get the left tackle of the future that the franchise feels like they have in their hand. I give the grade last night. I give it an A. I think you come out of that night getting a player that you feel comfortable with and a pick along the way. Yes, you miss out on Graham Barton, and it's tough. We caught up with Jerry Jones last night after the press conference, and he said Graham Barton and Tyler Guyton, they were hoping that at least one of those two fell to 29. They got one of them. Guyton was the pick, but nevertheless, I think that's still going to be one we look back on 5 years from now and track Graham Barton's progression and track Tyler Guyton's progression. But to pick up that extra pick, I think that's going to be invaluable at the end of the day.
No question about it. I mean, you look at the value that they got there, Brian, because you do such a great job of showing us the trade charts, taking us inside what those war rooms are actually like. But, I mean, you had an overpay there from Detroit. Now, credit the Lions. They got a player that we think might have been the best value of night one with Terry and Arnold. But for the Cowboys, it ended up being a huge win.
Yeah, we on the trade chart, it looks as an overpay. But if you're a Lions fan, where the player you got was probably a top 8 player on some people's boards. So for them to have to go from 29 to potentially all the way up the board, that would have been a lot of overpay to go that high. To get it where they got it was good. I think the thing that you have to understand too about with the Graham Barton and then with Guyton is when all is equal, tackles will win. Tackles with the positional value of a tackle will always win over the positional value of a center. And I think that's what they were addressing. I think they were been very happy with Graham Barton. I don't think that's but when you look at it in the totality of it all, to get the positional value for the tackle and then also to get that third round pick, I just think this, and I know we're going to focus on the whole draft. That's what we do here. But 73, when that pick happens, now that's where I'm going to look at this and say, yes, this was completely worth what they went through to get this particular player, because I think whoever they pair with Guyton, that's what the measurement's going to be here. And I think there's a lot of players, Aisha, as we're working on this thing, there's a lot of people. I saw you tweeting last night in this second, third round. There's a lot of players on this board.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when you talk about getting that third round pick, it could pay dividends huge with just how many guys have maybe fallen in a sense into this second round. Like there's some heavy talent at the top, but I wanted to ask you, Brian, in regard to the tackle position always having more value than the center position or interior, how long is that gonna continue? Because we do see that a lot of the teams that are successful are able to rush up the middle as far as their D tackles go, are able to get pressure up the middle and stuff like that. We've seen that attacking the edges is still valuable, right? But with quarterbacks being more mobile now, that's where you really want to attack them, as the interior. So do you think we're going to see a change in that, or is it's just going to be that's the holy grail? No,
I don't think that's the holy grail forever. I know that's how they operate.
Tracking.
That's how they're now. Jerry Jones will tell you that the three interior guys are super important because about the depth of the pocket as opposed to the width of the pocket that the tackles are responsible for. Okay. But I know with my working with these guys for all these years, they're going to look at that tackle position and say that to us is more important. And if it's close. Okay. If it's not, but this is not something that Moses is coming down from the mountain and, with the 10 commandments, thou shalt not ever take a center, tablets. But yeah, this is something I know, fundamentally that they believe in about if the two positions are close.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think I do think left tackle, that's always going to be, unless for some reason you have a left-handed quarterback, then maybe it becomes the right tackle, which ended up being the situation there at Oklahoma with Dillon Gabriel, right? Yeah. So Tyler Guyton is used to being in a position, even though he's going to go from right to left, but he is blocking the blind side of the quarterback. So hopefully that is an easier transition for him moving forward. But I do think center's kind of become number 2 for me when it comes to the most important positions. We'll see if they address that along the offensive line tonight. Do they go for a guy with some guard center flex? Roger Goodell taking the podium to open night 2 of the NFL draft. In just a moment, we will get to Mr. Goodell. Here he is.
Welcome back to night 2 of the draft. Last night, we watched 32 amazing players join the NFL family in front of a record 275,000 people here. And guess what? Another 230,000 are already here tonight. So Detroit, you're within 100,000 of breaking the all-time NFL record for a draft. Let's go. Thank you for everything you've done. Enjoy the night. So you can see behind me, I'm joined by past, present, and future of football. Here on this stage, we have 32 current NFL players and legends who will announce the next generation of players. Also on the stage, we have 32 youth flag football players participating in the NFL Flag Regional Tournament here in Detroit this weekend. Thank you all for being here and representing our game. The draft is a celebration of all levels of football, youth, high school, college, and the NFL. Now this state knows a little something about football, right? So in addition to the success of the Lions, there's another guy who had quite a year along with his teammates.
What's up, Michigan? This crowd is amazing. I wish I could be there tonight, but I feel like
there's J.J. McCarthy addressing the crowd as we have a lot of the fluff that goes into the Bills, who are going to be opening the draft tonight. As the Bills made that trade back, they'll have the first pick, 33rd overall. They've got the Michigan Wolverine football team bringing in the national championship trophy there, of course. Detroit's been an awesome host city. I mean, they have definitely showed out and supported the draft. It looks like an absolute sea of blue. You have tons of fans from other teams that have gone out there as well. We did have the final pick yesterday. I did want to show some love because I don't think we really spent any time on it with Tyler Guyton getting called in, but Xavier Legette gets picked there by the Carolina Panthers. Dave Canales said, he told them in a visit, we're going to take you if you're available. Carolina gets on the clock, and you were talking about that, Nick. Maybe that's a team that moves up for a receiver. They do it, and they go and get South Carolina's Xavier Legette, who I think we all did like. I mean, he's got a different kind of body type than what the Cowboys certainly have. That's something we discussed, but weren't sure if he'd sneak into the first round. He did.
Did we all like him? I felt like I was on an island towards the end of the process. Did we? Okay.
Maybe I was off those shows that you had those conversations, because I had a second round grade on Legette.
Okay.
I think I'm glad that one thing I liked is that Carolina trusted what they saw from him, because Utah, I know you were at the Senior Bowl. A lot of people were just like, I'm not seeing it from him. I'm not seeing it from him. But then you go look at his tape and you see how violent he plays. I was like, I'm glad that Carolina trusted their boy. But I do think his buzz kind of simmered down as the process went on. I think a lot of it had to do with the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, he didn't have the best Senior Bowl in the world, but I think there was still a lot that they were able to pull from that evaluation-wise, and they were able to see him physically. He passed all medicals. He always looked great, and went to his pro day, and he was even better than he was at the Senior Bowl. So for him to be able to stay home in the Carolinas, that's so huge for him. And I know everyone's looking for that next type of Debo-type weapon. I think Xavier Legette's probably the best odds-on contender to be that type of dude in this draft class. And the reason I say that is because he's Thighzilla. I mean, he's got these thighs that are the size of me and Zach's head put together. I mean, it's incredible what he's able to do with contact balance. He's kind of a cross
between DK Metcalf and AJ Brown. Yeah. He's got like DK's upper body and AJ's lower body.
Yeah, it's very fun. And Debo's got those same type of thighs, but that really helps with yards after the catch, getting out in space, fighting off arm tackles. He does such a good job downfield as a vertical threat too. Really fun pick for Carolina. The Dallas Cowboys will see Xavier Legette this season out in Charlotte.
All right, Buffalo is on the clock before we dive into what the Bills are going to do here, which I assume is either they're trading for a veteran receiver or they're going to draft a receiver here. But Bobby, looking at some of the best names on the board from not only a Cowboys lens, we can start with that. Like for the Cowboys, who are some names that maybe they'll be upset if they get off the board here before they pick at 56? But then in general, some names that you think we're going to see early here.
I mean, if you're talking about names they'll be upset about, I mean, there's the greatest interview in the history of the draft process, Jonathan Brooks. That one is one that's a guy that I think they like. I think that I think there are several running backs they like tonight. I think they like Jonathan Brooks. I think they like Ray Davis. I think that there's plenty of love for Blake Corum. Like, I think they like a lot of these guys who could go today. So to me, it's like, while they may have a favorite, I don't know necessarily that they're brokenhearted if they lose somebody, because I think they do feel like there's some depth here. So to me, I think that the area where it's a little bit more like if they like somebody, then they might be hurting if they get taken would be linebacker to me, because I don't think that you have the same sort of linebacker depth on these days here. So, I mean, we know that they've shown interest in Edgerrin Cooper during the process. They've shown interest in, or at least interaction and investigation into Peyton Wilson. They've shown interest in Junior Colson. So, I mean, those top three linebackers right there are all names that we probably should have some level of awareness for tonight. And then, like I said, those running backs there. And then if you want to look somewhere else, I mean, if we're looking at a potential double dip on the offensive line, if you say, hey, you still need to go ahead and address center, then Zach Frazier's on the board. How I imagine he goes pretty early here tonight, but does he slide down to you? Does that present value? Does there reach a point where you're comfortable with whatever issues you have with Jackson Powers Johnson? We say, well, here, now we're comfortable and he's still here, so we'll take him. So I think that the positions I'm looking at are running back, linebacker, interior offensive line, and then value. So if there's a blinking light that says, hey, this maybe wasn't the priority position tonight, but here's a blinking light, the value's too high, then go get that guy.
You brought up Powers Johnson, and on my board, he's the only first-round grade that I didn't have drafted last night. He was my 17th best player on my board. Again, at a disadvantage because we don't get all the information, the interviews and stuff like that, or the medical. We knew there were some questions. I want to ask the group here, though, is there a point in time, though, with all that's maybe kept him from getting picked in the first round, is there a point in time in this draft that you go, okay, the value of the player is too good, and we're just going to put all that aside and go for it here? Is that at pick, and maybe it's not at pick 56, but maybe it's at pick 73 or pick 87. Is there a point in time, and I don't want to put you guys on the spot, but I want to think like the team would.
I think the team would probably swing at 73 if he's there. I think 56, they would still probably be looking at Zach Frazier.
Yeah, I mean, but I do think that somebody across the league is just going to take him in a second. Yeah. I strongly believe that. I believe that somebody, like the Cowboys may not want to do that, but somebody's going to look at him and be like, all righty, Rue. Yeah. Let's not play these games.
That's what I'm saying. And maybe I'm the only one in this room that had him as a first-round player.
No.
But that's where I saw the film, the tape. I have a hard time watching a guy knock down two people on a block, in a game, and all of a sudden, Bucky Irvin is running behind him, and it's like a 26-yard gain. I have a hard time with that. And I wonder, you talk about character, you talk about checking boxes, you talk about medical. I mean, all these things that can hurt a player and keep him from getting drafted. I just wonder of the comfort level we have, and I appreciate what you said, Aisha, about the league, because I think there's somebody that's going to say, damn it, this kid's too good of a player.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's a crazy dude and he's got injuries and all. There just seems to be a spot that this guy, you might get a really pissed off player here.
Sure.
That wants to help you.
What is their issue though? Is what you have to find out. Like,
Yeah,
what is
'cause
the
that's what I
reservation?
wanted
Is the
to know.
reservation he's a crazy dude, like you
Yeah.
just said, or is it the
I
reservation?
just threw the crazy
no,
dude
no,
out
I
there.
know. I'm just throwing out a term. Is it that? Is it their reservation is medical? Is their reservation we don't think the film is as good as people think it is?
Right.
Or is it's all of these things? Because depending on what level it may be, all of them, or it's an individual one, I think changes the answer for their comfort level.
I'll
I don't
say
feel like
this.
they like any of the centers I like.
I'll say this.
I think
Frazier.
everybody's seeing these centers differently. I do.
Yeah.
Buffalo pick is in. We're waiting on that to be announced.
Yeah, really quick, I'll say this about Jackson Powers-Johnson. I paid a phone call on Wednesday night to a current player over at Oregon, just kind of get some context on a lot of these guys that are expected to come off the board for the Ducks. He said, great player. And I was like, but? And he was like, different cat. And I was like, okay, noted.
Yeah.
And
I think
you
a
take
lot
that
of-
for what it is.
They're-
but
I think there's a lot of teams that when you say different cat, that kind of says it gives you that pause.
Sure.
And then you want to go, okay, I understand what's going on here.
Yeah.
Great player, different cat.
All right, here's the Buffalo Bills selection to kick off the second round. Aaron Williams given this pick.
I love it. I'm going to speak for all of Bills Mafia when I say we want to wish Ken Pagula speed recovery. We want blessed wishes, and we have all the prayers for you. With that being said, with the 33rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Keon Coleman, receiver, Florida State.
There he goes. Keon Coleman, who we thought might go in the first round. He is now the number one target for Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. He was my 25th overall player. I had him right at the top of the second round, which is where he goes. We talked about Keon Coleman yesterday to start the show, and we were talking players or receivers we thought might sneak into the first round. Keon Coleman, my goodness gracious. I think we broke it down for those that were watching last night, but if you weren't, as Beamer rolls some of the B-roll here, he's a transfer from Michigan State.
Okay, that's the key to me right there, because Buffalo is not a friendly place for receivers to play. Yeah. You have to understand how to play in cold weather when you play there. The fact that he's played some of his career at Michigan State, I think that tells you a lot of what maybe the Buffalo's thinking about this player.
Yeah, big body target. He's a vertical threat that I think you could just throw up the ball to him and he'll be able to come down with it. From Opelousas, Louisiana, the cousin of CeeDee Lamb, so he's got some pedigree in his bloodline. I think he's going to be a really productive player for the Bills. I think it's a really good fit, too, for what Josh Allen needs. He needs a big target that he can just throw the ball up to now, especially with Stephon Diggs out of the equation. I think this is a really good fit for Keon Coleman. You would have to assume that Buffalo, over the course of the last 24 hours, was maybe trying to shop around for Brandon Ayuk or a potential T. Higgins deal, but this is a cheaper option that could probably end up being more fruitful down the line for them. Keon Coleman, he's a good player. The speed, yes, concern. He's not going to break away from anybody in downfield or in the open field, rather, but I think he's a guy you could still throw it up to, and he's a big-time one-on-one threat.
I wanted to add that, Brian, you mentioned that he transferred and just the temperament he plays with and stuff like that. I also think that program down there at FSU, those guys play like we watched them. We watched them all. Like that's why so many of them are in this draft, because they play with this chip on their shoulder. I think I could say the same thing about some of the players from Mizzou. Like they play with this this determination that you don't always see, and so I do think he's going to be fine in this league when he comes in. But Buffalo needs a guy like that, especially to kind of turn the page with the loss of Diggs.
New England coming up at 34.
Trade.
Oh, we've got a trade. Okay, we'll give you more details on that. We've got the Chargers moving up here to. We'll see who they're after with New England. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105 through the Fan and the DallasCowboys.com. Okay, so 34th overall, they get a fifth. So what are they doing? Swapping a fifth and a fourth here?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
That's basically what it is.
Yeah.
So New England's going to move up 27 spots from 137 to 110. And now the Chargers on. Do you think this is Blake Corum?
Oh my goodness!
Would this be too early? Would it be?
If he's the first running back off the board,
would it be too early?
My goodness. Okay, this would be interesting.
I don't know. Could it be Blake Corum? I'm just throwing it out there. Chum in the water, boys. Chum in the water.
take a look at needs here.
He's my 3, so I would.
They need a corner. Kool-Aid McKinstry would not shock me.
They do
here.
need a corner.
Why not?
They also need a receiver because they did not take one yesterday. Wide receiver is a pretty big glaring need for them, having lost Mike Williams and Keenan Allen.
I still have Adonai Mitchell.
Yeah, receivers, Adonai Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, Troy Franklin. These are some of the ones that were expected to go earlier tonight.
If you're thinking about a cornerback there, depending on what DeJean from Iowa, Tampa, we mentioned him, McKinstry, there is a good run. I mean, 3 corners went last night, Arnold, Mitchell, and Wiggins. Everybody else is lined up in that 2nd and 3rd round right now if they want to take a run at that. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams navigate the corners and then also the wide receivers, because I think there's value at both positions.
A position that I think we're going to get a run on, and I don't know if it'll be the 2nd round or the 3rd, but I think tight ends are going to start flying off the board here at some point as well. That was something that, I think, Bobby, you mentioned that yesterday. Like tight ends, for some reason, there's a ton that teams have graded pretty high in this class.
It's fun. Yeah, we'll get Chargers pick first.
Okay, Chargers pick. Here we go. This is Rolf.
Thank you.
Benirski.
Thank you.
Benirski, the kicker.
This is rarefied air for a kicker.
Yeah.
We don't usually show up in the 2nd round. So for all the great kickers out there, thank you.
We can kick
So
it.
we have a trade. The New England Patriots have traded the 34th pick to the Chargers. And with that 34th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Ladd McConkey, wide receiver, Georgia.
I love that. That's an outstanding pick, in my opinion, for the Chargers. They desperately needed a wide receiver. Ladd McConkey, outside of Adonai Mitchell, I think he was my 2nd best receiver left right now. You talk about smooth and shifty route running who can just win easily. Ladd McConkey's your guy. He can play special teams. He can line up inside, outside. He's great in the screen game, strong hands, reliable as heck. Justin Herbert is going to have a lot of fun with Ladd McConkey. Brian, what do you think about this selection?
Yeah, I love the run after catch with this guy. And it's funny when you think you have the angle on him and you see defensive backs and defensive players trying to attack him and they start to kind of go at him, and all of a sudden he's able to separate, run past people. Love the run after catch, love the hands, soft hands, reliable, tough, a lot of things to like about Ladd McConkey.
Yeah, I love his transitions, how he can transition from top speed on a dime and be able to locate the ball. Obviously, the yak ability is strong with him, but his short area quickness. Wait, listen, y'all know I'm just now starting to get into college ball, y'all. They had Ladd McConkey and Brock Bowers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's criminal.
There's a reason they won back-to-back national championships.
It's criminal, really. Okay.
Yeah, wait till Carson Beck is potentially a 1st rounder next year. That could be.
Oh my
That could be just
goodness.
kind of the final piece on the what is it? The Avengers people. Y'all give me the Thanos thing. Whatever it is. Whatever it
Oh,
is.
the
Y'all know what I'm
Infinity
talking about.
Stones?
Whatever y'all talking about. But Ladd McConkey here. It's going to be really interesting. The SoFi Stadium every Sunday will either have Cooper Kupp or Ladd McConkey lining up at receiver. It just feels a little too perfect. But I love what he does out of the slot. I love what he does on the outside. I think he's a better slot weapon. I want to see him in a West Coast style offense. Good.
All right, Ladd McConkey ends up being the pick there for the LA Chargers, who's moved up with New England. New England sliding back 27 spots as we welcome back in the stream. Now we've got Arizona who's going to be on the clock there at pick 35. Nick, you were just wrapping up talking some Ladd McConkey. What were your final thoughts on that selection?
Yeah, I think he's going to be more aligned in a West Coast style offense. I want to see him across the middle of the field trying to create separation in short ranges. And I think he can pick up some yards after the catch that can make him really interesting. And it looks like we have another trade.
Yeah,
Atlanta coming up.
So we've got Atlanta, who's moving up from pick 43. That's 11 overall in the round. They're jumping up to number 3 here with Arizona. We're looking at what Atlanta did yesterday, which was kind of shocked the entire world by taking Michael Penix Jr. That even shocked people in their own building, including the quarterback that they just paid.
They're in shambles over there.
Yeah.
Hey, have y'all seen Atlanta? I just went over to their Twitter streets just to see what was going on. Shambles and confusion. Lots of confusion. Even though we liked to pick. I was okay with it because it just put a little sprinkle on everything, but everybody else was ticked off. How did you feel about it, Bobby?
It's bizarre. I don't understand it. I just don't understand why you're paying somebody. It's not like Kayla. I understand when they say, look, if you got the top player here and this guy you believe in, you don't pass on that. That was their line yesterday. Okay, fine. That makes sense if you're talking about Caleb Williams fell. because there was no scenario where anybody thought Caleb Williams would be there at 8. Every scenario dating back months ago thought Michael Penix would be there at 8. This was not new information to them. So it's not like, well, look, when we signed Kirk Cousins, we didn't know that this was going to be here. So it just, I've used the term when talking about defensive tackle here about the idea of inefficient use of resources. That is the most inefficient use of resources I can recall seeing recently. But he's good. I like him. He was my third quarterback. But
do they know something more than we don't? As far as where Kirk Cousins really is in his rehab or something?
They didn't know enough not to pay him $45 million. And he's got to pass a physical to do that. By the way, Ladd McConkey is the best route runner I think I've seen on tape from college since Amari Cooper.
Thank you for. I have it written down. I have it.
Fight that.
He is that dude is the most advanced high IQ route runner I think I've seen since, like I said, Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any doubt that Ladd McConkey ends up being a good NFL player. When you see the guys who run routes, Puka Nacua was one that kind of slipped under the radar last year, but the route running ability transitions immediately for him to the LA Rams. I think you see the same thing with Ladd McConkey. Atlanta here moving up. The reports were, of course, they really needed an edge.
Yeah.
What we saw like Laitu Latu, Dallas Turner, Verse, a lot of guys were mocked there. Right now, though, I mean, I don't know about your guys' boards. I mean, do you have an edge that would be worth taking here?
I think Braswell would be the guy from Alabama that I would look at right here. Trice also too.
I like Braylon Trice.
Yeah, too.
Spencer Rattler.
Did you guys tell me the coach in Atlanta, the defensive coordinator was from University of Washington?
Ricky Lake, yes.
Okay,
so Trice could make sense.
Trice can make some sense here if you're hunting an edge.
And then Marshawn Kneeland, who we had a lot of people saying was going to go pretty high in this draft. Maybe Marshawn Kneeland ends up being the pick here potentially.
Yeah, Jimmy Lake, and he's
Ricky. I'm sorry.
It's all good. He was a secondary specialist at the University of Washington, so
that's right.
Maybe they go get a corner or safety here too. I mean, I think that's also a thought. But you would have to think they're trying to shore up those defensive trenches.
All right, Falcons pick is in right now as we continue the former players. Andre Rison with this pick.
Super Bowl winner Andre Rison from the Green Bay Packers.
You have that ring thanks to him.
24 to all the football fans across America.
Get it, Moon.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded their 35th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With that 35th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Ruke Orhorhoro.
That is a tough one to pronounce. The defensive tackle from Clemson Cardinals, by the way, with that trade with the Falcons, they obviously get pick 35, which they use on Ruke Orhorhoro. They also get pick 186. Falcons, in this scenario, getting pick 79 as they slide back to 43. What are we thinking about the Clemson defensive tackle here? Interesting pick here. Is this about where you had him going, Aisha?
I think I had him. I mean, I guess it's close. I think he's the next best DT that I had. But no, actually, I'm lying. I had Michael Hall a little bit ahead of him. Michael Hall Jr. Out of OSU a little ahead of him. But this is one of the best DTs in this class. Atlanta's been kind of struggling to really figure out their roster for a while. They're getting a guy with high leadership skills. When I was going through his information and reading about him, a lot of people were just talking about how he stepped up and really took over, speaking life into those guys in that locker room. This guy has a lot of raw power. His initial step is very fast. The speed he has, to me, is also he's just hustling to the ball. Like, pursuit is ruthless, and the lateral agility to me is unfair. He shouldn't. I said it before, I'll say it again. He shouldn't be able to move side to side like that when he that big.
6'4", 286, born in Nigeria. Came to the U.S. when he was 9. His first sport was actually basketball. Then he decided to join the football team in high school after his sophomore season, joined spring practice, started playing football there. But, I mean, this guy.
Am I missing something in Johnny Newton?
I'm about to say it. Atlanta is not beating the Bozo allegations here.
And Fiske. And Fiske.
I literally missed. I had Newton way higher than that.
I'm just curious.
This is a bit of a puzzling pick to me.
Let me tell you this. I track my picks and I highlight my picks and try on my not only my sheet but on my stack. And I thought to myself, did Newton get picked last night? And I didn't highlight it.
He didn't.
Oh no, it is weird that he hasn't been taken. But I think, again, not saying that Johnny Newton isn't a leader or anything, but I'm just saying the character of this kid is something that's huge. And if you're Atlanta, you're trying to.
I get it. I totally understand what you're saying.
But from a player.
Newton, Jenkins, Dorless.
It's a lot of guys.
Mike Hill. Okay, I just named 4 guys on my board.
Fiske.
And I'm not just those are more like to me like the ones. Okay, like Sweat Fiske is one.
Sure, I hear you on that.
Newton. Okay, you can get me on the Jenkins, Dorless, Mike Hall. You can get me on that one. But I tell you what, I don't know what's wrong with Newton right now. I really, really don't. But that kid, I wouldn't have taken this kid over Newton. I'm just sorry.
It's interesting because I had talked to 2 different teams. I know one had I know one had Orhorhoro right here at second round. I know another had him in the 4th, and I know a lot of teams had him flagged medically.
What?
Yeah.
And so it's interesting. I think it's an ice cream thing, like you always talk about, Brian. But the other issue here is like if you want to talk about traits, if you are a heavy traits-based team, you would definitely prefer him over Newton because Newton is going to be considered not necessarily ideal size, ideal length the way that a guy like Orhorhoro is. I mean, he's 6'4", it's 34-inch arms, it's like 10-inch hands. Like, I mean, he can
play multiple positions along the defensive line.
And I mean, I think, like, Brian, you talked about Guyton. One of the things
this is a project. They drafted a project player is what they did.
Wow.
I mean,
this
to me, he's more of a bull rusher, and then with a guy with a plan. And, you know, the other guys tend to have – in this league, you can't just be a bull rusher and play 3 technique. I'm sorry.
I have in my notes, he relies on his strength a lot. He's raw, and he's learning, and he needs to add more pass rush moves.
See, this is something that, to me, in Clemson, and he comes from a school that has put some defensive linemen in this league. So, yes, there's a chance you might have one here. He's not consistent as the guys that have come before him. No, that's why I think he's a project here.
I'm with you. I would have taken – I had Newton and Dorless both ahead of him personally on my stack, but I wonder now with Washington, we heard that they were rumored – they're on the clock now at 36. They were rumored to be wanting to move up to go get Tyler Guyton. But if you have a run on defensive tackles, Newton – I mean, to me, is Newton the best player available on y'all's boards? I think he is for me.
No.
Let me double check.
Yeah, he is. Newton's my best player available.
DeJean is still mine.
DeJean's one spot behind Newton for me.
Yeah, I've got 2 injured guys. I mentioned Powers Johnson, and then Peyton Wilson's my other guy.
Yes,
so I put him where they put him. But if you said DeJean and then Jonathan Brooks would be the 2, but I don't think that Washington is going to address the running back here.
Yeah, Washington taking Jaden Daniels last night. I'm interested. Where do they go here? Corner could also be in play.
They got
take
skill, man.
Last year.
They've got skill at wide receiver and stuff like that. I don't see. I mean,
I think they go edge.
They got to go edge, right?
They ain't got no choice now.
They like taking.
Well, they brought the edges from here over, and how much do you trust these guys? The edges that went over there.
Well, the Commanders like defensive tackles.
We're honored to have a true legend of the Washington franchise and the NFL to make Washington's selection tonight. Darrell Green's impact extends far beyond his remarkable skills on the field. He exemplified integrity, sportsmanship, and dedication throughout his illustrious career. We are proud to announce the Washington Commanders plan to retire Darrell Green's jersey this fall. A testament to his enduring legacy. Today, we celebrate Darrell Green's extraordinary career. Darrell, you will forever be remembered as one of the greatest to grace the game.
They're giving Darrell Green his Washington 28 jersey. This is a beautiful moment. I hope whenever they do this, it's a better situation than what they did with Sean Taylor, the late great Sean Taylor, and that mannequin statue. Because they butchered that. Washington knows how to butcher a lot of things. And a retirement, I think, would be another one in line for them. What will the Commanders do? I can only hope they butcher the pick.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember there's also some of that old, like, there's some of that 49ers thinking in that building now.
When you watch the Commanders on defense, their defense completely fell apart. The secondary, the corners, the safeties, there's a lot of things I think that they can go here.
Okay, here's the pick from Darrell Green.
Thank you so much. Let me first say this. Hold on. Let me say thank you, Detroit. You guys have hosted us to a very fun week, and I appreciate appreciate you. The NFL appreciates you. The Commanders appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Detroit, can I just say something to the DMV, the Washington area, and these guys? DMV and you guys. It's on, y'all. We got Jaden last night, and we're about to get back to work. It's on. Hey, and also, I'm back on the sideline, though. All right.
Yeah.
I'm here for an important reason, to add to our tradition, to add to our success. With the 36th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaylen Newton.
Okay.
Defensive tackle, Illinois.
Hey, listen, Dan.
They just punished him.
You're trying me.
They punished the Atlanta Falcons right there.
They did.
That is a team that all of a sudden there was a player sitting there, and you're hoping that that they don't take your guy, and the Commanders clearly had a plan. I think they took a better player than the Clemson kid right here. Good job, Dan Quinn. Good job on the scan set. But hey, if somebody's going to make a mistake ahead of you in a similar position, and this is my opinion, Newton is a better player, and the Commanders are going to probably benefit from it.
Jordan Schultz, who just had the pick up there, he said Commanders had a first-round grade on Newton. So they end up getting a guy here at 36 that they felt was a first-round player.
It's tremendous value.
Yeah, BPA type situation for Washington, even with some good tackles still available that that they were looking at that they had brought in for 30 visits. But you look at Johnny Newton and what he can do out of the 3-tech position. He's violent, he's athletic, he has great hands that he uses off the line, a great get off. He's going to be a demon for Dan Quinn, I believe. This is a great guy that he can develop as a pass rusher and be able to get him into the backfield on a consistent occasion. And if Dorrance Armstrong is really able to hone in off the edge and kind of be that guy for them off the edge, this could be a scary unit for the Commanders here in a couple of seasons. Really love this pick from Washington. This is fantastic.
When you got Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen, now you add Johnny Newton to that defensive line. Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. My gosh, that's an outstanding pick. We'll break that more down. Plus, we got New England coming up. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Yeah, I love the pick here. This dude's got a motor. He's always working. He can take on double teams. He can. You mentioned the hands, Nick, the strength. He can shed one-on-one blocks with ease. Like, you have to put two guys on Newton a lot of the time to be able to try and contain him. That's a good pick for Washington. Patriots pick already up here. And let's see who's making this selection.
The last pick took 3 minutes.
Detroit. What up, though, man? You hear me? It's an honor to be standing here, man. As a proud Detroit native, as a Cass Tech alumni, and a University of Michigan alumni, the national champs, man. Always. With the 37th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, my New England Patriots select Jaylen Polk, receiver, Washington.
Oh, wow. Wow. Jaylen Polk going
good
this
player,
high.
though, man. He's
he
a good
is.
player.
Lufkin, Texas, Nick. What do you got on Jaylen Polk?
Yes, sir. Beast, Texas. Talk to me. Started his career at Texas Tech and then ended up at Washington and ended up with that three-headed monster that was Rome Odunze, Jalen McMillan, and himself. What I liked about Jaylen Polk's production specifically, aside from those two, is when 2 seasons ago, back in 2022, there was a couple of games where those guys, they were both out around the same time. Jalen McMillan battled a lot of injuries that year, and Rome Odunze wasn't quite factored into the equation at that point as well. He was still productive, and he showed a lot of production in that junior season, and then he was able to back that up in his senior season, lining up inside, lining up outside, doing a lot of different things for that Washington offense. He's a 3-level threat that I think can create separation at all 3 levels. I think he's going to be a really fun fit in this offense too. It's just who's going to be, can Drake May be that guy to get him the ball on a consistent occasion? If he can, then I like this pick for sure.
Yeah, the quarterback situation is the biggest question there. I mean, I had Polk reminds me a little bit of Brandon Ayuk in his style of play. I mean, he's a guy down the field, especially in the red zone, really, really good, can create separations with his route running. But, man, New England needed a wide receiver. I had some others that I liked more than Jaylen Polk, but that's how deep this class is. I mean, we already used the ice cream analogy, Brian, but that's how these teams are going to see these guys.
I'll tell you what, this guy reminds me a little bit of George Pickens when he came out of Georgia.
Okay,
because he will like make some crazy catches. Yes. And this guy is a home run hitter, and that's something that New England desperately needs. He makes a ton of contested catches. The physicality, the route runner, he's deceptive. He could keep a defender off balance with his ability to change speeds while he runs. The size, the strength to take the ball away. Impressive catch radius. My guy Elliott Wolf, nice job grabbing you one here.
Yeah, he has to win with, like you mentioned, that pacing, Brian, and I think it's good that he does have that nuance and he's got those particulars in his route running and everything else, because he's not going to stand out, especially in this class, as one of the more explosive or agile route runners or anything with his testing. I mean, he's a NFL built receiver, but he's a 4.5 guy who shows pretty much, to me, average sort of explosion and suddenness. And so he's got to win with pace and precise route running. And I think he does a good job of it. I would not have taken him over several other receivers that are sitting here on the board. I wouldn't have taken him over McMillan, even in Washington.
Yeah, I've got McMillan graded high.
But I mean, I think that Polk is a good player. And when you're talking about some of the better guys in the class when it comes to tracking a deep ball, adjusting to the deep ball, and playing those 7, 8, 9 routes, Polk is one of the better ones.
Could be a good fit there with Drake May. I mean, we'll see. Maybe that's their future tandem, May and Polk. That's what they're banking on there for your guy, Elliott Wolf. Okay, now we got the Titans that are on the clock. I think their pick is already in, so we're waiting for NFL Network to get back and really the draft to just get back from break so we can get whoever is going to announce their pick. I believe it's Chad Hennings who will have the Cowboys picks tonight as their former player that will be making those announcements. So we'll see what the Titans are doing. Yesterday, we knew that the Titans probably wanted to go along the offensive line, and really what did they do? They did just that with J.C. Latham out of Alabama. Do they want to stay with the line of scrimmage? They could use a defensive lineman. They could also use a wide receiver. We have a little bit of a run going right now. What do you guys think?
Yeah, we got a run on receivers and defensive tackles. Do the Titans or another one of these teams try to trade up at some point to come grab one of these two positions? Granted, the Titans pick is in, but I think they could make a case for defensive line. They could make a case for something in the secondary as well.
Welcoming back our friends on the streaming side. So Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle of Illinois, going to the Commanders at pick 36, and then New England taking Jaylen Polk, the wide receiver out of Washington, a Texas kid who started his career at Texas Tech, went to Lufkin High School. Kiki Kuti, a graduate of Lufkin. So is one Dez Bryant. So quite a good lineage of wide receivers there at that high school. As we take our first peek inside the Dallas Cowboys war room, the Tennessee Titans on the clock right now. Cowboys waiting for pick 56, and if you listen to the post-draft presser, maybe waiting to make sure their guy Jonathan Brooks hangs around there, the running back from Texas. We'll have to see exactly what ends up happening there from a Cowboys perspective. About 2.5 minutes left on the clock for the Titans. They do have the pick in, so don't see a trade here, but it'll be interesting. I think it's got to be defensive line or wide receiver would be my guess for Tennessee with this pick here. If you're looking at your boards, where do you think you guys would go with the Titans?
It's just interesting to see Mitchell, A.D. Mitchell from Texas, that he still hasn't been grabbed yet.
A.D. Mitchell is off at least 2 boards that I know of.
Yeah. There are some major
and the two boards that he's off of are 2 teams who need receivers. He has massive character concerns, apparently.
Wow. Is it Brandon Fiske's time?
I'm so glad you brought him up.
Fiske is also a medical flag for a lot of teams.
Okay, but if you're talking about maybe the Titans, like I say, I like the way you brought up Fiske. I think that, to me, they're trying to create a new culture there at Tennessee, new head coach. You're trying to build with tough players, picks in, but man, this kid does a lot for you with that culture and the toughness.
Yeah, big fan of Fiske. Warren Moon with the announcement.
First
here.
of all, I want to thank you guys for all of you that have showed up today to make this event what it just continues to becoming one of the biggest events in our sporting world. And thank you very much for your participation here. I hope you're having a great time. With the 38th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Trevon Sweat from the University of Texas, nose guard.
T. Sweat out of Texas, big man, 6'4.5", 366. He is going off the board here at 38 to Tennessee. We wondered, because of the off-the-field issues, would he end up sliding? The Titans said, we don't care. Give us the big man. Nick Harris, I know you know T. Sweat pretty well.
Yeah, Huntsville, Texas. He started his career at Texas around 240 pounds, and he's put on over 100 pounds of weight in his time as a Longhorn. He had work ethic concerns going into his final season at Texas, but he was able to calm a lot of those concerns coming out of the year. He was the Outland Trophy Award winner last year for the best interior defensive lineman, and you see why. He's so wide. He gets off of his stance in a hurry. Him and Byron Murphy were really able to hone in on that craft under defensive line coach Bo Davis. He got after the quarterback. He filled running lanes. That 366-pound frame, there might be a little bit that he's going to have to work on technique-wise and really just kind of understanding blocking schemes. But that frame, it can't be taught, and he's going to be able to fill up running lanes at the next level, especially in that division. That's big time for Tennessee.
Wow. I do want to keep talking about Sweat here. We do have a trade. Panthers trading number 39, which they got in the Brian Burns trade. Rams are now moving up. They're on the clock right here. I wonder if this could be for an offensive player. Bobby, Devondre Sweat, you were just talking about character issues, off the field stuff. I mean, Sweat, we wondered how far could he possibly slide.
We were in the right position.
As a player, as a talent, but there was, again, we mentioned guys off of boards. Sweat was off of some boards, I know. There were character concern questions. Then he got hit with the legal trouble here within the last couple weeks. I had asked somebody recently, I was like, where would Devondre Sweat, like if somebody would gamble on him, where's a spot? And one of the ones that was mentioned was Tennessee, because Tracy Rocker is there, the defensive line coach, and Tracy Rocker had a lot of success with Devondre's brother Josh Sweat in Philly, and that there was some familiarity. Felt like that he probably felt like he had a better handle on that, and that he would probably be somebody who would be willing to fight for him. And so makes some sense. I know there were a lot of people who thought he would slide into the third today, but this is. You get a need, and in terms of a quality of player, if he can stay out of trouble, this is really, to me, the only genuine top tier one technique in the class.
I'll tell you what, I hope he's got some good people around him at Tennessee. Going from Austin to Nashville, it's going to be a very similar culture for him. I hope he's going to be able to keep it in check off the field.
For all the things that were happening to him landing at 38 is a win for him.
Huge win.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Huge win. All right, Rams pick is in, and Isaac Bruce, Pro Football Hall of Famer, former Super Bowl champ with the Rams, to announce this selection.
Right on. The Carolina Panthers have traded the 39th pick to the Los Angeles Rams. With the 39th pick, in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Brandon Fiske, Florida State D tackle. We got two Seminoles.
Yeah,
they lost one, right?
Yeah,
And honestly, between Fiske and Sweat, they're different in a sense that I think Fiske gives you much more pass rush ability. But out of all,
maybe more of a little bit more lateral play, too.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's got more quickness up and down the line of scrimmage. But in terms of just player tape that we watched, Braden Fiske might have been the most fun player to study in this entire draft. He is an absolute monster. He is an Energizer bunny. The motor does not quit with this player. Another guy, Bobby, I think you brought up injury concerns, maybe flagged for Fiske here, but goodness gracious, big fan of this player. That's a heck of a pick. You lose Aaron Donald. I'm not saying Fiske is going to be Aaron Donald, but that's a nice guy to slide in there to at least give you somebody that you feel good about in the interior defensive line.
Yeah, some similarities in the body type though, but from it's the speed. It's the
Yes.
speed.
The twitchiness.
It's how twitchy he is despite still having the size. Because a lot of time you see guys with that size, he's lean, man. Like, he put on a show at the combine. And again, even like when he was running the hoop, like he doesn't have a whole bunch of bend, but it is literally just enough, and he's sudden with his moves that he makes as well. I like his hands and how he's able to win with his hands consistently as well. I mean, this is a heck of a pick. If this is who they were going to use to maybe replace an AD, this is the guy to do it.
I'll tell you what, you can watch this kid play like we all have, and you think they're going to run the twist, and they got him and Verse on the same side.
Together still.
F them picks was always such a stupid meme from Les Snead, to be completely honest, because you can't tell me bleep them picks while arguably the two best players when you won your Super Bowl were homegrown Cooper Kupp and Aaron Donald. Because you're not getting to the Super
Bobby
Bowl without them picks.
Downer here.
Yeah, I'm going to be a downer with Les Snead's meme-ified like team building philosophy. You can go away with that. I got problems with the way the Rams build their staff.
I think bleep them pick, for me at least, bleep them picks was more of the context of, hey, we want to go quote unquote all in this year.
Yeah.
So let's bleep them picks and go get Von Miller and Odell Beckham in that sense, and pay for it down the line. And it doesn't seem like they paid for it. They drafted really well.
They don't care. They don't care.
Yeah.
And they don't care. I think their social media team, they posted like it's been 240 days since they've had a first round draft picks. They laughing at themselves.
Okay, we've got another trade. There's tons of movement happening here in the top of the second round. Eagles now getting up to number 40. That's an interdivision trade. Washington moving back. Philly is going to 40. Now, we had rumors with Philly, and Philly's done this to the Cowboys before. The Eagles, despite bringing in Saquon Barkley, could still be interested in a running back like Jonathan Brooks from Texas. But we also know they've been looking at secondary help. I think the best secondary player left from me is Cooper DeJean out of Iowa.
Could they play him at safety? Or could they go with Hicks? Could this be where safety gets taken here?
I think this could also be a linebacker. Green Bay brought in Edgerrin Cooper for a 30 visit.
Maybe trying to jump him?
Yeah, Philadelphia maybe trying to jump Green Bay to get the number one linebacker
Green Bay
to slip.
They still need a quarterback.
The Green Bay.
They're going to jail.
I tell you what, though, the Green Bay, DeJean was on. They're going to play DeJean at safety.
You mentioned Green Bay wanting DeJean last night. Maybe the Eagles are trying to jump him for DeJean.
That's where I think we're going here.
Kick me off.
Yeah.
Well, and all of a sudden now you got two pretty good corners there with Mitchell, and then you've got DeJean who you can play at safety. They've improved that secondary.
They were not good last year in the secondary.
Horrific.
Yeah.
I mean, I do have a question about I'm not asking you. But with the Cooper DeJean thing and them teams seem like they're looking at him as a safety. At one point in time, I would hate to be a player that fell out of the first round because you evaluated me as something that I ain't played my whole collegiate career.
Sure.
And I didn't showed you I can play corner my whole collegiate career. Yeah. But because of what you think of me, I'm just going to take you later because you're a safety. I think you're as a safety. Like, at what point in time does it become like, I understand the projections and I don't get paid to do that, but at the same time, it's detrimental to that kid lost a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, we do it. We genuinely do it all the time with other positions.
I mean, and I get that, but I'm asking. That's why I'm asking.
I think he got taken out of the first round because Arnold, Mitchell, and Wiggins all went later than we thought they would.
And I think it's a lot of how the board fell as well. But even so, it's like I'm just asking from a ideology standpoint. Is like, does it ever become a problem?
I'd play him at corner.
I think he could be a corner. Okay, the results on the trade, the Commanders are receiving pick 50, 53, and a fifth rounder in this swap here with Philly, who's moving up to number 40. And I do think Cooper DeJean could play corner. But, I mean, I did look at him and say, man, I think with the range and just the coverage ability, sideline to sideline, I think his best spot could be safety. It does not surprise me that teams would have him. I think he can be interchangeable at the two spots. Here's the Eagles selection. Brandon Graham.
A-E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles!
Spelled it better
and
than
y'all
the Jet
already
guy.
know. All day, Dallas sucks. All day.
Stop it, Brandon.
Let's go.
Stop it, Brandon.
Let's go.
We live rent-free in your head.
it's an honor to be here in the hometown of my city of Detroit. And, 14 years ago, the Eagles have definitely changed my life. And,
they need
to be a part of this organization going on my 15th year, I'm definitely excited to be able to announce this pick. And the Washington Commanders have traded the 40th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. And with the 40th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
DB.
They did it. They knew Green Bay.
Let's go.
They knew Green Bay.
That's a good pick. I mean, I think here getting the value for DeJean, he was my highest player left on the board. I had him as my 20th overall player, and Philly's now made 2 really, really good value picks, which makes me extremely sick to my stomach.
And Washington about to be rolling too. Now, granted, we know they got a zillion picks, so they got a lot of stuff going on over there, so it ain't always, glittering just because they have a lot of picks. However, where they're picking, they about to get some money. They about to make some money.
I know how this table feels, and I am okay with standing on this island, but the Philadelphia Eagles, they drafted a corner in the second round not too long ago in Keely Ringo that they should have moved to safety. I feel like this is another opportunity for them to do the same thing and take a corner and do it right and move Cooper DeJean to safety. I just like him more in space. I really do. That's what it comes down to. I think with Cooper DeJean, he's a guy that has manifested in zone coverage a little bit more of his talents. And I think if you put him in space and let him operate, even as a single high guy, I think he can do that. He's a really good run defender as well. I want to see him down the middle of the field being able to do that too. I think you put him in space, you have a lot more opportunity for him to do good. Give me Cooper DeJean as a safety, and that's a good pick for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay, we're going to step aside on the stream side. We'll be hanging out still with you for all the rest. We'll be back with another trade. The Saints are moving up to pick 41. This is getting wild. Night 2 of the draft. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Okay, so this is going to be the Saints.
Green Bay bailed. They lost their guy.
Yeah.
So they were going to take Cooper DeJean or they were going to bail, and they found a partner at 45.
So they're adding picks 168 and 190 is what Green Bay is getting here. For this move with the Saints. Saints, when you look at some team needs for them.
Throw it at me, please.
Defensive line, wide receiver, corner. And I think now, when you're looking at, wide receiver certainly could be of use. Defensive line, I don't see any defensive linemen anymore that I'd really love to take here if I were the Saints. Corner could make sense. Maybe you go TJ Tampa.
They really liked apparently McKinstry and Lassiter heading into today.
Ooh, Taysom Hill with the Saints pick.
New Orleans Saints, and with the 41st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kool-Aid McKinstry.
There you go.
DB, Alabama.
Oh, wow. There goes Kool-Aid. I had him at 48 on my board. 41 he goes to New Orleans here. But this guy can run. Kool-Aid McKinstry, pretty good corner. You have him and Marshawn Lattimore now.
Feisty.
It's a nice duo there. What do you like about Kool-Aid McKinstry, Aisha?
He's just feisty. I liked him in the bump and run. He's sturdy. He's not easy to move off the line of scrimmage when receivers are trying to play through him. He has a fluid hip flip. It's very cohesive in the way he does that. He's going to make you feel him. He's going to make sure that you know he's there. And he thrives with the vision as well. You see him always kind of turning back, making sure he's locating the ball and things like that. I think he can improve his short area quickness and angles, but he's very vocal. He can be a little overly aggressive, but I think you got to find that middle ground with this guy. But no, I think that he's a good fit for what they're trying to do down there, because for some reason Kool-Aid and him being in New Orleans just feels right.
See, I had vision was one of the reasons for me that I had him lower. I was not a fan of Kool-Aid McKinstry compared to other corners in this class, because I thought, to me, he has two things that really are off-putting to me when I'm talking about cornerbacks. It's bad feet, it's bad eyes. And to me, I think that there's a lot of times where he gets pulled in by eye candy, whether it be in the backfield, he gets worked up in just different, exotic releases and things like that. You can play with his vision, and I think a lot of times his footwork at the line of scrimmage with releases is just not very good. There's a lot of really high-end traits. He is a traitsy guy to me, because he is in no way to me ready to play tomorrow as a starting corner in the NFL.
I think I didn't have anything I took away from vision necessarily. The thing for me was being a little too aggressive downfield, and I feel like that could lead to penalties downfield. But I think he could be ready to go day one. Too. I could be wrong about that, but I think Kool-Aid he's been an All-American from the day he was born. Nicknamed Kool-Aid, by the way, for his big smile. His grandma gave him that nickname as a child, and he just kind of ran with it. But I think going to the NFL, he'll be able to use that physicality and being able to beat guys off the line. I don't see the vision as necessarily something that'll keep him off the field. I think it's more so the penalties.
Here's the Houston Texans on the clock at 42.
Is this their first pick of the day?
First pick of the draft.
It is their first pick of the draft. Wow. Christian Harris making their pick.
With the 42nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kamari Lassiter, defensive back, Georgia.
Here we go. Here go the corners. Kamari Lassiter out of Georgia. Getting taken
round late,
here.
right, Nick?
I'll tell you, I mean, with Kamari Lassiter, you just don't see him get tested a lot, which I think is a credit to him. I mean, he is super sticky in coverage.
Can't bully him.
Opposing quarterbacks just absolutely respect him. He can play outside. He can play inside. I think he passes coverages off very, very well. He's a very instinctual player. Good awareness in zone. He's physical. He'll stick his nose in the run game. Can lay some really big hits for some of the corners in this draft. That was something we talked about Kool-Aid. I had my notes like Kool-Aid McKinstry sometimes is a guy I don't really want to get involved in the action in the run game with him. And I see what you're talking about with the vision, Bobby. Kool-Aid McKinstry sometimes I thought struggled to locate the ball in the air. That was one of the knocks for me. He just didn't know where the ball was, which was a little bit annoying. I think Lassiter's actually better. I think when you look here, Houston's getting the better corner.
Yeah, I think he just thrives. Lassiter, he thrives in press, and the hand fighting is there. I like how he extends and he can reroute the receivers. You're not going to bully him, and that kind of goes into what you were saying before. Yep. I do think he plays with anticipation in man, and you really see him sink his hips, and he trusts his eyes to make plays on the ball. Also, too, the motor is there from him, so that's why you get to see him be involved in the run game. To me, I think motor shows up more so with corners and how involved they are in the run game. So yeah, they got a nice guy over there.
He's tough and he's got a good football IQ. Did you guys see people get behind him, and did he catch up? Did anybody put that in their notes?
Let me see.
I mean, catch-up speed was not great.
Yeah, that's
I said he doesn't have. He has short, choppy strides.
Yeah, this is where. Yeah,
I mean, he ran 4.64.
Man zone, he's going to be fine. I do worry if he does miss on the jam. Because of how physical and aggressive he is.
His worst enemy is himself.
Yeah.
Because he can be too aggressive.
And if he misses, I don't know if he catches up all that well.
I'll say this one thing about our ticker here. 4.64 on the 40, that's not accurate. It's more of a 4.5 that he ran at his pro day, did not run at the combine. But nevertheless, I still do believe that speed is probably not elite there for Kamari Lassiter. I do love his aggression, though. I was watching some of these highlights beforehand, and he was going back and forth with Xavier Legette and talking some mess in his face. So, like you said, he's going to be a guy that makes sure you know that he's there. He's a corner in every stretch of the imagination. I wonder if he can be a little bit better as far as picking up short concept routes to be a nickel, because I liked his nickel potential early in the process, but it's the speed that I'm a little bit worried about. Still at 4.5, but still I'm still a little bit of a concern. But I think his physicality could probably overwhelm some stockier slot guys. But if he's going over some speedier slot guys, I think that's probably where he might struggle a little bit.
Yeah, the boundary's going to be his friend.
Yeah.
Honestly, with Kool-Aid, I thought that he works the boundary really, really well. He uses the sideline to his advantage.
How close did you have McKinstry and this guy?
I had them separated by 10 spots.
On your stack?
Right there next to each other.
Right next to each other?
Yeah, because I view them as like completely different questions. I view McKinstry as all traits, and I view Lassiter as more polish and a guy who has some questionable traits, whether it be the size or the speed or whatever else.
They're picking me off here in the second round with DeJean and then McKinstry and then Lassiter. I mean, all these Tampa would be the next guy, and then Rakestraw. I know Rakestraw's got some things he's doing with character things there, Bobby. Am I right about Rakestraw from Missouri?
Yeah. Ennis Rakestraw was a character flag for a lot of teams.
Yeah, TJ Tampa for me, though, best corner left on the board. We're definitely getting that run on corner. Sainristil from Michigan.
He's a good player now.
He's also one that would be next up for me.
There are teams that have him
Chris
as a
Abrams
safety, by the way.
Too far.
Yep.
Ain't too far.
Nope.
Arizona on the clock now, pick 43. From a Cowboys standpoint, if you want to run on corners, I don't think that's a terrible thing. I mean, I know that it'd be nice to add a corner, but we're looking at maybe the 3 spots most of need: running back, linebacker. Still could certainly
all
use
those
an
linebackers
interior
are still
lineman.
together.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Atlanta. Wait, I missed something.
What?
No. I just want to. We're waiting on Atlanta's pick right now. From
Arizona.
where? Arizona. Is this
pick 43?
Yeah,
Okay.
this pick went from this Atlanta.
It's from yesterday.
They traded this
Just now.
afternoon.
Yeah.
It was. Oh, it's in my face.
Clemson took the Clemson.
Oh, I see it. I just didn't write it down.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank y'all.
No problem.
Okay, so let's see who
That happens to me a
Arizona
lot.
could possibly need here in this situation. Yesterday, so they could still go wide receiver. Edge maybe in play. Corner is a need for
They
them.
took one of the best wide receivers in the draft, right?
Yeah, they've got Marvin Harrison Jr., but when you looked at the other 2 guys that they've got, I mean, do you really just want to keep adding help there? But I do think, I mean, if corner's a need, and right now it seems like if you need a corner, you better take one, or you're going to get left in the dust.
Who are their linebackers?
They could use some help at linebacker. They could use some help
I think
at
it's about
linebacker.
that time.
They went.
They've got Zayvon Collins.
Oh, you telling me to shut up?
No.
Gannon did go
I'm
through.
trying to keep these linebackers all together.
I don't blame you.
No,
What you got, Bobby?
I seem to remember that was one of the things I liked watching them on tape last year. Though was I remember Gannon brought in some different guys. Who did he bring with him from Philly at linebacker? It was whoever picked off Dak in the end zone at the end of the game.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Let me find it.
We got an Arizona selection coming out right now.
Yeah, I mean,
I
they've
think
got
this is Leonard Davis.
Kaiser White.
I
I mean, they've got decent linebackers.
Okay, they don't need.
Yeah, Leonard Davis, former Cowboy, 2nd overall pick by the Cardinals, announcing their pick here.
What's up, Detroit? I want to thank you all for hosting such a wonderful event. Where's all my Cardinal fans at? With the 43rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Max Melton, defensive back, Rutgers.
Wow, he's a good player, but that's a little early for me.
Wow, that's very early. Max Melton out of Rutgers. This guy started 40 of 43 career games. He also blocked 4 punts. This guy, when it comes to special teams, his younger brother, former NFL wide receiver Bo Melton.
Yep.
What do you like about him?
I tell you
Brian?
what, man, it is a little early, and I might have had him a little low. But this guy's fearless. He's confident. He's got coverage skills. He's versatile in the way he plays. He's comfortable in bump and run. He likes to be at the action near the line of scrimmage. He can play really, really tight and disrupt routes. And he does a good job of staying in phase with the receivers and running off his hip. As a zone player, he can get into his landmarks, those drops, and then drive it quick. 5'11", 187 pounds. This guy knows how to finish plays, and he'll put himself in position to make plays. He does a great job. You mentioned his special teams. He has a knack for blocking punts. That's something that he can really, really do. I could see this guy being a nickel and a starter due to his aggressiveness and his toughness. He really, really competes well.
You think they got nervous?
No, I was just going to say traits and versatility like you talk about there, Brian. Gannon is somebody who that's what he really desires in defensive backs. He wants people who can play inside, can play outside, can play zone, can play man, can get up there and press. And that is something about Melton that generally he is pretty versatile.
Raiders pick here 44, Jim Plunkett.
This is one of the landmines that the Cowboys need to
And
avoid
with
for
the
Jonathan
24th
Brooks.
pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
Getting right to it.
the Las Vegas Raiders select guard Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon.
Guard. Wow.
Guard.
They listed him as a guard, and maybe that's the issue. Maybe teams are wondering, hey, can he play center and make all the calls? I mean, we don't know how he did when it comes to some of these formal meetings and interviews with teams.
Yeah, the interpretation was that, yes, there was a lot to like on the field, but there was such a clear difference between a Graham Barton, and Zach Frazier versus a Jackson Powers Johnson as far as being able to call out things pre-snap and being able to identify what an offense would need to do a post-snap as well. I kind of like the guard fit. I think it's something that we tossed around very briefly during the draft show this year, but maybe didn't dive into enough. But he's played 4 of the 5 offensive line positions in his time at Oregon, originally out of Corner Canyon High School out of Draper, Utah, and being able to go to Oregon. He even played a game at defensive tackle in the Alamo Bowl a couple of years ago against Oklahoma when they had some portal exits and needed somebody to step up, had 3 tackles in that game. He's a dog. And like I mentioned earlier, from an Oregon source, a great player on the field, just kind of a different cat off the field. And you wonder how much teams valued that. But I think him going to Vegas, man, that's a pretty good fit. I think with everything that we've heard about him during the process, I think he'll fit in Las Vegas just fine.
Is Raiders, that a good thing?
Yeah, the Raiders don't seem to mind when it comes to being a little bit quirky.
They're concerned.
The Cincinnati fans were going after me on Twitter because I was talking about them being a don't care.
I mean, you nailed it with Amarius Mims ending up going there, though.
Yeah, but the Cincinnati fans are all telling me, man, hey, our head coach is drafting good guys now. We're not doing that anymore. So my apologies to all the Bengals fans out there.
Well, Jackson Powers Johnson off the board. I know you did love him, Brian. Packers pick is in. We'll talk about some of their needs in a second, but I want to let you just gush over your guy, JPJ.
Yeah, it's everything that you guys talked about with this player when it came down to, you have to be able to check all the boxes here. And, when they bring you in, you got to be able to, the interview process. It's about the medical stuff. It's everything else. I'll get to it here after the pick here real quick. I'll finish him up.
Packers on the board. Brian Bulaga making this pick. Does the corner run continue, or do they go with another position?
Could be a linebacker.
Linebacker's
probably Cooper.
Oh, Cooper.
This will be Cooper, yeah. Bobby's about to throw a pin. I think this is going to be Cooper.
Select Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, Texas A&M.
Oh, man. Okay, so Edgerrin Cooper, who I have as the second best linebacker, and that is only because, Peyton Wilson, who I think other people have him flagged medically, and I get it. But Edgerrin Cooper, 10 sacks last year with Texas A&M. What do you like about this pick for the Packers?
Well, somebody else can do the Packer pick. Let me finish with Powers Johnson real quick. The footwork's good, the pass protection. Sometimes he loses man, but he has quickness, and I felt like, to me, you don't see him like the physicality a part of his game. I love the toughness about the guy. I think he has the right attitude to play offensive line. He's got a nasty streak to his game. I liked a lot of things about this kid. Obviously, I had him as my 17th best player.
Yeah, good pick there. You got Brock Bowers and Jackson Powers Johnson. Great value so far for the Raiders. Edgerrin Cooper out of Texas A&M goes 45 overall. That could have been a Cowboys target there. We talked about maybe a linebacker being in play. Maybe this means that, hey, Trevin Wallace, another guy that I know we like quite a bit from Kentucky.
Sure do.
Maybe he's next up on that board. But Edgerrin Cooper from Texas A&M, Bobby, what do you think?
I don't care about how he fits for the Packers. I cared about how he fit for the Dallas Cowboys, which to me it was.
Is that a gut punch for you?
Yeah, it is, because to me it's everything that they could have used at linebacker. When you talk about, look, is he always consistent getting off of blocks? No. Is he sometimes too aggressive and over pursues? Yeah. Does he play under control all the time? No, not all the time. But when you talk about the biggest markers, for me anyway, violence. A guy who sees it and goes, a guy who plays with really great instincts. I think one of the biggest things that has been lacking in the Cowboys linebacker room over the last decade has been, at times, instincts. It's a poor feel, and Cooper, to me, just has such a great feel for the game, plays with such violence, such explosion, patient, sees it the right way. The only thing, like I said, once he gets going, he gets that head of steam, he's almost a little too out of control. You can create cutback lanes and over pursuit, but he's fantastic. This was a bummer for me.
We got to trade up Muhsin Muhammad here for Carolina moving up, and they do need a running back, so watch out.
And they got this was the Colts pick?
Yeah, this was the Colts pick.
Please.
Yeah, feels good to be home. Congratulations to all of the draft picks. I welcome you to this NFL fraternity. I'm so excited for your future. All the coaches, all the players that I played with, just want to give you all a special shout out and thank you. I know Coach Saban is in the house. You know where my heart is too. The Indianapolis Colts have traded the 46th pick to the Carolina Panthers. Go Cardiac Cats. And with the 46th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Brooks.
Oh, wow.
Running back, Texas.
Nick Harris with the pen throw. The Colts trading 46. They move back to 52. They add picks 142 and 155. Jonathan Brooks now going to Carolina. They've got Xavier Legette. They've got Jonathan Brooks. They're trying to fill out that offense. Who's the most upset about Jonathan Brooks now being off the board?
I just want to say, before we actually talk about who he is as a player, and Nick, you can talk about him as a player because I see how upset you were, and I just got my Edgerrin Cooper thing. I just want to say, David Tepper does not deserve Jonathan Brooks. That's how I feel.
I agree with you. That guy.
Yeah.
Not a nice man.
That's fair. Out of Hallettsville, Texas, there in Central Texas, played for the Brahmas and ended his high school career at AT&T Stadium in a state championship game. One of the top all-time leading rushers in Texas high school football history. Went up to Austin and got to study under Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson for 2 years and was coached under Tashard Choice, former running back of the Dallas Cowboys. Then got his opportunity as a junior, and man, did he shine. And going into the season, I was able to catch up with Coach Choice, and he said that he told Jonathan Brooks, hey, you're going to be in the NFL here in about 4 months. And Jonathan was like, you think so? He's like, yes, that is the goal here. He's like, okay, then that's the goal. And sure enough, he's the first running back off the board. He was so productive last year. Contact balance and being able to find holes between the tackles. That's what really stood out to me from Jonathan Brooks. You see where the lineage from Bijan Robinson passed down to Jonathan Brooks, because Brooks was so good in high school as an open field runner and just being able to find space. But as he got into college and started to develop as a runner between the tackles, you started to see the Bijan influence and being able to just kind of find those quick holes between the tackles. Loved what he did. He's got so much potential out of the backfield too. This is a great weapon for Bryce Young. I think the Panthers definitely hit on this one. This is going to be tough to watch in Charlotte next year when the Cowboys go up and play.
By the way, I will say this: if you want just a little bit of comfort, he was not making it to 56.
I didn't think so.
Because Carolina was picking at 52 and felt the need to go up to get him. So that means there were other landmines here where they got a sense that he's about to go before us at 52. So there you go.
There was a mock draft today. I think it was Lance Zierlein at NFL.com that had Jonathan Brooks going 47 to the Giants, and that's who's on the clock now. So maybe that was the thinking behind Carolina jumping up right there.
Okay, Giants on the clock. We will go ahead and reset things. We'll be back, and we'll get to the Giants and the Jags and the Bengals. We're creeping closer to the Cowboys pick at 56. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Sorry you guys are bummed out.
I love you all. I'm not as upset as you guys are.
Not either pick?
I said there was. I was told there was not a pin.
I'm not upset about either. Look, I'd have liked either player. Don't get me wrong.
I think Jerry was setting somebody up to go get him.
Yeah, you think it was bait?
I think it was bait.
It was too blatant to not be bait.
I think he's baiting.
They've been very blatant over the years, and it has not been bait. Here's the thing. Maybe for
I think at 81 years old, Jerry Jones is learning how to bait.
Maybe for
it felt
all right, I'll censor myself. I won't go there. Anyway, no, to me. See, Nick knew. That was enough. That's all I knew.
I knew what you were doing, too.
No, to me, look, is that, yeah, thank you.
Are we going to get in trouble for what we just did?
No, he's elite. He's at the top of the
Cowboys wore him. And I wonder how upset they are. You see any sad faces?
No, I don't. Here's the thing to me. I don't know. Maybe they're not upset because they see Zach Frazier getting pushed down the board. I don't know.
Ooh, let's party.
So here's the thing to me. Jerry may have been, maybe Jerry was baiting them. Maybe I know for certain people in that department, that was not bait to them, that they genuinely liked that player and thought that he was somebody who could really help them.
I don't think there's really much not to like about Jonathan Brooks.
Other than the ACL, honestly.
Yes.
That's it.
I knew somebody was going to say
I just think there's some running backs in this draft that, with that extra pick in the third round, are probably going to be there. Whether it's Ray Davis from Kentucky, maybe it's Jalen Wright from Tennessee.
Lloyd, Wright.
You'll be okay.
Sure.
There's plenty
and
of
Trey
guys
Benson's
right
still there.
here.
I think you're going to be all right. Edgerrin Cooper
is still there.
At linebacker will be interesting. I mean, I'd love to get me some Wallace out of Kentucky.
He went before. Sometimes y'all know. Sometimes it takes me a little time for stuff to process. He went before Benson with 2 good ACLs.
I think Benson tore his ACL as a freshman. So I mean, there's still
half ACL.
I was not aware of anybody I talked to in the process who evaluated running backs for like in scouting circles. I did not talk to anybody who had Benson above Brooks.
Yeah. That's why
There was no one who had Benson above.
I heard Warren, or not Warren,
The only way
Wright,
you could
Jalen
put
Wright
him-
a couple of times, but I'd never heard Benson.
The only way you could put him ahead.
You know who's still kind of lingering
the
about
injury.
is Kingsley Suamataia.
Yes, he's still around.
Still has not been drafted. Cooper Beebe, my guy, still hanging out. Christian Haynes, our guy, Nick,
Yeah.
still
AD
out
Mitchell.
there. Yeah,
AD
Frazier.
Mitchell.
He just falling.
Corley.
That's what the stuff. That
I don't-
McMillan.
Would anybody consider I mean, are you thinking about any defensive ends if you're down in Dallas?
There's not any defensive ends that I would take.
Braswell?
Not this high.
On Mitchell, all it takes is one. We know that. We hear that phrase all the time. All it takes is one. I think AD Mitchell is going to be waiting a while.
Okay.
I would take.
I think you've got several receivers that are going to go ahead of AD Mitchell.
There's some major character concerns that have come out of AD Mitchell and things I would not even like to get into, but
Do you
it
think,
is pretty major with him.
You think Junior Colson's in play out of Michigan, the linebacker?
I think he is. I think certainly he is. There's a lot of desire for Junior Colson.
Tiki Barber with the Giants pick.
A special shout out to former New York Giant and now your beloved head coach, Dan Campbell.
Don't fumble the card, Tiki.
Oh, that's pandering right there.
I see you, G-Men. With the 47th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Tyler Nubin, safety, Minnesota.
Okay, there's our first safety off the board.
They did lose Xavier
McKinney?
Yes, they did lose him.
I had Nubin at 49 on my stack. He goes 47 overall.
How about you, Scout man? Love it, though. I tell you, to me, I think this is one of the best safeties in the draft myself. And
That's about where I had him.
Edgerrin Cooper to the Packers at 45 out of Texas A&M. Jonathan Brooks, the running back out of Texas, goes to the Carolina Panthers at 46. And the New York Giants just selecting the first safety of the draft, Tyler Nubin out of Minnesota at 47. Zach Wolchuk, Nick Harris, Aisha Morrison, Bobby Belt, and Brian Broaddus hanging out with you for day 2 of the NFL Draft, waiting for the Cowboys to get on the clock at pick 56. We're getting closer and closer. Tyler Nubin, though, first safety off the board here for the G-Man. Brian, you were telling us about what you like about this Minnesota Gopher.
Yeah, I really do like this kid a lot. And to me, when everybody on Minnesota's tape was kind of standing around, he was running full speed to get after where he needed to be. And he's got, I think, the straight line speed with him. I think the quickness is good. I think he plays with a burst. I think he can punish ball carriers with his closing speed. He makes a ton of plays playing downhill and attacking the line of scrimmage, or he could get wide and defend the play and play the pass. Really good player going to be for the Giants.
All right, Jags on the clock. Here's their pick. James Stewart, the running back, to make this announcement.
I want to send prayers out to all my family. I also want to thank the Detroit faithful for when I played here. They supported me, so I really appreciate that. Detroit, thank y'all, the city. Thank you. And now, with the 48th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Mason Smith, defensive tackle, LSU.
Wow.
Brian's guy.
Man, Mason Smith going this early.
Tell us all about that 5-star recruit.
Yeah, he was. He was one of the more highly touted recruits for LSU in that recruiting class, and came out in his freshman year and had a huge season. But then he was kind of marred by injury, a couple of off-the-field stuff, and really wasn't able to get a full season under his belt after that. But LSU was able to recruit him out of Houma, Louisiana, where Terrebonne High School out there. He's a wide one-tech. He was a guy that the Cowboys had shown some interest in at the Combine, had a formal meeting with him at the Combine and was meeting with him then. If you're looking for potential one-tech options, it doesn't surprise me that a guy like Mason Smith maybe goes a little bit higher than people expect. With this run on DTs, maybe the Jaguars just want to go ahead and solidify their guy as a one-tech. I think Jacksonville is going to be a really good environment for him. Jacksonville is kind of a similar culture to LSU in the sense that it's in the South, and he's probably going to have some good food out there too. But nevertheless, 6'5", 306 pounds. He gets off the ball quick. He's violent. I think as long as he can stay healthy, I think he could have a good career, but that's a big if. Yeah,
him going this early definitely feels like it's not that many one-techs.
I totally agree with you.
You got to take care of it. Let's go ahead and get him because
totally agree.
I mean, and we've talked about how many of these guys are under 300 pounds that play interior. I mean, I'm not going to talk to.
Yeah, Mason Smith. I mean, that's the one thing when you watch him play, holds his ground. He's tough to move, and Bengals selection is coming up here.
He's not a great pass rusher. He's got to have a better plan. I watched this kid play at LSU, and I was always amazed that he didn't have a better plan.
Did he want him pass rusher?
Here's the Cincinnati Bengals selection.
The National Urban League is one of the NFL's Inspired Change partners. As part of that work, the Urban League launched a pilot program across Ohio this past year to ensure that economic opportunity is a reality for all. Together with the Bengals, we believe in breaking down barriers to opportunity, which is why we're so honored to welcome Christy Coons, President and CEO of the Urban League of Greater Southwestern Ohio, to announce the Bengals pick tonight. Christy, thank you and your team for a great work happening in Cincinnati and Dayton. Stage is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's get it, Houday Nation. Houday, Houday. With the 49th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, my hometown team, the Cincinnati Bengals, select Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle, Michigan. Let's go.
Wow. Okay. The run on defensive tackles continues with Chris Jenkins of Michigan.
Getting serious.
Okay. Am I crazy here? I started off my notes with Chris Jenkins, 6'3", 305. My gut says he's a strong side defensive end. I don't think he's an interior player.
Well, you transitioned from DN to DT.
I think he needs to go back.
He did a lot to try to get there. But one thing that I've heard about him, even listening to some of his interviews, and because he comes from a football family, he was talking about his family talking to him, his uncle specifically, about his get off.
Yeah.
And we have talked about this with.
It's a Michigan thing.
It is a Michigan thing.
It is a Michigan thing.
It's limiting, and he's aware of this. Like, they've talked about this. I mean, he draws double teams at a high clip, and he's going to be able. He fights through them sometimes and things like that. But that get off and that technique is something that he's aware of, and I think we need to start asking, like, all right, Michigan, like, are we preparing these kiddos for the next level if this is starting to be a repeated problem?
I think it's more so a system thing. And I
get
think
that, but
we'll probably understand a little bit more from Mozzie Smith after year 2 under a different system. And we've heard a lot of rumors about how we've heard a lot of talk from the Cowboys front office about how they feel like Mike Zimmer's system maybe benefits Mozzie Smith a little bit more. So we'll see as time goes on, because you still have guys you can pull from like Aiden Hutchinson that are succeeding in the league still. Yeah. Granted, that's on the edge, but it's still, there's a lot of success you can pull from that. But I like your point about the strong side.
Sounds like a better spot for him.
But that's where he came from. I mean,
Troy Vincent out here to make the Commanders selection.
The 50th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Mike Sainristil.
Wow.
That was nickel.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, this is a nice draft here so far for Washington.
Interesting. This is interesting because the Washington Commanders, they wanted Jordan Lewis to be able to put into that secondary. So they just go get a different Michigan nickel to throw in that secondary. This is a good pick for Dan Quinn. Man, I feel like he's a day one starter at nickel for them. Okay. He'll be able to do a lot of things in that Dan Quinn defense. That is so perfect. That is so perfect.
There were a lot of teams apparently that thought he could play safety. They thought that might be his primary spot
because of his physical play temperament.
Yeah, it was one of the where they thought he had the flexibility to do that, like similar to, if you want to talk about like size limitations, still being able to play safety like the way Winfield does.
Okay,
like that kind of thought process.
Man, two-time team captain. This guy plays like a linebacker in a DB body. Inside corner, scrappy, tough, physical, great tackler though.
Yeah,
I mean, you talk about some of the best tackling
wide receiver.
Corners. Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that will, he'll get knocked for his size. Maybe doesn't have elite speed, but he's quick, he's smart, he's aggressive. This is a pretty good pick for Washington, which is unfortunate to say.
Yeah, I'm a very versatile player. You mentioned that he started as a receiver. I like the fact that he has blitz ability and he understands the timing and how to get there.
Jordan Lewis-esque.
Rondé Barber.
He was actually.
Ooh, okay.
I saw some similarities in the play to Jordan Lewis, so I'm so glad that you brought up that point, Nick. Because one thing about Jordan Lewis, even when he was coming out, he was never the biggest guy, but you saw him make himself big to tackle. He even showed this season he's one of the better tackling DBs that we have on the team. But yeah, I mean, I just think he has a good feel for both. Now, what did y'all think about his play strength?
I thought it was okay.
That was good functional.
Yeah, I think it's
I
fine.
agree. Okay,
he was able to mirror routes and still throw his hands off the line or throw his hands off press, and I think he was able to do that just fine. To where the physicality is not a huge concern.
Yeah,
I want him in the slot against speedy guys, and I think he can be fine.
I kind of felt like early he didn't get his head around quick enough, and then as the season wore on, he got better where he flipped his eyes around to kind of.
He started to play with a lot more confidence.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I think his tracking ability got better.
That's where only playing a year or a year and a half at corner probably factors in a little bit.
He's exciting, dog.
3 years as a receiver at Michigan and then made that transition, and now he's a second-round pick. That's a really good find by Michigan to be able to put
that blitzing stuff is for real.
No,
the way
he's
he attacks
exciting.
the pocket.
You watch him, and if you're going through his film, it's just flashy play after flashy play after flashy play, and even when he tackles, it's tone setting. So they got a heck of a player.
Well, if you
and
need
I'm
a nickel corner now, I think Jerrion Jones at Florida State. That's the best guy left for me. I do love me some Jerrion Jones there, but still some good corners.
On Sainristil, real quick, that like the Lewis comparison is interesting, obviously, just because you talk about smaller guy who plays physical, played at Michigan, everything else, but like it's similar to Jordan Lewis, and Jordan Lewis was a high school receiver at Cass Tech. And Sainristil was a high school receiver, transitioned over. And I think you see in both of their play on tape when they were at Michigan, you see the sense and the feel for like route recognition and understand. It's the same sort of stuff we talked about on the flip side with Steel Chambers. Like Steel Chambers as a running back seems to almost have a better sense of and a feel for things on the linebacker side because of his experience as running back. I think that a lot of that exists in the same way here with him.
What's wrong with Tampa? I'm talking about Tampa, the corner.
I thought
not the Buccaneers.
I thought he could sneak into the first round.
Is he too leggy?
People think
too
he's
tall,
tight, long speeds bad. There were people I had talked to out at Big 12 Pro Day when he was here.
Yeah, it wasn't a great time.
No, it wasn't. He was
4.6,
and I mean the times were not great, and the people that I had talked to out here, just various folks that were walking around while we were doing coverage, sounded like the third round was more kind of the target area for him.
Ooh, I'd like that.
I was overrating him then in my book.
I wouldn't hate him as a safety. I wouldn't hate him as a safety option.
I could see that move over there.
I could see it because it's the reason why he's don't look fast because he got long strides. You said leggy. That's the it's not. He's not super bursty, but his strides are long.
When you turn, if you're a leggy guy, it looks worse on tape.
It looks like you don't have any hip fluidity.
It doesn't look like you have it. Yeah, it's like it takes you forever to get that leg around to break, and so. He's a good player, man. That's interesting. I'm feeling sorry for myself.
Taking a peek ski inside the Cowboys war room right now is
how far away?
Not a lot of action happening, but we're getting close. At 20, the Steelers are on the board. Steelers have been kind of taking some of our targets here. Last night, of course, it was Troy Fautanu, the offensive tackle from Washington. They still could use some interior offensive line help. They need a receiver. I did have Roman Wilson from Michigan as an ideal Steelers pick. Maybe they go with Roman Wilson here. They've got their offensive tackle solidified. Corner, also maybe a position of need.
I wouldn't be surprised if they took McMillan, to be honest with you.
McMillan's my bet. Oh, well, Mitchell.
This team knows how to draft wide receivers, by the way.
Over Corley?
They sure do.
What's that?
Over Corley?
I'm just saying for them. I would.
I've got McMillan over Corley.
Mitchell. Oh, here we go.
Corley is flagged by some folks, by the way.
You're flagged by some folks.
With the 51st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Zach Frazier, center, West Virginia.
I thought we were getting this answer. They out to get us.
They're
at this
doing
point,
this.
ain't they?
We got to clip
Why
that
did you
from Brian.
say that?
Because I felt like the Steelers are doing this type of stuff. All I'm doing is trying to be accurate and give good broadcasting, Brian. I didn't say Zach Frazier. I didn't even mention his name.
You said they take our guys.
They take our guys, and they did it again.
They took our guys.
Honestly,
y'all
got gut punch.
Zach Frazier didn't allow a single sack his senior year.
I wasn't even talking about him because I was hoping.
You thought though? No, you thought maybe?
I was just hoping.
This guy's a 4-time heavyweight wrestling champ, had the winningest percentage of any high school wrestler in the history of Marion County, West Virginia. Academic, all Big 12, 10 games without a missed assignment as a freshman. That's bleeping impressive. That is impressive there for Zach Frazier.
He's such a Pittsburgh center. That's a great fit.
He's a mauler.
You fly into Pittsburgh to go to Morgantown. Yep. It's an hour away.
Well, now you've got a good offensive line with the Steelers. Okay, they just got Troy Fautanu. And I hope I'm saying that last name right. Zach Frazier at center. All of a sudden,
I don't even want to write his name.
They've retooled that thing. It's looking pretty good. The steel curtain back on the offensive line.
I'm a little upset.
Who are your 2 or 3 highest guys left on your boards?
I was really high on Andru Phillips, the corner out of Kentucky.
He's too short.
Out of the process. Also,
3rd round.
That dude's too small.
We got a Peyton Wilson and Kingsley Suamataia, Junior Colson.
Yeah. I have Suamataia. I have Jaden Hicks.
I got Javon Bullard.
And
Cooper Beebe.
Rosengarten. I mean, Mitchell's there, but Mitchell's going to fall.
Trey Benson.
You guys feeling good about these linebackers, though? You feeling good about Colston?
Junior Colson is one of the ones on my board
I would take Wallace if it's me. I have Colston over Wallace.
See, I wonder, do you think you could get Wallace?
I have Wilson over the top, but I don't think. The medical.
I've got Wilson.
It's going to get me there. So.
Wilson's Adonai Mitchell's my highest rated player, then Peyton Wilson. Sure. Okay, getting closer to the Cowboys pick. Colts are on the clock. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105 through the Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Yeah, Wallace, I wonder, could you wait to the 3rd? Could you wait for that extra pick you got in the 3rd to take him there?
Man, I would try. I'd try.
I think I would try too. I think you've got to take your offensive lineman if you want one here.
Does Beebe make sense? Because
I think Beebe makes a ton of sense. Because if they really believe that Brock Hoffman can play center, Cooper Beebe now is your backup guard, and maybe your future Zach Martin replacement. And he could also play center.
Man,
he can compete. He can compete to play. I don't know. That's interesting. I mean, Junior Colson, I do think could be in consideration here.
Okay,
and then Trey Benson.
Trey Benson is still there too.
My War Room Whispers. My 2 guys. My 2 War Room Whispers. There.
We're looking in the War Room now.
Benson. Does Benson do anything for you guys? Florida State back.
I would take him.
I mean, just for the.
I think. I mean, you got to look at what the value, because I think running backs are all clustered together, and you can wait.
Okay.
For me, anyway.
What up, though? First off, just want to say thank you to the Earth State family, to the Colts organization. I'm a 7th round pick, man. I ain't even supposed to be standing on this stage right now, man. Shout out to all the guys. I just want to take this moment to just give a special shout out, rest in peace to Corey Cunningham, rest in peace to Vontae Davis. We got to love and support our players much longer after they walk across this stage and they playing days are done. I just want to give a round of applause to all the players. With that being said,
say it.
With the 52nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Adonai Mitchell, wide receiver, Texas. Let's do it.
Go.
That's a fantastic pick.
Yeah, it is.
It would have to be Jim Irsay. I talked to.
That's a crazy GM.
I swear the funniest, the most wild story I got hearing about AD Mitchell's pre-draft process. He went into a combine formal, and I was told that they decided within 1 minute of hearing him talking that he was off their board.
That's.
I've heard this story and I know exactly what team you're talking about.
Wow.
This is funny. Yeah,
Is it a team that's picked this round already?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. That has a different receiver with very similar traits. But anyway, Adonai Mitchell, very big body threat that I think he could be a vertical threat for the Anthony Richardson in that offense. My goodness, that could be a young core talent for them on the offensive side of the ball at Lucas Oil Stadium. I think he's surprising folks at the combine running that 4.34, and he did a lot of great things in Indy too that helped his stock. But it's the pre-draft stuff that was concerning. But this is
I love this pick.
This is an interesting one.
As a Texas fan, I am always gonna love and appreciate. Remember me?
Doesn't sound like you are
going into Alabama. No, look. Hey, look. You got your LSU guys. You got no room to talk about your character guys there, Brian.
Mason Smith. I just told you I was a little disappointed in him.
Man, I'll vouch for Adonai Mitchell.
Adonai Mitchell as a player to me was the 5th receiver.
He was my fourth. I think he's awesome. I mean, he had the game-winning touchdown, of course, against Ohio State in that semifinal. It seemed like he always stepped up in the big moment to make plays. Strong hands. He's a tough cover. I mean, he's a guy that will draw a lot of penalties when it comes to PIs, holding calls, wins along the sidelines. Does a great job of stacking defenders on deep balls. The body control. I mean, reminiscent of some OG Michael Gallup-esque plays. I loved him. I mean, the strength, the size. I think A.D. Mitchell is fantastic.
The route's a little loose for you guys. And I say loose.
The Indianapolis Colts just selecting Adonai Mitchell, the wide receiver out of Texas at 52. Washington, who seems like they're picking basically every other pick, back on the clock at 53. Zach Wolchuk alongside Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, Brian Broaddus, and Aisha Morrison hanging out with you as we get closer to pick 56 for your Dallas Cowboys. We were just talking about Adonai Mitchell. I mean, this is two, to me, value picks. Latu in the first, Adonai Mitchell now where they get him in the second. I'm a big fan of his. What was the one critique that you wanted to bring up there about Mitchell, Brian?
I was everything about him I think is super positive, but the routes I thought at times were a little loose, a little sloppy with him. I felt like if he was to tighten that thing up, that man, you could really hit on a guy here, because the vertical game, the crossing game, the tracking the ball, I mean, the extension of his hands. He had a huge touchdown in the Alabama game, catching the ball over his shoulder, the initial quickness. To me, there's a fluid moving guy, but I do worry about, though, the routes. I think he's going to have to be a little bit sharper on those.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit, because I do agree with you. The route running is not always tight with him. The effort, it feels like, comes and goes a little bit. I think that he is a higher end prospect than the guy I'm about to say, but do you know who the route running reminded me of with that issue right there? Rashee Rice. When he was coming out of SMU, same sort of thing, where it's like everything wasn't tight with his route running. It felt like he was kind of going through the motions at times. That's who I saw. And I mean, there's similar builds. Rashee Rice is maybe a little thicker, I feel like. But to me, that's who, when I was watching his tape, I feel like the upside was better with A.D. Mitchell, but the sort of nonchalance and sloppiness in the route running reminded me of the same sort of thing I saw on tape last year with Rashee Rice.
I mean, well, with the comparison to Rashee Rice, I do think that I didn't look at Adonai Mitchell as somebody that's just going to give you a whole bunch of yak, or like.
I'm just talking about the route running.
Yeah. No, I'm tracking that. I was just adding on to the fact that that was one of the things that I guess was a tick mark on him for me, was this isn't a gentleman that's going to get you a whole bunch of yak. He's playing through contact and things like that. But if he does what you said, Bobby, and maybe kind of sharpens up some of his route running, maybe he will be able to create a little bit more separation, because I like that he fights through contact, but that he's going to have to develop from that.
He's been compared by folks in more ways than one to George Pickens.
Yeah,
that's something he's got a lot of comparisons.
Yeah, downfield player. All right, we're looking at the Cowboys. He is. War Room again. All right, we're 3 picks away.
I'm tired.
They played together in Georgia
on my screen.
They did. Washington now picking at 53. Washington has made a couple of good picks today already. They've got Jer'Zhan Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois, Mike Sainristil, the corner from Michigan. They took yesterday, of course, Jaden Daniels. Cowboys having a discussion in the War Room right now, and it looks like we got some people like peeking over at the door. Somebody coming in. Somebody. Maybe we've got something being handed here to Stephen Jones. Do we know who that is, Bobby?
That's Jason Cohen.
Yeah, that's Jason Cohen.
Should we look into this? Should we read into this?
That's a lawyer.
He's a lawyer.
Is that concerning?
He would help. He would help with background checks.
Yeah,
okay.
It's Cohen. It's not.
So
okay.
Character concern? Is there a character?
Is there a character concern?
Peyton Wilson had a DUI.
Peyton Wilson. Peyton Wilson. Man, I think Beebe's Junior Colson. Does he have anything?
No.
Are you talking character flags?
Yeah.
Okay. Guys that I had noted that there was some chatter about character flags in this draft were Malachi Corley, Javon Baker, Ennis Rakestraw, Michael Hall. These were guys that I had heard some chatter about. And Ennis Rakestraw, if you look at Daniel Jeremiah's best available, Ennis Rakestraw is at the very top right now.
Yeah, Rakestraw is my 43rd best player. You're at 53, so that'd be good value right there if you wanted to go for a corner. It could be a sneaky need position.
There's not as much positional focus in that room, apparently, as there was obviously last night at 29 that they ended up picking at.
Darryl Green's
a lot of
back.
different directions.
Extra pick.
With the 53rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Ben Sinnott. Give it up, give it up.
Tight end?
Yeah, he's a tight end from Kansas State. This is rich for me. I mean, considering you've got Jatavian Sanders on the board, you've got Jared Wiley on the board, you've got Jaheim Bell, you've got Caden Stover. You're going to bypass all of these players and go for a guy who's a big fullback that wants to play tight end?
I will say he's shown some athleticism on his tape. He's hurdling guys and making some contested catches, and he's a guy that can stretch the seams. Don't get me wrong, but this is an interesting reach here, I think, for the Commanders. This is not a guy I would have expected to come off in the second round. I would have expected Jared Wiley to come off before Ben Sinnott, but here we are.
I just wasn't enamored by anything from his tape. You know, he can block. I mean, he's definitely going to help you in the running game in that area, and he's good underneath.
He's a walk-on there at Kansas State.
He was a walk-on. I mean, the competitiveness is there with him, and in the red zone, he was actually a really good player. I mean, the guy was a touchdown maker. I think this is a little bit high for him.
Yeah,
I think it's a lot high.
Yeah, but if you're talking about
I'm with you.
If you're talking about traits too, which is going to be some of that thought process coming from San Francisco is very big on culture in their process, but if you talk about traits, I mean, Sinnott he's 6'4", 250, and then we look at he's jumping 40 inches. His three cone is 6'8". That's a lot of fluidity. Remember who's our Old Dominion guy a couple of years ago who was all traits at tight end? You remember who I'm talking about?
Yeah, it was last year. I know exactly who you're talking about.
6'7" guy who was just a freak. Yes, Zach Kuntz from Old Dominion.
That's a fantastic comp. But no, like I wrote down too that the movement, you see the movement in the testing, and just some of the route running from him to me I thought was smooth. It looked like he was a natural route runner. But I will say, as far as even the blocking, I think he can block and everything. But it's the sustaining blocks for me that I was like,
blocking strength.
Browns on the clock. Carl Nassib making the pick here for the Browns.
First Browns pick.
Yeah, wow. Welcome to the draft.
It's especially meaningful for me because they drafted me in 2016. It's very meaningful for me because I'm here with Peggy Reisky, the founder and CEO of the Trevor Project.
Use a linebacker.
They do incredible work for crisis intervention for our LGBTQ youth, and it's really, really a great job. Thank you very much. Thank you for the Browns for having us. Thank you for the NFL for their continued support of me, of Peggy, of Trevor Project. So let's get down to business. With the 54th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Michael Hall, Ohio State, defensive tackle.
That's about right.
Okay, Michael Hall going to the Browns.
Quick note, there's legit discussion around trading this number 56 pick back.
Well, I think you've got a lot of options here if you're the Cowboys. And if you're trying, this makes a lot of sense because you've got Beebe, you've got Haynes, you've got Mahogany, you've got Pooney is still out there. If you want a linebacker, Colson, Wallace, all the running backs are still there outside of Brooks. And Peyton Wilson. Maybe you like Wilson. Maybe you feel better about moving back and getting him. So I mean, TJ Tampa's there. If you want a corner, Rakestraw, Javon Bullard, the best safety in the draft, still hanging around that can play some slot for you. So I mean, you've got quite several names here to try and maybe get that fourth round pick.
Man, that Cleveland D-line is just got another disruptor, bro.
Yeah, can I talk a little bit about Michael Hall here?
If you want to talk about Michael Hall, just do it quickly.
He was one of the guys that I loved the most. He was one of the guys that I loved the most coming out of the Senior Bowl in Mobile. He was disruptive as a 3-tech, as a 1-tech. I think he'll be able to have a little bit of versatility for the Browns there. This is a really fun pick for them. He can get after the passer. He can attack running lanes. Michael Hall is one of my pet cats at defensive tackle in this draft.
A little bit undersized though, right?
He is. He's small.
6'2", 229. I don't think necessarily.
229.
I have him at 280.
Sorry, 299.
I was going to say 299 is a massive
Hold on
problem.
a second. 299. 6'2", 299. I don't think there's a huge concern with size there. He looked the part at the Senior Bowl too.
Why did I feel like I had a 280 player there?
I have 280 down as well.
Was that from the maybe the combine numbers? This
would be draft profile. So
maybe he gained weight. But to me, this is a guy that wins with his quickness. He needs to get a little bit stronger. Great on slants. I did note, though, Ryan, I agree with you. Like, he feels like kind of a tweener to me.
6'3", 290.
290. Okay, there you go.
6'3", 290 at
290.
combine.
Okay, yeah.
He sets up speed to power, moves well. I think he just needs to add some more tools as a pass rusher. But, I mean, you look at his quickness, up the field. Hit the swim move with him, really, really impressive to be able to split the center and the guard to get upfield. Yeah, I mean, that's a rotation that they've got there.
He is a quick
now.
twitched guy, though.
Yeah,
Sure is.
The
really
dip,
twitchy.
the bend, those are the kinds of things. I think, when you talk about fighting across the blocker's face with the
plays
quickness
pissed
and the
off.
burn. Yeah, he does. That's something about him. I can see why you had him as kind of
I can see why you like him. Yeah, no doubt. All right, the Dolphins on the clock. Now, Miami went with Chop Robinson last night. Talk about explosiveness.
Who's the most
ball.
explosive player on the board, or who can really run? That's
Okay, let me see. I nailed this yesterday.
You sure did.
Jalen Wright.
Corley.
That run after catch.
Peyton Wilson.
You want to fight or something?
That's
What about,
Steven.
do you think they'd go defensive tackle? What about Dorless here?
Steven's on the phone.
Jatavian Sanders if they want a tight end?
Well, look at about to tell you here, Wooly Bully.
Here's to Miami.
That's it. How y'all doing, Detroit?
All right, Richmond Webb, Texas A&M.
The Miami Dolphins, with the 55th pick, select Patrick Paul, tackle from the University of Houston.
Do what you need to do. Do what you got to do,
That ain't
boss.
bothering us one bit. All right, Patrick Paul goes to the Miami Dolphins here.
There you go.
That's a Houston player, and
Puts Dallas on the clock,
he's
right?
massive. Right, Cowboys are on the clock here.
Boxing background.
I don't really have much that needs to be said about Patrick.
Oh, give
Paul.
the players due.
Yeah, talk about it.
Well, I don't have a ton of great things to say. He wasn't my flavor of offensive tackle, but he does have extremely long arms. He's a big guy. Maybe if you coach him up a little bit, I can see some traits like why people might like him.
Didn't allow a sack.
Yeah, the striking from him, you're just looking for better hand placement.
Just
with
sloppy.
the
That
striking.
is
Just a little
He's-
sloppiness.
And
Yes.
again, he has a boxing background.
It's weird.
That's what drives me bonkers is the fact that he has, but I think a lot of it has to do with the footwork and him not being on balance when he's striking. But
There you go.
I'm just hoping that somebody can hone in on some of the boxing skills he does and try to help that translate to some of the things that he does as an offensive lineman. But when he plays with decisiveness and he places his hands well and he latches, he can be very aggressive and can move some folks out the way. But
Okay.
we're not huge.
We got the Cowboys on the clock. The War Room cam is up. We got Steven, who just got off the phone. Now, if you want a running back, my number one back, Trey Benson's on the
He's
board.
still there.
I think Benson could be in play here for them.
The
Potentially.
fact that
You think they're trying to trade back?
Steven on the phone is.
Well, the fact that Will McClay is over on the right side there, and if they're going to get a player, they're going to get the player on the phone. He's going to be the guy that do it. And the fact that Will's sitting there and not doing anything,
I kind of like the trade back option here.
Yeah.
I think you got a lot of good options right now. Benson's still there. Colson's still there. Wallace is still there. You've got all of your interior linemen that we liked with Cooper Beebe, Christian Haynes, Mahogany, Davis from Illinois still there.
Mitch LaPointe is very animated in there in the last few minutes.
Who do you think LaPointe could be fighting for, Bobby?
he's a national scout.
Yeah,
though, right?
he's one of
so
the.
he could
he's
be
one of the
fighting
big
for
wigs.
anybody.
He may be fighting for a player though over a trade as well.
Okay.
We may be looking at.
I mean, do you worry? Like, who's the guy that you think if you were to move here, you might miss him? Is it Benson? I think Benson might be the top guy.
I don't know. Let's see what's Will doing.
Benson's my highest rated player outside of Peyton Wilson and Javon Bullard.
Benson would be my guy. Benson, Corley, Beebe would be the three for me right now.
I got Benson and Beebe touching. I don't think Corley's in play here. Do you?
But I was just giving my names.
Yeah, I love.
Okay, if you
McMillan.
did it, Benson. How about this? Benson, Beebe, and then maybe Hicks. If you're looking at the safety guy,
I love Hicks.
I love Jaden Hicks too. I mean, Bullard would be my guy over Hicks, but I think both of them are fantastic.
And Isaac.
There's a lot of smiles in the room.
The edge.
You think we're going down?
No. Well, is Will getting the phone?
if Will's on the phone,
Will's got his hand on the phone. He's not moving it
Will
yet.
does have his hand on the phone.
maybe they're waiting to see if somebody else was going to call, and then he'll fire it if they.
Will's picking up the phone.
I think you pulled the trigger on the running
Steven
back
just
here.
said. I think I just saw Steven Mouth pick up the phone.
Yeah, make the pick.
Okay.
All right. Then what are we looking at here? One of these backs?
I would
Benson?
take Benson.
Lot of smiles
Benson's my
here.
top back, man. I love Trey Benson.
I mean,
you could wait on it. I mean, I don't think you've got to go running back here. I think that right now it's looking pretty good. But if you want to take the top player, I mean, I've got him as my 32nd best player, and it's
all
pick
those,
56.
and you got a bunch of linebackers sitting there too.
sure do.
And I think the third round's the sweet spot for linebacker.
Maybe Wilson's not. Maybe Wilson off the board. We're not going to talk about him. Colson on that board.
Sure.
Well, Wallace on that board. Maybe a little rich for him there. If you think that, but linebacker, interior offensive lineman.
Yeah, they've picked somebody. Will just passed the phone over to Jerry. Jerry's on the phone, so we're going to have a Cowboys pick here. It's just a question of who could it be. I think my vote would be Trey Benson. What's the rest of the room think?
I think it's going to be kind of a wild card here. I think there's a really good value in the third round for running backs. I feel like this organization believes that too. I think this is going to be kind of a wild card. Whether this is
Steven is hyped.
You taking Corley?
I'm going to go Colson.
Do you think it's like a corner, like an outside the box position, like a Rakestraw?
I wonder if
or a Tampa.
Nah, I don't see that.
They're happy.
Well, you're always happy.
They got their guy here. I wouldn't. I mean, if it's,
I wouldn't wait on Corley.
I would take Jaylen.
Do we see position coaches anywhere? Position coaches?
They're hiding those
I don't
dudes
see
out,
any
man.
position coaches. Pick is in. We're high-fiving. We are shaking hands. We're kissing babies here.
They was doing that yesterday.
I'm excited to see who this is. I think it could be a variety of players. My vote, though, would be Benson. What do you guys know?
I think that this
you got a hunch. Huh? Did you get tipped off?
This is somebody I think that we mentioned yesterday who could potentially sneak into the back end of the first and did not.
Well, I mentioned TJ Tampa. We mentioned who else have we talked about?
Hicks.
Here? Oh,
I love Hicks.
Jaden Hicks. I love Jaden Hicks.
They're gonna take a safety right now.
I'll tell you what, but he was a guy we talked about. I mean, if you're
Mike Zimmer on the phone.
Okay, so it's a defensive player.
It is a defensive
top defensive players.
Rakestraw, Tampa,
Colson.
Junior Colson, Marshawn Kneeland, Jaden Hicks. These are some of the guys we might be looking at here.
Marshawn Kneeland is a guy.
I'll tell you what, Brian. You know Zim better than most.
Interchangeable. If it's the safeties, interchangeable, smart, tough. Those are the types of things. Glad the pick's in. I don't have to guess anymore.
I think this is going to be a corner. It's a question of which corner is it. Yeah. If it's a safety, I'd be thrilled.
Good evening, Detroit. I'd like to introduce a few people who are up here on stage with me. In our family's household, our number one Cowboy fan, my son, Chase. I've had the honor and the privilege for serving for and working for two of America's teams. One, serving for the United States Air Force. And two, the Dallas Cowboys.
Glad he led with Service Academy.
You're not supposed to boo a veteran, guys. Just kidding. But I'd also like to introduce a couple other veterans that are joining me on stage.
Let's see.
Earlier today, the NFL, alongside the Bob Woodruff Foundation and Move United, hosted the first ever USA Wheelchair Football League Veterans All-Star Game. These All-Stars are part of the National USA Wheelchair Football League, funded by an NFL Salute to Service grant. Please join me in welcoming the co-captains of the game today, retired U.S. Army Corporal Jason Rainey.
Defensive line coach Greg Ellis was on the phone.
Ooh, this is a defensive lineman.
And retired U.S. Marine Sergeant Alex Wynn.
Could it be edge, you think? You think it's Kneeland? Or Dorless?
To make the pick today,
Kneeland's probably the best
Cowboys,
edge left.
I'm going to turn the mic over to Jason, who led his team today as the quarterback to win the league championship this last year. Jason, take it away, sir.
Thank you. With the 56th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Marshawn Kneeland, defensive end from Western Michigan.
Okay. Marshawn Kneeland, probably the best edge when it comes to pass rushing ability left. Now, Austin Booker from Kansas was a guy that I preferred a little bit over Kneeland. But to get him here, if you wanted to get an edge player, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, this dude ran track in high school. He was an all-conference high jumper. He's a freak athlete. I mean, he's got quickness off the ball. I didn't think he was as highly touted when it came to like first round as some others did. To get him here at 56, I think you're right, Nick. I think this is a best player available on a position where you need more depth here. You just lost Fowler. You just lost Armstrong. Insert Marshawn Kneeland, who I do think needs to get a little bit stronger. I think there's sometimes he can rush himself out of running lanes, which can be a problem for this team already. But goodness gracious, he does have some exciting film.
Yeah, this is a surprise. I don't think I could have pinned Marshawn Kneeland to the Dallas Cowboys in this draft, but you look at him at 267 pounds. He's more of a bigger edge. He was able to show that power at the Senior Bowl. I liked what I saw from him in Mobile. He wasn't the best edge, in my opinion, that was on display there, but you can see what he could do as far as pass rush moves. The one thing that I come away with is his production, though, in pass rush. He never had more than 4.5 sacks in a season up there in Kalamazoo, but I think his potential in the run game is really exciting, and I think him being able to learn under DeMarcus Lawrence could make that a really fun kind of a teacher-mentor relationship. But being able to bring him in at 56 with a trade back opportunity potentially on the table there, as Stephen Jones was talking on the phone, I'm curious as to the complete thought process around this pick. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of it at the end of the day.
Kneeland was one of the ones that when I was asking who's somebody who could sneak in the back of the first round, Kneeland was one that I had been told by people could get in there. And if you talk about they lost 4 defensive linemen, there's been a run on defensive tackles. You're talking about a guy who has really good length, is somebody who is a really effective bull rusher, somebody who's still learning the position. This is a converted tight end. And so this is upside, and this is a guy who, like I said, there were a lot of teams that really liked him as a player, and I think pretty easily, looking at coming into today, I think most teams looked at him as the top pure edge rusher that was left.
It makes you wonder how hard they thought about Darius Robinson last night.
Yeah.
And wanting to come away with an edge in these first 2 days.
Well, because I don't think, to your point, I don't think it's just because of the fact that he's an edge. I think it's also, too, because you've seen him be able to do some things on the interior.
You can kick him inside.
Well.
Sure.
Yes, I mean, he's 275. And then, Bobby, you bring up the length. You know, maybe even when he gets a little bit more size, you're talking about him not being super far away size-wise from some of these tweener DTs that you've seen go pretty heavy as well.
He'll stand up. He'll put his hand on the ground. Like, they use him, and there's versatility again with him.
You can move him around to get favorable matchups. Well, I want to get Brian's thoughts on this. We're going to step aside real quick. We'll come back. We'll recap the Cowboys pick. Bucks on the clock. We'll also get Marshawn Kneeland's secret audio and get to talk with the newest Dallas Cowboy that they just took at pick 56. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. All right, Brian, how are we feeling?
I don't see a particularly bendy guy here, as far as the edges. I think he's a much better run player than he is a pass rusher. You'll see him playing the 2-point stance, 3-point stance, 4-point stance. I don't see, he's got a lot of flexibility, and I think there's some limit to how much he can really rush the passer. Where he is very successful is with there's some upper body power, there's some pop to his game. The hands, he could rock blockers back, stop them in their track. I think he's explosive, high energy as a rusher and a player. The leverage part, I think, is really good. I think the natural strength to stack the blockers. I just don't think he's the most bendy guy when it comes to attacking the corner. I think there's some stiffness to his game. And so I feel like you're kind of getting a better run defender right now than you're getting a true edge pass rusher.
Well, I mean, we talked about it. It's a lot of this or that with some of these guys.
Yeah.
And you kind of, to me, you kind of forfeit some of it with the size, because if we would have, who did you say you thought was a little
Austin
higher?
Booker.
Austin Booker.
And that's because of the bendiness. I thought Booker could bend more.
Someone could feel that way about Isaac as well.
Yeah,
It's but are these guys stopping the run at a high clip?
No, this guy,
so it's
that's
give
what
and take to me.
This is what he can do.
So, I mean, I don't know if you guys agree or disagree, but I did worry a little bit. I think at times he gets himself out of running lanes. He leaves some gaps open, which we've seen be a problem at times for the Cowboys' defensive line.
Yeah, and that's something that I said, that he can get caught as a rusher going down the middle of people sometimes as well. He just continues to fight, and I think that's what's helpful for him. But as far as, like, I think he has a decent feel. Like, I see what Nick is mentioning about him being able to grow as a run defender. And I think it is very important. It is extremely underrated. It's hurt you for multiple years now that you do not have an edge opposite of Micah or Tank, and sometimes not even
But
Micah.
this is where I thought Golston was going to be this guy.
And I
this
get
is
that.
where when I watched
coaches,
Iowa,
Brian.
yeah, when I watched Iowa tape, I thought this is what Golston was going to be.
I see that, but Chauncey Golston has gone through putting on size, taking off size. It's one thing about Kneeland, though. I will say really quickly that initial contact,
Sure.
you see guys' heads pop back.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
He's strong there,
Yeah.
so we'll see.
Cowboys just selecting Marshawn Kneeland, the defensive end out of Western Michigan.
Chris Braswell just went to the Buccaneers.
Well, and Braswell's a guy that I will be honest, I had graded a little bit higher, but he may be a little bit more complete. But you talk about upside, I can see what teams and what the Cowboys would like.
This is a trend that I just feel like this team in particular, they like some of these raw players. Like, they really like being able to mold some of these players, and again, you mentioned, Brian, you just mentioned this is what I thought Chauncey Golston would be, is that edge defender that can contain, shed, and tackle. Well, there's a new coaching staff in here.
Sure.
And that stuff comes into play as well. So I'm not surprised because I feel like I've been mentioning him since, like, last week. Like, it's just something about him that I thought fit what the Cowboys are looking for. But I know a lot of people don't feel too great about it, but I think it's fine.
Well, we're about
He's
to
where
get,
I thought he would be.
We're about to get Marshawn Kneeland on the phone to be able to catch up with the newest Dallas Cowboys. Zach Wolchuk alongside Bobby Belt, Nick Harris. We've got Brian Broaddus, Aisha Morrison here as we are in the second round of the NFL draft. Cowboys just taking Marshawn Kneeland at pick 56. Picks are flying off the board here. 57, Chris Braswell going to the Buccaneers out of Alabama, and the Green Bay Packers on the clock now at pick 58. We'll see who they end up selecting.
This is going to be a safety, I believe. This would be my safety.
Best safety left to me is Bullard. That's my guy.
Packers select Javon Bullard,
There you go.
defensive back, Georgia.
That's a hell of a pick for the Green Bay Packers. That dude is going to be a Pro Bowler. I love me some Javon Bullard. They lost Darnell Savage in free agency, so Bullard is a pretty good replacement there. You talk about coverage ability. Oh, my goodness gracious. I think this guy is absolutely fantastic. He can go ahead and play the slot. I've talked about him a lot. He saw action as a freshman at Georgia, named defensive MVP of the national title game against TCU, also the semifinal against Ohio State. He's a dude. He'll thump you. I mean, he's the leader of that back end. I love Javon Bullard. I think that's a great pick for the Packers within the NFC. That's kind of stinks to see him going to Green Bay.
Did you guys see him as just a safety?
I think he's better as a safety. I want him in space just because I think he can cover so much space. I think you can give him half the field and he'll be able to man that down. His speed, his range, his zone abilities, and also him being able to step as a run defender. You saw that as well, and that especially in that game against TCU early on. I mean, they weren't able to get anything going offensively because they were trying to rely on the run early on. But I think Javon Bullard has a lot that he can do from sideline, from the hash to the sideline as well. Being able to account for guys coming over the top of the defense. I like this pick for Green Bay. This is a perfect pick for them.
Yeah, I love it.
I would have gone with Hicks myself, but man, I tell you what, they knew they needed a safety. They were trying to get Cooper DeJean. It didn't work out. They got Philly traded ahead of them. Here's the Texans selection.
Texans on the board. This is their second
Fisher,
pick.
tackle, Notre Dame.
Blake Fisher.
Ooh, that's a good pick.
And this was my highest rated tackle.
Texans continuing to build along that offensive line. Blake Fisher, I think, was quietly one of the better tackles remaining. How about
right tackle only?
He is a right tackle only. Played opposite of Joe Alt there at Notre Dame, but Blake Fisher, pretty darn good player. Rosengarten still available. Kingsley Suamataia still available as well. As we continue to wait on getting Marshawn Kneeland, your newest Dallas Cowboy defensive end out of Western Michigan, on the phone here to catch up. But Blake Fisher, Brian, I mean, started 12 games last year at right tackle. Good player.
Yeah, he is a good player. And, but the thing about him was interesting in the tape. Felt like he was like a tick slow off the ball at times. And so you kind of wondered, like, okay, is there something going on there? Can he not see inside the vision and all that? But, man, he tends to play kind of light for a guy his size. He's 6'6", he's 310, he's long, he's rangy. I think he could use some more bulk even at 310. But he doesn't come firing off the ball and strike his opponent like you'd like to always see. He's kind of a fit and wall off or steer with his hands. When his hands gets inside, he's got a chance of sealing defenders off more than driving them. Mm-hmm. The feet, I think, could be a little bit of a tick quicker of him getting off the ball.
Yeah, I had slow feet as well. He can struggle sometimes versus speed to power, but he's really good in the run game, and he gets to the second level. I think he has a good feel as well for those combo blocks, which we've discussed. Strong anchor. I like that pick for Houston to put him at right tackle for Blake Fisher.
Yeah, he is slow off the snap. My biggest issue with, in fact, he was so slow off the snap, Brian. That's where you say, how slow was he?
How slow was he, Bobby?
He was so slow off the snap. Don Brown recruited him to Michigan to play defensive tackle. No, here's the thing: is that when you watch him here, to me, the thing that's lacking is instincts and a feel for the game is my biggest concern with him. It's not just the snap anticipation; it's sometimes finding the area to strike when he's out front blocking in the run. It's poor anticipation of where guys are going to strike him with their hands, and to me, he lets guys get into his chest. There's a lot of things about Blake Fisher that are concerning to me in terms of outside of just technique, just what seems like very natural, instinctual parts of his game.
Yeah, and now we got Buffalo back on the clock. Buffalo took one of the wide receivers earlier in the draft, which they had to go and get. So we'll see what happens with Buffalo here. Looking at some of the needs that they still have to address. Of course, corner would be one. They got Keon Coleman from Florida State. A safety. Maybe they take Jaden Hicks. That'd actually be a really good pick for them because they lost both of their guys.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh, because you want him to keep falling?
Yeah. No, they don't need to.
All right. But let's go ahead and welcome in right now your Dallas Cowboys second-round pick, Marshawn Kneeland. Marshawn, how are you, sir? Happy draft day, man. What was it like getting the call from Jerry?
Man, it's crazy, man. It's a great experience, man. It's just exciting.
So as we've been studying your tape, man. You've got a lot of fun attributes to your game. I think some of the speed. Oh, you are also a converted offense player. I think you played tight end in high school, but you're a freak athlete. Mm-hmm. What can you tell us about some of your background and your athletic ability?
Like you said, I played tight end. I also played wide receiver. I did track. I did basically everything in track as far as running. I've always been athletic. I was a little bit smaller growing up, so that I had that athleticism, and I continued to build on that as I got bigger, which I kept a lot of it.
Did you have a feeling that the Cowboys were pretty interested in you during this process?
Decently so. I had a lot of visits, and yeah. So they definitely gave a good amount of interest.
Did Coach Zimmer, the defensive coordinator, get to chat with you there? What did Zim have to say?
Basically talking with him, it was just just saying, obviously he liked me. But the draft is crazy. It's always play out different. So it's just a great experience to be able to even be here.
Hey, Marshawn, I don't know how much you know about DeMarcus Lawrence, but I think that's probably a healthy comparison whenever you look at what you can bring to the next level. How excited are you to work with him and then Michael Parsons as well?
Definitely great. Very excited just to be able to come there and, obviously learn and just grow and, help out and be an impact player as fast as possible.
Yeah, and coming from a small program like Western Michigan and being a second-round pick, why do you feel like you should be valued just as much as these Power 5 guys coming into the next level as well?
Because, I mean, I put in the work, put in the time. I think, obviously, depending on the school you go to, I don't think it matters that much. I mean, I got invited to the Senior Bowl, Combine, and I'm pretty sure I did decently well there to even put me in this position. So I think it's, I deserve the same respect as anybody else.
Marshawn, how big was, and congratulations first of all on getting selected, but how big, when you talk about having that chip on your shoulder and coming from a group of 5, how big was Senior Bowl week, do you think, for you to be able to showcase to teams like, I belong here on the same field with these Power 5 guys?
It was definitely a great trip. Just being able to go out there and basically show what I can do, and I'm not just doing it against a group of 5 players, but Power 5 as well. It was just great. Obviously, carrying that chip on the shoulder wherever I go, because I've always been the underdog, no matter where I was at, just being under-recruited out of high school and obviously college, and now here.
Marshawn, Nick mentioned that you have the comparison to a Tank Lawrence here in Dallas. You seem to have a pretty good feel for the run game. Is that something that you take pride in, being a run stopper, despite the fact that, you are considered an edge and a lot of these guys are, rushing the passer?
Mm-hmm. I definitely take great pride in that because obviously you got to get to the pass down by stopping the run most of the time. I like violence. I like physicality. So I'm always going to go off the hit. So, I mean, obviously working with that, you take violence and physicality, that's going to stop the run regardless, if you can translate that to pass easily.
Yeah, how did you develop that snap you got in your hands? Like you hit guys with those 2 hands, and those guys stop in their tracks. Natural strength, a guy, big weight room guy. I mean, you're impressive with the way you're able to use your hands to play that way.
Definitely a big weight room guy, but I feel like I've always had that strength. Even when I was like, a little bit skinnier playing defensive line, I was probably like 160, 170 playing in high school and still being physical, hitting guys, and obviously a little bit more faster there. But I think obviously growing, being in the weight room, getting bigger, just made it more stable where I'm hitting guys all the time and just throwing them around basically.
Last one for you, Marshawn. I know you're a former track guy. Micah Parsons, he ran a 4.3940. You think you could beat him in a race?
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Hey, I will take that up on the 400. I say I'll give him in that.
Okay, give him the distance. Yeah, okay, I see your strategy.
Don't let him hear that, man. Don't let him hear that.
What a badass high jumper as well, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Marshawn Kneeland with us here, and it's been great talking with you. One last thing I wanted to ask you about is they did a great job at Western Michigan kind of standing you up and getting some different mismatches. Where do you think you are the most comfortable along the defensive line?
I feel like just being able to play everywhere, I feel like I'm comfortable. Obviously, like I said, I was skinnier and not smaller, but skinnier when I was growing up, so I played safety. So I've had the experience from standing up and being able to move around like that. Obviously, in high school, most of the time I played D-line. So, most of my career has been pretty good balance of standing up and getting down. So I feel comfortable over it all.
All right, last one, just a fun one before we let you go, just to learn a little bit about you. What's the pregame meal?
Dude, the pregame meal. Obviously, fruits, veggies, all that, the salad. Obviously, got to have the protein and meat, the carbs, pasta, and yeah.
There we go.
A lot of guys don't eat.
I know some guys. You get too nervous.
A lot of guys don't eat. I'm surprised that you eat. You're like, nah, I ain't missing no meals.
Ready. Marshawn, this has been awesome, man. We can't wait to get to meet you here. Welcome to Dallas whenever you land, and congratulations on being a Dallas Cowboy, man.
Good, thank you.
There he goes, Marshawn Kneeland, pick 56 overall in the second round for your Dallas Cowboys. Sounds like a great dude, and I think that's fun. That's a fun question about Micah, because now you got 2 freak athletes here with Kneeland and Micah Parsons. Maybe we can have some fun out there in Oxnard.
The giggling at himself is funny to me.
Oh yeah,
he laughing at himself. He just that's a good vibe. I one thing that I did see when I was doing any type of research about him is that he is very coachable, very teachable, and when you bring up like, okay, he's going to be in a room with a guy like Tank, and that's something that we haven't really talked about. Is like, you mentioned it, Brian. You thought that, we thought Chauncey Golston was going to be that replacement. Maybe this is the guy. Maybe this is the guy.
Maybe so.
Don't get it twisted. Tank is what? This is how many years does he have left on his contract?
I think just one after this year.
So,
Yeah. That's interesting.
It's an eventual replacement
No
potentially
doubt.
there for Marshawn, for
Absolutely.
DeMarcus Lawrence and Marshawn Kneeland.
All right, let's hear the secret audio from Marshawn Kneeland as he got selected.
Hey, Marshawn.
Hey.
Marshawn, well, first of all, we're going to put a star on that helmet. This is Dallas Cowboys Jerry Jones.
Yes, sir.
Well, we're sure had a lot of really complimentary things that have been said about you over the last few weeks as we've been in this evaluation process. But I'm proud for you and proud of you for that. But we are excited about you being a Dallas Cowboy.
For sure. Thank you.
Well, and congratulations, too.
Thank you.
I want you to say hello to Mike, our coach, right now.
For sure.
Marshawn, Mike McCarthy, congratulations.
Thank you, boss man. I appreciate it, man.
Hey, man, I can't tell you how excited we are. You're a phenomenal fit for us. Our new defensive staff's ecstatic. So, hey, enjoy this day. Where are you? Home with the family, I hope?
Yeah, I'm with the family right now, family and coaches.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, enjoy this day. It's a great moment, and I think you realize you're coming to a great locker room and a great organization.
Yes, sir.
All right,
I won't
man.
let you down, man.
You bet. I know.
it.
Shoot, I know that. Hey, I'm going to pass you on to Coach Mike Zimmer, okay, our D coordinator.
For sure.
All right, here you go.
Marshawn, it's Coach Zimmer.
What's up?
How you doing?
Great, man. Great.
Are you excited?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
We're excited to have you. Coach Ellis and Coach Scanina, they were all fired up for you. So it's a great pick. It'll be a great situation for you.
Yes, sir.
Greg Ellis is going to say hi to you after he's done slapping fives with everybody.
For sure.
He was in your corner big time, so it's a good deal.
I appreciate it.
Hey, Marshawn?
Yes.
Hey, man, want to say congratulations. We're all very excited to have you coming. We know you're going to make a huge difference. Looking for you to make an early impact, man, and so it's going to be great, man. So congratulations. Enjoy this moment. Soak it all in. Hug Mama and everybody else, man. It's well deserved. So thank you.
For sure. Thank you.
Always special. Pretty cool treat there to be able to hear that secret audio that we have. And shout out to the team for being able to turn that around so quickly. Marshawn Kneeland, your newest Dallas Cowboy, certainly will be able to help in the run game as that was something that he was the best at there at Western Michigan. All right, we are going to step aside real quick. When we come back, we will recap all the picks that have gone off the board as we're getting almost wrapping up here in the second round, moving into the third. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. All right, so we've had quite a few names coming off the board here. Cole Bishop, Ennis Rakestraw. So, okay, the Lions go with Arnold and Rakestraw.
They said, y'all not passing nothing.
Who said Rakestraw safety? Because which I believe it was Zach or Brian. Rakestraw is a safety.
I didn't go Rakestraw safety.
I didn't think that
No,
either.
okay, there was
we might have been
somebody
talking about somebody else.
I wonder if Kyle had maybe mentioned that. I felt like it was mentioned on the show at some point that Ennis Rakestraw maybe had some
Let me look
safety
at my
potential.
notes.
But
Did I put that in there?
that's what made me ponder that because they went Arnold Rakestraw, but maybe they just felt like they needed two corners.
Yeah, I mean, they've got two guys that are pretty darn good.
Well, Jamal Charles.
Throw Branch in there at safety, and they're going to cover you.
Yeah, and then he comes down into the box. Maybe it's because they do so much with him in the box. They lost Udoka too.
San Francisco 49ers have traded a 63 pick to Kansas City Chiefs. With the 63 pick in the 24 draft, Kansas City select Kingsley Suamataia from BYU tackle. Let's go, Chief!
That's great. Was that Jamal Charles?
That was Jamal.
Yeah. He seemed so nervous. Poor Jamal Charles.
They
He's
flopped,
like,
yeah.
I am not ready for that. Yeah, that's a great pick. Kingsley Suamataia to get him at this point in the draft. Bobby, I know you were a big fan of Kingsley.
Yeah, I was. I mean, I'd kind of, I've already reached the stage of acceptance that it wasn't going to happen. And so no pen throw this time. But, man, he is, to me, when I talked earlier about Blake Fisher and some of the issues I have with instincts and stuff like that, to me, this is Kingsley Suamataia from just the projection you can make with his physical traits, the type of mentality I feel like he has in terms of he is just an absolute dog looking to destroy everybody that he comes up against. It's one of those things where it's almost like he's too aggressive at times. He'll whiff on some blocks because of that, but man, young, projectable, really athletic player.
We just got to chat with Marshawn Kneeland, your newest Dallas Cowboy. When it comes to stopping the run, being a freak athlete, he's certainly going to bring that to the Cowboys' defensive line. Quite a lot of picks just flying off the board. Kingsley Suamataia, the offensive tackle out of BYU, just being taken, the second-to-last pick in the second round by Kansas City. That's two pretty studly picks there. Xavier Worthy and then Kingsley Suamataia to Kansas City. You like that? Some of the other picks that went off the board, in case you missed it. Blake Fisher. You mixed it. Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame went to Houston. Cole Bishop, the safety out of Utah, goes to Buffalo.
I like the Cole Bishop pick, by the way.
And if it's a need.
As a true free safety, I think this kid is a really good football player.
Really smart.
Yeah, really smart, and you can put him in coverage. You can use him as a blitzer, sideline to sideline, downhill, interchangeable. You know, you can see him play deep, and, you know, he has a good feel for how to see coverages and then also or read routes where the crossers, he's able to drive on those things. If you were looking for a guy that could be like a true free safety, I think Cole Bishop was your guy.
Yeah, I agree with all those points, but what's up with Jaden Hicks?
I don't know.
Why not take Jaden Hicks in that type of situation?
It might be a situation where, again, maybe they see him as a strong only.
Makes sense, yeah.
You know, that maybe they're thinking, okay, they're kind of putting him in that box, bigger guy, but when you see him play down, he's that physical kind of guy. Bishop's a little bit of more of, like I say, that interchangeable. You're looking for somebody in the back end. It seems like this draft is full of those down-the-box guys, not many of the guys that play on the back end and turn and run.
Yeah, I think also from my sense talking to people was there was a cluster here of Hicks, Nubin, Bishop, Bullard, which all of them are gone at this point except Hicks. So I think it's just a circumstance of who has been there picking, wanting a safety, because it is an ice cream situation. Because I know there are teams, I've heard from them, I know there are teams that have Hicks as like the top safety on the board. Right. And specifically, even if they don't have him the top safety on the board, I know they have him like in a couple instances above Nubin. And so to me, I think it's just been about who's been picking, who's wanted the safety, and it just hasn't worked out for Nubin or for Hicks.
I wanted to, I'm sure you're going to get to it, Zach, but I wanted to touch on Roger Rosengarten, the tackle out of Washington. He's I'm not going to say he's been low-key, but...
Yeah. Well, we thought he could start at the bottom of the first round. He has been. So, Ennis Rakestraw Jr. out of Duncanville goes to the Lions, who have now doubled up at corner. They get Terrion Arnold in the first round. They get Rakestraw here out of Mizzou. But Roger Rosengarten out of Washington, who played right tackle there opposite Troy Fontenot, going to the Baltimore Ravens, Aisha. I mean, I think this is tremendous value.
No, absolutely. I really liked his awareness, and now he's able to keep his distance with defenders. Yeah, like they can't keep getting away with this.
This guy's he's a pin and pull guy. Though.
Yeah, that's where he thrives.
If it's down and around this guy, and I'll tell you what I really like about this, Aisha. I'm sorry, but
you're fine.
The thing I really like about this guy is he does a great job of not giving you the same pass set every single time.
That's fair.
He will short set you. I've seen games where all of a sudden he's with these tackles, it's drop, and now you get these edges get a rhythm on him. He'll short set you just to throw you off rhythm as a pass rusher.
He'll counter, yeah.
And so I think that, to me, I love that about him. That's a thinking man's way of pass blocking. Maybe you're not the strongest guy, but this guy is a good foot athlete. The skills are there. I think he could play swing tackle for you right now. But his ability to play with his pass set, I think, will be beneficial to him when he goes to the Ravens.
I agree.
Yeah, he does an excellent job of knowing how long he needs to hold his block, then release.
Yeah,
I mean, he's really outstanding at with that, trying to get to the second level. He's just smooth. He shows strength to block down in the run game. He's got finishing ability.
And pull.
Yeah. He's a good player. 15 games this past season at right tackle, 13 last year. Lettered in both football and basketball in high school, so a dual sport type of athlete there. All right, we mentioned the Chiefs pick with Kingsley Suamataia. We've got the 49ers on the clock for the final pick here of the second round. Still no trades. We thought maybe, just maybe, one of those top receivers would have been traded at this point. Nothing has happened yet in regards to that.
Was Deebo Samuel put in that trade pool as well? Wow.
It's good to be back home at the crib. I went to school down the street from here, 3200 East Lafayette Street, Detroit Martin Luther King Crusaders. So it's an honor and a pleasure to be here with the
34th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the NFC champion San Francisco 49ers select Renardo Green.
Oh, there you go.
Florida State. Detroit.
Wow, that's a
Okay.
really good pick from San Francisco.
I know.
I like
Renardo Green.
They tend to do that.
Where did
Yeah.
you guys have him on your board? I think this is
Too
a pretty
low.
good spot. I had him in the third. So
Okay,
I
you were
don't
a lot
think this is-
higher on
I
him than
had
me.
him. Where did I have him? Because we talked about this with DJ James and Renardo Green the other day. I had Renardo Green at. He was in the second round for me. He was player 39 overall. I really like
wow.
Renardo
Okay,
Green.
go ahead.
No, I like to me.
Tell me about him.
I
Tell me about him.
I think what you're looking at again when we talk about a guy who we talk about these big time games as a good evaluation to say what is it that I'm going to see from you. So in the past, CJ Stroud against Ohio State. You talked about, Brian, how with the little bit of tape you have on Mims, it was really important to see the Mims tape against Ohio State. So for me, I think when you see what Renardo Green did in this opening game against LSU, that is the tape that you really need to come back on. But I mean, to me, this is a guy who is really fluid in the hips. I think that even with his size, he plays bigger than that, 185 pounds says he does. He's able to be physical. He doesn't get bullied by bigger receivers. I think that he's somebody who is able to be interchangeable in terms of in zone or in man. I think that he's a really willing defender against the run. That was one of the things that had him above DJ James for me. Was just the fact that he played more physical than his size set. But I mean, I really like Renardo Green as a press man corner.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I mean, to me, I had him right around this area. He started at both safety and corner, led the team with 13 pass breakups. He's a true press man corner for me. Plays physical. He can get a little grabby. He'll take some risks on the football, but he shows good ball skills. I mean, I think he moves around, can play inside, outside. I don't love him playing inside. That's why I think he needs to try and play outside. But he's got the long arms. It was fun, I think, watching him go back and forth with Neighbors in that game against LSU.
Yeah, and then also, too, I mean, he's a guy that you can put, if he's running press man and he has to jam, he's a guy that you can put out there, and I literally put don't save him. He don't want to be saved because he doesn't need you to roll his safety over. He can really hold it down on his own, and he plays with an urgency to his game. Like Bobby was saying, the recovery speed is there as well. He's going to have PBUs. One thing that you can improve with him is him actually take the ball away. So, I mean, yeah.
All right, the New
They got
York
a pick.
Jets have moved up to the first pick here in the third round. The Jets.
This is probably safety territory for them. They've been needing a safety, and they probably weren't going to wait all the way. I believe they were at 74 is when they were projected to pick again, and they hadn't picked since the first round. This is safety territory for them.
Safety,
so maybe Jaden Hicks.
Tight end as well could be in play for them. Wide receiver is another need for them as well for the Jets. So we'll see where they go here. Pick 65 to start off the third round as Roger Goodell shakes some hands with some military members. The Jets yesterday, they continued to go with that offensive tackle well there in the first round. Despite signing Tyron Smith, they went with Olu Fashanu out of Penn State, which I think I liked the pick there for them. I thought that was really good value to get him at that point. But where do they go here? If it's a wide receiver, Jalen McMillan is still available. Malachi Corley is still available. Eventually, I wonder where Peyton Wilson's going to go. I mean, you talk about who's the best player left on the board. I think for all of us, is it Peyton Wilson? It is for me.
Well, it is for me, but I understand what I'm up against. I wanted to give the player his due, and I've talked very, very highly about him. I will applaud any team that takes him. The medical concerns are real; they're legitimate. But I didn't want to ding the player because he is an outstanding player.
My top players left are Jaden Hicks and Malachi Corley.
Okay. Yep. I've got Hicks would be my next best after Wilson, then Trey Benson and Cooper Beebe still hanging out there. So we'll see what the Jets do here. Their pick is in. We were waiting on that. You're going with a safety here, Nick. You think Jaden Hicks could be the guy?
I think it's.
Could they go free? Could they go with Bullock from USC?
That's also a possibility. It was just every mock in the entire world had that third round selection for the Jets being a safety. So I wonder if maybe they see this run on safeties happening and Jaden Hicks is still on the board, Bullock's still on the board, and they want to go up and get their guy. But
this is as we focus on the Cowboys, though, too, here.
Yeah.
This is important. because when we start to talk about that 73rd pick,
right?
That they're going to grab him. I think a really, really good football player here, and now we'll see. Was it worth the? They coveted that tackle. They think it's more important than the center, but the 73rd pick, they can do some really good damage with that thing.
Here's Braylon Edwards to announce the Jets pick.
Also, shout out to University of Michigan, go blue. Now it's time to get on the board. Go blue, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. J-E-T-S. The Carolina Panthers have traded the 65th pick to the New York Jets. With the 65th pick in the 2024 draft, the New York Jets select Malachi Corley, wide receiver out of Western Kentucky. Let's go, Jets!
Wow.
Aaron Rodgers was standing in the doorway on this one.
Right.
Rodgers gets a guy, huh?
Is his Achilles strong enough to stand in the doorway?
Hey, I heard you guys were looking.
Speed bridge.
Yeah.
I heard you guys were looking at safety, huh? You think?
What do you think about a wide receiver? We wouldn't mind that pick there. Man, Malachi Corley, and he was a guy that was flagged, right, Bobby?
Yeah, he was a character flag for some teams.
But goodness gracious,
unfortunately
this dude can play.
for him, though, I mean, he got COVID at the combine, right? And so he didn't get to participate in any of that.
Yeah.
So,
having those pre-draft visits was very big for him. The Cowboys were one of the teams that hosted him for a 30 visit. He was the only receiver the Cowboys hosted for a 30 visit. So there was some interest there. But I think with Malachi Corley lining him up next to Garrett Wilson in that New York Jets offense, boy, if Aaron Rodgers can stay healthy, that can obviously be a lot of fun next year if they can keep that offensive line healthy as well. But so far, so good for these New York Jets.
Yeah, this is Yak God right here. I mean, the dude, you get the ball in his hands and look out when it comes to Malachi Corley. And, I mean, you were at the Reese's Senior Bowl, Nick. He crushed it. He was named the top wide receiver at the Reese's Senior Bowl. Just a 2-star recruit coming out of high school was Malachi Corley, but he runs angry, and he's a dude that just has a feel for getting open versus the zone, and he's super physical. As the Cardinals pick already, and we're going to go fast and furious. So if I were to tell you from a Cowboy standpoint, you're able to get Trey Benson there at this 73rd pick, I think it was worth it.
Do you still potentially maybe wait for a running back
for the next one?
Because they just falling like that.
Yeah.
Like there's just.
I mean, look, you guys know I
lingering.
love Jalen Wright, so I wouldn't. You can easily talk me off of that, but I got Trey Benson as RB1. If you've got the ability to take him at that point in the third round,
are they going to break your heart again without your center and then also without your back?
The love there's not as strong. Here's the Cardinals.
Leonard Davis back.
With the 66th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Trey Benson, running back, Florida State.
Boy, you got to stop saying things out loud.
I agree.
Trey Benson. Well, that's all right. Jalen Wright's still there. Ray Davis is still there.
So you just said them out loud. I don't know if you listened to what I told you not to do.
What are we doing? We just not going to talk? We're just not going to name names here, Bobby?
No, I think. Boy, I'll tell you one thing that's standing out to me, by the way, and it stood out to me when I was studying tape. Florida State was so damn good last year. That is such
if their quarterback didn't get hurt.
If their quarterback didn't get hurt, they were totally deserving the CFP. That is a talented football team.
I was watching. I tend to watch a ton of every LSU game, but the games I did watch of other teams, Florida State by far was the one. They got better every game. They played in some games where it was tight, and then they had games where they blew people out. But man, when their quarterback went down in that game, that just killed any opportunity they had.
What is the running back position becoming? This is crazy.
There's just a lot.
We're not
There's
that
a lot
far
that can produce
from
for you.
Them being first, like second, third, like
I think this is
been the
circumstantial.
progression, but this has been the progression of the running back position in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
it's also
tracking that, but it
circumstantial of
feels
the free agency of all these available names that were out there, like the Saquon Barkleys and the Josh Jacobs and so on and so forth. I mean, there was too many to name off the top of my head. DeAndre Swift, but I think that's probably a product of these running backs falling more so than anything. But also, I mean, these guys were projected to be second-round takes by that point before free agency.
There wasn't a first-round running back this year.
I'm not saying what I'm saying is the position as a whole.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is
Yeah, but
we're not that far removed from. I know what you're saying, Bobby. I understand the progression.
Well, I mean, it's what the NFL has
et
said.
cetera.
It's honestly what the NFL has said for about 5-6 years now. After the Gurley injury and where things went and where things headed, I mean, this is just what the value of the position is.
I'm just putting in perspective what it's like to be a player that's played their whole life and playing the running back position. And 3 years ago, you're seeing guys go in the first round making millions, and they're still going to make money in second. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you're still going to make money as a second round pick, but it has to be weird for them to see it change.
Aisha, Commanders are on the clock.
In the 2024 NFL Draft,
how many times they gonna
the
pick?
Washington Commanders select Brandon Coleman, tackle, TCU.
Well,
That's
another
kind of
good
reach.
pick. You think so? I think third round. I like Brandon Coleman here.
That's early from people I talked about Coleman, and there were people who thought Coleman had some medical questions.
Well, okay, so the medical questions may be. I think Brandon Coleman was kind of an underrated lineman throughout this entire process, and he's got position flex. When you talk about guard tackle,
I like Jones
he's
better.
strong. You like who better?
I like Jones better.
Christian Jones.
Yeah.
I would like him more than him. I don't get it.
Christian, really?
Yes, really.
Christian Jones doesn't have position flex for me. Christian Jones is a right tackle. Go watch his left
you think
tackle.
this guy's a
tape at
guard?
Texas.
I think he is a guard.
I think he's a guard.
Yeah.
Okay, then give me Mahogany, Glaze, Booney, and Hayes.
Give me
Baby.
Beebe.
Yeah. All of a sudden, yeah.
I mean, there's other offensive linemen I like more than Brandon Coleman, but I like Brandon Coleman. And those other guards you mentioned, I don't think have tackle flex. Coleman does.
I'll tell you this: he comes from a military program or military family. He was raised in one. Finished his high school in Denton, Texas, over here not too far. But he bounced around the entire world. He was born in Germany, and now he's going to be able to go play his ball in Washington, D.C., so I'm sure his family is really excited about that. But if they're looking for a guy that can come in and just kind of be the standard character type dude and come in to that offensive line and be okay with anything he's told, that's Brandon Coleman. So I think it's a good character pick for sure. It's kind of a guy you know what you're going to get, though. I don't feel like there's a ton of extra development to do with Brandon Coleman, but we'll see as time goes on. I feel like there were better guards on the table if that was their play here.
Yeah, I definitely would have, as just pure guards, Beebe and Haynes, much better for me. But if you want a guy that can maybe in a pinch play tackle for you, that's why you would give the edge, I think, to Coleman, just in this situation. But shout out to a TCU Horned Frog being picked. Now he is a Washington Commander. So, in fairness, hope you have an okay career, but not too good of a career there over in Washington, Brandon. Okay, now we've got New England back on the clock. And we got to start to wonder here. Cowboys are coming up at 73. We're at pick 68.
Yeah, we're coming up.
Who are? I mean, are there some teams here that we need to be nervous about? I mean, who are you even eyeing? Do you think Jalen Wright's in play?
This is just kind of my thought process here. Going with the edge and the late second round, that's maybe the wild card that you were afforded by picking up this extra pick today.
Sure.
So in that sense, you're going into these next two picks probably needing to address needs, knowing that you have to wait until 174 to pick again tomorrow. I think these next two picks, they have to fulfill needs. So I'm if you're thinking a corner receiver here, I don't necessarily think that that's probably in play. You look at the center board and how that has fallen, and Zach Frazier's off the board, Jackson Powers-Johnson, obviously Graham Barton. Maybe they get their guy already in the third.
Is this Van Pran?
Is it Van Pran? Or maybe one of these guards that could potentially move into center?
Beebe.
That's
maybe
Haynes. I've also liked Haynes as a potential center slide in, but
I'm not going to say any of those names.
Yeah.
Because you like Beebe?
I don't know what you're talking about.
But also you have to get the running back, I feel like. The running back has to be one of these picks.
I don't know which running back you guys like. I'm not going to mention mine.
Oh, Muffin.
I know what it is.
There's a linebacker on the board, too. Maybe they like the linebacker. I don't know. There's a corner that's sliding here, too.
Let me try to think of a player you don't like. I'm trying to think off the top. Andru Phillips, right? That should be a pick.
Andru Phillips. That should be a pick that comes off the board here. Yeah, he's a little bit short for me.
I wouldn't. If they're looking for a combo player, tough guy, I wouldn't have a problem with Beebe at all.
I love him. I mean, I think Beebe's going to be a plug-in player.
I have him ahead of the guys of Pooney and some of the others that maybe the names that people are throwing out there right now.
Yeah, best players on my board. Not that the Cowboys should or shouldn't take them. Obviously, we've talked about Wilson. Jaden Hicks is still there, the safety from Washington State. I don't know what's going on with TJ Tampa at Iowa State at corner.
I think it's the speed. I think that pro day that you guys all went to out here at the Star, is weighing on people's minds right now. Why are we going to draft a 4.6 corner?
He ran at combine though, didn't he? Didn't Tampa? I'm trying to remember. I thought he had run at Combine, it wasn't any better at the Combine. So it was two separate times he ran it. It wasn't any better.
Yeah, I think he did. I think you're right.
I asked around just a few folks. I was just like, hey, give me right now who you're surprised is still out there. Some of the names came back: Junior Colson, Adisa Isaac, Jaden Hicks.
Okay. Well, I mean, Isaac. I don't.
You just drafted an edge, right?
I mean, I don't think that's a guy that's.
Well, I'm not saying us. I'm just saying in general, as we're talking macro.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I'm surprised about Jaden Hicks. Isaac, where did you guys have Isaac? I meant to ask you guys about that during the draft show because he's a guy I could be so wrong about, but I really didn't love his tape.
I had him as my 71 overall player.
68?
7th edge. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had him at 137.
Oh my God!
I don't hate that tape.
I didn't see anything that was really impressive.
I know are we talking about edges here for this team, or are we just talking about edges?
Just in general. I think we're just spitballing. I'm scared to mention anybody's name anymore. We are looking at the Cowboys war room. We got some
don't be scared
conversation going on.
I will say this about Isaac.
They cut that quick.
They're like, hey, get out of here.
The length of the position, I think for Isaac. Oh, the pick's in here.
Oh, it's New England.
For the New England Patriots pick, I am joined tonight by two special guests, Christian Harvey and Emma Fries, seniors from Morehouse College and Emory University. Christian and Emma are examples of individuals who are working to rebuild bridges between the Black and Jewish communities. Both groups have been subject to vicious hate. To fight it together, tonight they are representing Robert Kraft's Foundation to combat anti-Semitism, whose mission is to fight the rising hate happening across the United States, to educate those sitting on the sidelines to stand up to Jewish hate and all hate through the Blue Square campaign. I am thrilled to have these tremendous leaders here tonight showing that what it means to stand up for one another and work towards putting the end to the hatred that exists in our world today. Christian, Emma, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent and the entire NFL for your support.
We are honored to be champions working to fight the rising hate happening in communities across the United States.
With the 68th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
the New England Patriots select
Caeden Wallace.
Okay.
Tackle Penn State.
Yeah. Bobby, I know you're a Caeden Wallace guy.
Rock solid. Like I mean, you know, it's obviously not the same play style, the same measurables or anything else, but the same sort of thing I was talking about yesterday with Joe Alt, where it's consistent across the board. It's not always flashy, but like he's always getting the job done. He's not on the ground a bunch, like that kind of thing with Alt. This is a lesser version of that same sort of story. I had him at the top of the 3rd round. I had him above Blake Fisher. I really thought that Caeden Wallace, to me, is one of these tackles who just so strong, steady, a ton of games played at the college level in big time, trench warfare in the Big Ten. To me, this is a pro ready, plug and play, steady right tackle. I don't know how much better he can get. He might kind of be tapped out, but if you're talking about just a really steady contributor in a league where the offensive line is a weakest link position, I think Caeden Wallace is a really good player to pick in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I think we did a this or that not too long ago, Brian, with him and Christian Jones.
We did.
Because they're similar experiences, and that was probably one of my favorite ones that you did because they had similar experiences. They both honed in there at right tackle, but Caeden Wallace, I feel like, just has a little bit more that he can offer in consistency and being able to come in with probably a higher floor to New England. I think he's a guy that could start day one.
Here's the Chargers selection.
Of what you're doing. Thank you.
What's his kicker's name?
This is also a very reflective night for us in the green room, especially us old guys who get a chance to remember our careers.
David Akers.
And it gives me an opportunity to thank the NFL for having us.
Jason Elam.
But also the Chargers, who stuck with me during my battle with Crohn's disease, my ostomy surgery, and allowed me to play 10 years. So for all my teammates, my coaches, thank you very much for all you've done for us. So tonight, Jim Harbaugh got one of his boys. With the 69th in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Junior Colson.
No more Eric Kendricks.
He did get one of his boys.
He did.
I thought it'd be Blake Corum.
I did too.
It ends up being Junior Colson, certainly a linebacker that was in play if the Cowboys wanted to go. But you know what that means, boys? I'm not going to say his name, but he might play for a team that wears blue and white. Let's ride.
Yeah, this is a fun pick for the Chargers. You said losing Eric Kendricks, being able to fill him in with Junior Colson. So originally a native of Haiti is Junior Colson.
Beam, don't show that guy. Don't show him. Take him off the screen.
Show that guy.
Thank you, Beamer.
But originally a native of Haiti, his parents passed away when he was 8 years old, and he was adopted by a family in Brentwood, Tennessee. Played high school with Graham Barton, the center out of Duke, and those two guys really grew close to each other. But Junior Colson, high character guy. You see the type of family he comes from, the type of background he comes from, being able to overcome that adversity, and then went to Michigan and just became a huge productive player for them in that second level. A really big reason why that defense was so stout over the course of the season last year and winning the national championship. He was the guy that was leading all 11 out there. He did a really good job for him. He was probably one of the more impressive guys that came into this building for a 30 visit. I know it's one that the Cowboys probably would have liked to have.
Tremendous production. I mean, this guy can get pressure as a blitzer. He's tough, competitive. You watch him in that national championship game, and he's just gobbling up all the tackles.
Did he throw you off with the club hand thing?
Yes.
Gosh, that was hard. I was like,
what is going on?
It's amazing how many plays he made with club hand. It seemed like the whole year he was club hand guy.
And his ability to shed blocks, fight through traffic, make tackles. And I think he's a 3-down linebacker. I think his coverage ability is solid.
I think he's one of the best, if not the best, linebacker in this class against the run. Just the feel, the decisiveness, the way he's coming downhill. And you talked about the club hand. Now, what was wrong with his hand?
He must have broken it, right?
He broke it or something?
I think he broke a thumb or something.
It was if you watch early tape, no club hand, but then everything late was all club hand.
Yeah, it's like he went into another mode with the club hand.
He did. He did. He went Super Saiyan
At
on
that
this
point,
thing.
when you ain't got no fingers to use, I guess you do tap into another type of crazy. Yeah.
Giants are on the clock now. Malik Neighbors and Tyler Nubin, their picks. From a Cowboys standpoint, as we keep looking at the war room, I think they're just waiting to see, hey, how does this board end up falling here as they're about to be on the clock
This
here?
is about to be a huge pick for me.
John Machota tweeting out that Mike Solari is near the front of the war room. I don't see him on this shot right here, but thinking offensive line, then okay, it would have to be an interior or a center. We mentioned Cedric Van Prank Granger.
You can name all the guys.
Yeah.
Name them all, Nick. I'm not trying to get in trouble here again. You guys know the guy that I'd like. Here's the Giants pick. Tiki, take it away.
As the 36th pick, my brother was the 6th pick in the 3rd round. He's now a Hall of Famer. With the 6th pick, the 70th pick overall, in the 3rd round of the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select cornerback Andru Phillips, University of Kentucky.
There we go.
So y'all are okay with that one?
We're going to toast this guy. I can't wait to just... Now, Andru Phillips, honestly,
he's a good player.
The tape's not bad at all. I do just think he's a little bit short for some teams. But for the Giants... Go ahead. I mean, he was my 91st overall player. I don't think it's a terrible pick by any means. He's got some good abilities. You guys go ahead and talk about him.
You got me screaming, Thomas. Go ahead. Just the way you said it, like it's fine.
A change of direction, footwork, being able to account for things happening at all 3 levels. He's a really smart, instinctual player. Man coverage, zone coverage. I had him 34 on my board. I had him really high. I really liked this player. I think he's more of an inside guy, especially in this division. I think it would be probably better fit for him to maybe play in the nickel, but I think he can account for guys that are more physical than him. He can account for guys that are speedier than him. He mirrors routes probably better than most of the sub 6 foot corners that I've seen in this draft. Really, really smart player. It was more so like I was looking at him and Mike Sainristil as nickels that I really liked coming into this weekend. But the experience, the instincts for Andru Phillips, I think I liked a little bit more. That being said, it would not surprise me if Sainristil ends up becoming a better pro just because he still has so much to go in a development standpoint. Only been playing the position a couple of years, but I think Andru Phillips is going to be a great player. But man, now I almost want to be wrong, right?
Well, considering he's in the division, here's the Cardinals pick of Trey Benson.
The Arizona Cardinals select Isaiah Adams,
guard,
University of Illinois.
So Isaiah Adams was a guy that we considered maybe could be in play for the Cowboys there. This is a guy who's played tackle, but certainly a much better guard when you project him to the next level. Has played snaps at right tackle, right guard. I think he's even gotten a snap at left tackle. Who has maybe an affinity for Isaiah Adams out of Illinois that wants to go ahead and break him down?
I will say this building there were some people in this building that had an affinity for Isaiah Adams, potentially inside, outside, that type of flex. There was some interest there. They met with him at the combine, actually, in an informal. It was one of the more informal meetings because he said it ended up lasting like 10, 15 minutes. So that was one that I thought was interesting. But that was a player that I had potentially on my big board of guys who could probably end up in this building by the end of the weekend. But he ends up in a good spot.
I apologize for interrupting you. I thought that Kyle was kind of high on him.
Yeah, Kyle did like Isaiah Adams.
That's who it was. That's who was really interested in him and talking about him the most.
Okay, we've got Carolina on the clock here at 72, so they're picking right ahead of the Cowboys, trying to see. I think Will McClay's on the phone. They're about to be making a pick here. Will McClay, as we look into the Cowboys war room, the pick is in. They will be selecting somebody. Did you see Mike Solari?
I did not myself.
We'll see who comes in and talks on the phone to see if it's an offensive player. There's several interior offensive linemen that they could go for here, whether it is Cooper Beebe out of K-State, maybe it is Christian Haynes out of Connecticut, Christian Mahogany out of Boston College. Centers, hey, Hunter Norzad's still there out of Penn State. Cedric Van Pran out of Georgia, and that is a strong player. What are you guys getting? Anything standing out to you, Bobby, from this war room, Cam?
There's Solari. That stands out.
Okay, so
interior guys, we're looking here. Christian Haynes, Cooper Beebe. Do they view Dominic Pooney as the guy that plays inside?
Pooney is a guy that they like.
Van Pran. I mean, to me, those are the guys that make sense that can play some interior. And Pooney is a guy who has flex too, if you want to talk about that. So, I would personally here at this range, I would go Beebe. I think
it makes a lot of sense.
I would tag Beebe as well.
You wouldn't though, right?
Just make him a center.
I would.
Right?
Don't say his name, Zach.
I don't know who that even is. I don't think I even watched that player. I don't even know where he went to college.
That was the first player you mentioned to me. Back on like a fan hit on a Friday during the season, like week 8.
We liked him last year.
Yeah,
and then he went back to school.
Yeah, he frustrated me.
He was the guy that smacked the ball out of Leon Lett's hand, wasn't he?
Yeah, good old Don.
That would be Don.
Oh, Don Beebe.
Yeah,
I thought Don was a title.
Yeah, Don's his dad. No relation. But the Cowboys are very excited. We will have a Cowboys pick here that has been made in just a moment. We're waiting. They're in break right now. We've got Carolina on the clock. We still need to get the Carolina pick to be made official before we get to the Cowboys. We're thinking offensive line. I got my fingers crossed for a certain player, but this could come out of left field. You never really know what's going to happen in these situations. There's no chance that it could still be a tackle. You guys think?
I mean, Pooney can play tackle.
Yeah.
So
I was about to say it would have to be a flex guy, right?
Can Pooney play tackle?
Yes, he can.
Technically,
I just love Beebe.
Pooney can be a good guard.
Pooney can play. I'd play Pooney at tackle before I'd play Rosengarten at tackle.
Okay, but are we at all concerned about?
I said that on purpose because I knew that'd make you mad. But it's true. I wouldn't even think about putting Rosengarten at tackle.
Are we at all concerned about the fact that the top linebackers are almost wiped out?
No, there's one linebacker that's still left that I think we'd be really thrilled about.
Wallace, right?
Yeah.
Well, we like
Where's
Wallace.
the boy?
Solari's on the phone. This is going to be an offensive lineman.
Okay. So hopefully it ends up being one of my favorites here, which would be Cooper Beebe out of Kansas State.
My gut would be it's probably going to be Pooney. My gut.
We have heard a lot of Pooney today. Now, Dominic Pooney is a guard from Kansas. Well, his name's come up. Come on.
His brother was here. His brother was here a couple years ago.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Derek signed as an undrafted free agent in 2018. And he's got some other brothers that have played in college as well. He played 4 seasons at Central Mizzou before he transferred to Tennessee Tech. Then he came to KU. I think he needs to just kick into guard, though. Do you think he's got center flexibility?
I mean, isn't that what you're looking for right now?
Yeah, I think you're looking at a guard or center. I don't think you're looking at the Pooney being able to play some. I don't like him at tackle. I got to be honest. But gosh, he can really bully some players. Like when he moves inside, when he plays with leverage, he can bully defenders and get some knockback backwards. Okay, as we wait on the Panthers pick here, here's what I'm going to do so everybody can make sure to be part of the Cowboys pick. We're going to pause very quickly. Everybody who, of course, is hanging with us on DallasCowboys.com, you're good. But you're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft at 105 through the Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Okay, Panthers selection's coming up. And then this should be a short break. I think Alex said we have like 2 to 3 minute break. So we should be perfect. Then we don't have to worry about breaking, and we can party with the Cowboys.
And with the 72nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Trevin Wallace, linebacker, Kentucky.
That one hurts. That one hurts.
Panthers are just taking the Cowboys guys, basically.
Brooks and Wallace. That one stings. I love Trevin Wallace.
It's so funny.
You know what I wonder if we're looking at now, by the way, since if it's going to be offensive line, and we thought coming in today you were going to need to get a running back and a linebacker. I wonder if we're looking at running back here with the last pick, and they're just turning their eyes to 5th round. Okay, let's look for Nathaniel Watson. Let's look for Jordan McGee. Let's look for John Trey Hunter. Let's do 5th round with the linebacker.
What I just said.
I think they end up turning to that at this point.
Yeah, I think they like some of these later round linebackers at this point if they're not going to take anybody here.
You got to take a running back with 87, right?
You might. Yeah,
maybe they don't feel like that. Maybe they,
Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah, no, I mean 177. Oh, here's a running back.
Do you feel
it's
like
a great
there's
story.
a size disparity as you get into the? I feel like a lot of these shiftier, smaller guys are in these later rounds.
Yeah, you still got an Isaiah Davis at 6'2", 220.
Okay.
You still have an Isaac Garendo, I believe, is about 6', 200.
Okay.
Those are two guys that I really like as options.
We
on
need
day
to cut
3.
this short here, Alec, and get back.
You ready to go?
All right, here's the Cowboys selection.
With the 73rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Cooper Beebe, guard, Kansas State.
Look at you.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Actually, I'm very happy with that. If you're going to put his tail at center,
heck
yes.
I'm so happy for you, Zach. Like,
yes.
Genuinely, I'm so happy for you.
Dude, I love this guy.
You have a child and Cooper Beebe in the same month.
Gosh,
I'm
Cooper,
so happy for you.
I can't wait to talk to him. Cooper
Wow.
Beebe is one of the apples of my eye. I've been talking about him since last year. This dude is an absolute beast. I love the way he fires off the ball. And you want to talk about getting movement? You want to talk about getting some help in the run game?
Let's go.
Cooper Beebe is your guy.
Let's
Finishing
go.
blocks. He's nasty. He can play on the left side. I think he can play on the right side. He's always working. He can pull. He can get out in space. People want to knock my guy here, Cooper Beebe, for not being an athlete. You know what? My guy can pull just fine. All right, he's got enough movement skills to get out of there. He does not get knocked back a lot. He still stands his ground. And even if he does, he's going to battle back, and he's going to adjust, and he's going to find a way to win. Holds his own in pass protection. The strength in the run game, though, I just love his competitiveness.
Give it to me, Zach. Give it to me.
Stand up on the damn table.
I'm a huge fan of this guy. I mean, he's played all over the place at Kansas
He
State.
studied it for 2 years.
I mean, he could have come out. He could have come out last year.
I liked him so much last year that I made the rookie mistake
You
of
did make a
talking
rookie
about
mistake.
him.
You did.
And y'all was like, hey, bro, he returned.
I mean, shout out to PFF. They've put out since 2021.
We don't have to shout out PFF.
Cooper. Well, this is a
not.
positive stat, so I'm going to use it, Bobby. 28 quarterback pressures allowed. We're talking in 3 years, only 2 sacks. The guy is an absolute stud. I think he's steady as can be. To me, I don't think there's any negative here. Like, I don't think Cooper Beebe is going to be a bad player.
Where's the center flex for you?
I think that he can do it. I think
he played
cerebral. Do we know anything cerebral?
Mental processing. He gets high marks for. I know. The thing with Beebe is, like you mentioned, you think he can play center. All the time that he played at Kansas State, he played every single position on the offensive line except for center. So I'm not saying he can't. I mean, that'll be, hopefully when we get him on the phone here, we can talk to him about that if he feels comfortable doing it. But I think
when Zach interviews him, you mean?
When you're talking about, to me, this was a guy who I did have questions about some of the athleticism and some of the ability to climb to the second level.
Man.
No, absolutely. And to me, it's like you have certain strengths, but when you saw the way he tested the combine, he tested like a better athlete than you would think. And like I said, I think with the mental processing, the power, you are not going to get fooled. You're not going to have problems with twists and stunts if Cooper Beebe's starting along the offensive line. I wonder if this opens things up to, how are they going to use this in terms of flexibility and depth? Guyton's got a higher ceiling we've talked about. I think if you're asking me which one of these is more ready to go start week one, and I think Beebe is more ready right now to play in an NFL game.
So would that give potentially Tyler Guyton a little bit of flexibility if he was not ready day one to put Tyler Smith at left tackle, put Cooper Beebe at left guard and Brock Hoffman or TJ Bass at center.
And competition is what the NFL is all about. And with all due respect to Terrence Steele, who works his rear off, Terrence Steele didn't have a great year last year. And granted, I'm
coming off an injury.
I'd say the back half of the season was strong. Like,
I would say
last 6 games.
It was far improved.
Last 6 games.
And I'm hopeful that a year removed, to your point, Bobby, because, I mean, they had something special there with Steele and Martin and those combo blocks on the right side before he got hurt.
I agree.
But you do now have some options with Guyton, where if for some reason, you want to get your best 5 out there, and just for competition, Guyton can play at the right side if you needed him to.
Yeah, and then if you take Cooper Beebe and say Hoffman does man that center spot, you can have him at guard, push out Tyler to tackle if necessary. This is definitely going to give you a lot of flexibility on this offensive line, but it also, to me, speaks volumes on how the heck they want to run the ball. I don't know. I'm praying that it does, because you look at that left side is looking. If Beebe is going to be your middle guy, listen. They trying to move some humans out the way.
Yes. I mean, you talk about your run ability on the offensive line. They have improved it big time.
Just now.
Yes.
No, I was talking about Powers Johnson. This guy is going to knock down as many defenders as he can. I mean, he's just going to continually move bodies as he's going up the field. And I think he does have a really good feel of how to work with guys around him.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about him is he's going to grapple with that upper body strength. He's strong in his hands. He's going to battle defenders. He's impossible to move if you rush him down the middle.
He is.
It's quicker opponents might give him a little bit, but man, this guy, I really do love this pick.
I'm exchanging some messages with a staffer at Kansas State asking,
perfect.
Is there cerebral enough to play center? He said extremely. He has played all 5 positions for us in practice. He can play center if he needs to. So
yeah. I mean, this is a guy that started 14 games at left guard in 22, 13 games at left tackle in 21, 9 games, 7 at right tackle at 2020. And I think that when you talk about like being intelligent enough to know what's going on around him, and we can ask him about this because we're going to try and get him on the phone here soon. I think that's a benefit.
Yeah, that was something, like I said, that was a note I heard whenever you'd ask about BB too, is they're like, he is not going to get fooled by games and stunts and things like that, because he's too fast a mental processor. He's too high IQ a player that he is. The IQ is not the question. Literally, the biggest question with him is, are you talking about a guy who has the athleticism to climb the second level? Outside of that, there weren't many dings. I mean, that's why he's a guy who I think was. I mean, maybe if you thought length was an issue,
that's
guys getting into his chest, but I mean, to me, if you're playing on the interior, the length is not going to be nearly as much of a problem. And I think you saw what his athleticism was at the combine, and that eases some of the fears. But in terms of mental processing and power and nastiness, and if you want an edge, if you want to improve an edge, you want to replace the edge Tyler Biotish had for you on that offensive line in terms of nastiness and an enforcer, that is BB.
Keep talking my language, Bobby.
I just got so excited realizing that we feel really good about them just taking BB right now, and you got another pick.
No, I mean, shout out to Will McClay and the scouts, and then, the Jones family with what they did yesterday with the patience and trusting the board. Because now, Brian, you talked about it. That pick mattered. Yeah. What did you do with that extra pick? You solidified left tackle. You got Tyler Guyton, who they like a lot and really has tremendous upside. Yeah. Now you circled back and you got your interior lineman in Cooper Beebe. That gives you tons of position flex, but also is filling massive needs when it comes to toughness, power that you need inside. I'm in love. I'm very, very excited with this.
Continuing to exchange some messages here with this K-State coach, and he said family is awesome. They all love ball. Even his mother knows a lot of ball. He said more so than some of our own staffers.
Come on.
And he said in 2021 they lost 2 offensive linemen to injuries. At some point in the year, he played all 5, and that was young in his career. So he was able to do a lot for that K-State program. Gosh, this is going to be really interesting now that I know that there is solidified center flex that he's going to be able to bring. Really excited to get him on the phone here shortly. To potentially talk about that. When I caught up with him at the combine,
I'll
when I talked with him at the combine, he was an all-time goober. So I'm really excited to get him on the phone here.
Chicago Bears, their pick is in as they're announcing it right now. Pick 75.
Oh, Yale.
Yeah, you can say it's a smart pick.
Oh my God!
This is another guy. This is another player I like a lot. If you were to swing and miss on a first-round offensive tackle, Kieran here, Amageji.
Amagaji.
It's
like, oh my God, but just with G.
This guy reminded me a lot of Tyler Smith when I watched him. And I've talked to you guys about that on the draft show. But he fires off the ball. I think he's violent in the run game as well. Consistent as pass sets. I think he does a good job of adjusting his hands and playing with balance. He controls ends. Now, of course, he's playing against some lower level competition there at Yale. So, like, I'm watching him against Morgan State, Holy Cross, and Dartmouth. I want to see you dominate. But he absolutely does that. He can get a little bit top heavy.
My accountant would like a word with you,
Get a little top heavy. But I think that this guy in the third round as a potential starting left tackle, I love this pick.
I agree. And 4-year starter, you're getting a lot of experience from him as well.
Did he transfer from anywhere? Or
no.
was he always Yale?
He was always
Yale.
Okay.
He transitioned from right guard to left tackle. Didn't give up a sack last year. So yeah, he's a guy that can definitely. That's what stood out to me as well. Zach was the tenacity in the run game and just. He's just at the second level so much sometimes. And again, you bring up the competition, but I'm looking at him staying square. I'm looking at him being able to engage, and actually when he latches, he can turn defenders. So yeah, this is a good pickup for them in this round. This is basically where I had him as well.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, definitely.
That's a good report.
I think you nailed that, Aisha, and I agree with you on that. I mean, you and I think, have this player down.
Yeah.
Broncos pick is in.
Players I played with: Champ Bailey, Al Wilson, John Lynch, Jason Elam, Matt the Hawk Prater, and the greatest undrafted wide receiver in NFL history, Rod Smith, the world's greatest fans. Super fan, Ellen Levine Jones, who we lost recently. Rest in peace, Bronco Betty. My coach, Mike Shanahan. Put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame. Let's go Broncos. God bless Bo Nix. With the 76th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the 3-time Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos select Jonah Elliss, linebacker, Utah. You're going to love it.
Linebacker.
You can play him on
linebacker, edge. I saw a lot of hype around Jonah Elliss during the process, and I think he's a really good kid. I got to catch up with him at the Shrine Bowl, but coming off of an injury, and I didn't really love what he did at Utah necessarily to understand
was a real good player.
To understand the second round hype. Maybe this late third, maybe this is a good spot for him. But yeah, has the pedigree, can maybe be a solid player for the Broncos. But I wasn't completely sold on him being a second round guy. He was dealing with a torn labrum during the draft process, so didn't really get to test or anything. But a really productive in the Pac-12.
All right, we now have the third round pick, your newest Dallas Cowboy, one of my favorite players in the entire draft, the great Cooper Beebe, on the phone here on the draft show. Cooper, congratulations, man. I don't think I'm more excited than you, but I'm close, bro. I am so happy you're a Dallas Cowboy. How the hell are you feeling?
Thank you so much. I mean, it's just unbelievable when I got that call from Jerry Jones, man. This is a life-changing event, and I'm so excited. I can't even put it into words.
Cooper, one of the things that stands out about your game is first just how nasty you play, but also your position flex. I mean, you have been asked to do a variety of things at K-State. You've played all 5 positions. Cowboys possibly with a center need. How do you feel about maybe playing center?
Yeah, I'm coming in to do whatever the team needs me to do to win. If they need me to play center, then that's something I'm going to do, and whatever, I need to do for the Cowboys to win, I'm going to do it.
What would you say best describes your play style other than just being a pure badass?
I honestly think nasty is what I, kind of describe myself. And, I take a lot of, throughout the years I've watched Zach Martin, and I've incorporated a lot of his stuff into my game. So I would just say nasty.
Cooper, congratulations on getting selected by the Cowboys. You just said there you are willing to do whatever the team needs. That's what you're going to do, and you're going to fulfill that role. During the draft process or here tonight, even when we've talked to them, have you gotten a sense of what they think of you? Do they look at you as just kind of a piece that they can move around and do different things, or do they have a specific plan for you, do you think, about where they want you to play?
I think it's just different. Somewhere in the interior is kind of the feel I got, and like I said, whatever I need to do, whatever they need me to do, I'm going to do it. If that involves playing center, I'm going to do it. If that involves, filling in at guard somewhere, that's what I'm going to do.
Cooper, I want to talk about your mean streak that you do play with. Where does that kind of violence come from, and how do you feel like that can manifest potentially at the center position as well?
I think it's just, my mindset of trying to dirt dudes. I go out there and, I'm just trying to put people in the dirt, and that's what I like to play with. I like to try to make dudes quit, and that's kind of where that mentality comes from.
Cooper, we're so happy to have you, man. I think the last thing you mentioned, Zach Martin. You're going to get to play with Zach Martin now. I don't know if that's really kind of set in yet. What are some of the things you're looking forward to getting to talk with him and pick his brain?
Just learning. I mean, that dude's one of the best ever to do it, and just to be able to learn from him is going to be so huge, and just, what it takes to be successful. And, I'm going to make sure I shadow kind of his and kind of get my, routine and learn as much as I can. I'm going to kind of attach to him, and, hopefully, I can have the career he has. I mean, he's one of the best to ever do it.
Cowboys took Deuce Vaughn, a player that you blocked for a couple of years there last year. Do you have a close relationship with Deuce at all?
Oh, absolutely. Me and Deuce are best buddies for sure.
All right, so you're excited to reunite with your guy.
Oh, absolutely. It's funny. When I was down in Frisco training right there at the Star, I actually talked to Deuce, and he talked about having a K-State reunion in Dallas, and here we are.
Well, man, this is awesome. I couldn't be happier for you. We can't wait to meet you in person. Congratulations and welcome to the Dallas Cowboys.
You and your
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
There he goes. There's my guy, Cooper Beebe, one of the best Cowboy draft picks of all time.
Oh, my God.
Look at this. How great is it? In the same year, his daughter and his son. He gets about
Get a grip.
Just a proud papa.
This has been 2 years in the making. Seriously, I remember.
It really has.
Yeah, and him and Aisha and he's done this. It's like, oh dang, my guy's going back. He's going back. I gotta wait another year to get him.
I saved those notes.
I was trying to manifest Christian Haynes, and you manifested Cooper.
Hey, I would have been okay with Christian Haynes
proud of
too.
you. Hey, on Dane Brugler's top 40, all three of these guys are in the top 40 that the Cowboys have picked so far.
Man,
this is a massive value over slot draft for the Cowboys so far. Guyton, obviously there's range there, but I think Guyton was thought to have gone, a few picks ahead of 29 where he went. Kneeland, like I said, I had reached out to people yesterday. That was one of the names I heard could sneak into the back end of the first. They get him there. And Beebe, I think most people who had been talking about him and looking at him as a potential pick thought back end of the second was potentially his range. And so, I think that you talk about where they're picking these guys relative to where maybe people had them slotted. This has been a big value draft for them. And they're probably, if they pick a running back here to end the round, they're probably going to get somebody above slot there too.
Man, it's obviously contingent on how the board fell, but to get, this was like my third guard. Like, he's a lot of people's second guard. To get him at this
he
point
was my
in the
first.
draft. Yeah.
That was my first guard.
He was my top guard. 33rd overall player. To get him at 73.
We had some of these tackles.
I was going to say, I had Faltani Morgan, but then Haynes
I
Beebe.
kept those tackles at
That's why he was
True guard.
True guard.
Okay.
He was number one for me.
We do have the secret audio. Here is Cooper Beebe getting the phone call.
Hello, Dallas Cowboy. This is Jerry Jones.
How's it going, Jerry?
Well, I'm talking to a Dallas Cowboy.
Let's go.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh, God.
Hey, man, let me tell you something. Been some great things said about you in this draft room. Congratulations, and I'll tell you one thing. You play and keep the same work ethic you've had to get here, and you'll be a top player in the for the Cowboys in the NFL for a long time to come. I'm really proud to tell you you're a Dallas Cowboy.
I really appreciate that, Coach. Thank you.
Well, Cooper, here is the coach, Mike McCarthy. Here he is.
Cooper, Mike McCarthy, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Coach.
Hey, man, we're so fired up to have you here. I know you've been working across the way here, so can't say enough. It's good to have a good Shawnee Mission guy coming in here. So
thank you so much, Coach. I'm happy to be a Cowboy.
Fuck it, hey, brother. All right. Well, hey, enjoy your family. There's a bunch of people want to say hello to you, okay? I'm going to put on Mike Solari here. All right, Cooper? Here you go.
Coop, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Woo, that's awesome, huh?
Oh, yeah. Unbelievable.
It is. You're going to love it. Great room, and we're so happy to have you. Looking forward to working with you. And, having you come in here and set that tempo, be the person you are.
I can't wait, Coach.
I know. And I'm going to give you a call later on when it quiets down a little bit, okay?
Absolutely.
And we'll be getting in contact with you and all that great stuff. But again, congratulations being a Cowboy. Great opportunity.
Thank you so much, Coach. Thank you so much. I can't wait.
Yeah, you're going to love it. You're going to love it.
All right. Thank you, Coach.
All right. Get a little call later.
Sounds good.
Hang on. Let me have Coach Schottenheimer talk to your offensive coordinator. He wants to say hello to you. Hang on. Cooper, what's up, man? Congratulations.
What's up, Coach? Thank you so much.
Hey, all we want you to do is come be you, brother. Come bring that play style you got, man, and just do what you do, man. We are so jacked up. So excited, brother.
I'm excited too, Coach. I can't wait.
Yeah, we shoot you and Deuce will be real comfortable, man. That's going to be awesome.
Absolutely, absolutely.
He'll tell you all about us and what we're all about. You'll figure it out real quick, man. But you fit in great here, man. Seriously.
Can't wait.
Yeah, I got one more guy who wants to talk to you. Hold on. Our assistant O-line coach wants to talk to you. Hold on one sec.
BB, how you doing, bud?
Good. How are you, Coach?
Man, doing great, man. It's Coach Chin Young here. I just want to tell you we're excited about you. Be ready to roll, man. Be ready to put in some quality work. You got me?
I'm ready to get after it.
All right. Sounds great, man. So excited for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, now. You have a good one.
You too.
Everybody wanted to talk to Cooper Beebe, and rightly so.
And hey, got one more guy. Zach Wolchuk wants to talk to you. Hang on, Zach, where are you?
Cooper, I've been standing on the table for you for about 2 years now, buddy. Welcome to Dallas. But fortunately, we did get the chance to talk to him.
You did. Good dude.
Really, really good guy. Okay, we have a lot of picks to recap as we get closer to the Cowboys' second pick in the third round. We'll do that on the other side. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Really quick, can I make a prediction for 87?
Go
I
ahead.
don't know anything yet, so I want to make sure and preface that. I really don't.
Right.
I really don't.
Yeah,
I really don't.
I know how
just
this
want to
game
make a
goes,
prediction.
Nick.
Marshawn Lloyd. I just kind of want to make a prediction here with
Oh,
Marshawn.
then watch me go nuts. Watch me go nuts if it's Marshawn Lloyd.
I promise you, it's just a hunch on my mother.
Watch me go nuts if that
What, Bobby?
Brian,
What?
no, this isn't going to.
They flagged him for character.
No, this doesn't affect the Cowboys at all. But, Brian, this is about to be one of your classic we don't care picks from the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh, really?
my God.
Oh, yeah.
No, don't do that because people in Cincinnati were getting on me on Twitter that I was saying that they don't care.
Well,
that they don't care about their.
Well, then just send them this clip of TJ Houshmandzadeh about to. TJ Houshmandzadeh about to
That's
announce
gonna make
this
me
pick.
cry.
Yeah, because I just saw it pop up.
It's like
he was on a flight. He was on a flight back to Dallas with me from Monday.
I tried to trade for him.
Maybe
I had a deal done. I had a deal done for that guy.
Here's the Bengals pick.
Maybe Deuce Vaughn sees.
This pick means something to me as I've been training this kid for a long time.
He's been training this
and
guy.
Now he's going to be drafted by the Bengals. So with the 80th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jermaine Burton, wide receiver, Alabama.
There you go.
That is a red flag.
That's
a big red flag guy for a lot of different teams.
Barnacles.
Wow, how about that? Burton, I mean, what did you think about him? I thought he was such a body catcher, man. I mean, if it was thrown, if he was running vertically and it was like he could run under it, I felt like he had a chance. But anything that was kind of crossing and him having to extend, I was like, oh.
I'm 1,000% with you.
Okay.
I had kind of
He's
the same
an explosive
notes.
dude,
I had the
though.
same notes. He had some of the quickest feet, though. I
Yeah,
believe, out of the receiver group, whether
yeah.
that's releases or breaks. But I asked a scout earlier in the process because I had kind of known Jermaine Burton a little bit through the recruiting process, and I had kind of asked what was some of the character that kind of came away from pre-draft visits. This was not here. This was in the AFC actually, and he said all-time S-head. So take that for what you will as far as the character concern goes. And like you said, Cincinnati, that makes sense for them to swing on something like that.
I mean, I'm stunned he went this early because of some of the character concerns that were there and everything else. But on talent alone, I had put him back into the second. He was a second round receiver to me. There is so much that reminds me of Deshaun Jackson watching him.
Ooh.
Yeah, he was.
All right, we're getting closer. Pick 81 right now. Seattle on the clock. The Cowboys are picking at 87. Zach Wolchuk alongside Bobby Belt. We've got Nick Harris, Brian Broaddus, Aisha Morrison, and, of course, you. Thank you so much for spending night 2 of the NFL Draft with us. So far, the Cowboys have taken Marshawn Kneeland in the second round, edge rusher out of Central Michigan. He's also really, really good against the run. And then they just took Cooper Beebe, the guard, center, whatever the heck you want him to do, out of Kansas State.
called him a badass.
He is an absolute badass. And he described his own game as nasty. And he's absolutely right. But we need to recap some picks that went down after the Beebe selection, and I kind of lost my mind. So Braylon Trice, the edge out of Washington, went to Atlanta back at pick 74. I think that's tremendous value to get Braylon Trice there for the Falcons. I like that pick quite a bit. I had Trice as my 79th best player. They get him at 74. Very, very productive college player. He just doesn't have the natural bend, or else I think Braylon Trice would have been maybe a first-round candidate, because otherwise everything about his game's awesome. We talked about the Yale offensive tackle. Jonah Elliss, the edge from Utah, goes to the Broncos at 76. Delmar Glaze, the Maryland offensive tackle.
I'll tell you what, Glaze is, and did Dallas have him
30.
in as a 30?
Yeah, that was a 30.
He's interesting as well.
Tell me a little bit about Glaze going to the Raiders there at 77.
He's a mountain, first off. He is a huge guy. Probably one of the bigger, physically, one of the bigger guys that came in for a 30. Him and Giovanni Manu out of University of British Columbia. Mm-hmm. But those two guys, they stood among the pack, I'll tell you that. I watched Glaze after, he had come in, and I like what he does, but I think he's another guy that has just like a lot of experience, but like what you're getting, and I don't think there's a lot of upside to that pick. But the traits are there. You look at the length, you see the big legs, the big strong hands. I mean, you understand why he's a day 2 pick.
I think he's a guard.
I think he's a guard too.
I don't hate that.
Yeah,
okay.
He played both left and right tackle for the Terps. But I think he's an inside. I think he's a guard. You're right about the size, and I'll tell you what, the great job of the mirroring of the defender. I kind of felt like the consistent pass set throughout. He has a feel, the balance as a protector. He does a nice job staying on his feet, and he can easily move to the second level with no problem. He wins with body positioning and leverage. He will engulf, he'll shuffle, and he'll slide his feet in order to remain in front of the defender. I thought he was smart. I thought he was instinctual. I think he does a great job of playing with speed and power for the position. I like this guy. I can see why Dallas brought him in.
I agree.
And we really didn't talk about him all that much, but I was kind of thinking maybe this is one of those guys because he could play tackle, he could play guard.
Yeah, I love this the initial contact strength from him, but when he latches on you, you're gonna feel him. He's not gonna let you move around like that. That anchor is extremely heavy as well, and he can get to the second level too.
Sure can.
I get why he ended up being a second-round pick.
Then we ended up having Kalen Bullock, the safety.
I want to talk about this kid if I can.
From UCLA, he ends up going to the Houston Texans.
USC.
Yeah, what did I say? UCLA?
No, that's fine. It's just across town. There's not much bulk to this guy. He's 188, but this is another one of those free safety type of players. He does a great job of helping his teammates. When the ball is in the air, he is going to get it. I felt like he played with good body control, good balance, the instincts when it came to reading, reacting. He's got some straight line speed to him. He's got some change of direction as well to the mirror with the receivers and the underneath stuff. He'll come forward and deliver a blow. I think he needs to be a little bit more consistent as a wrap-up tackler, but his coverage skills are what going to get him drafted, and he, in fact, went to the Commanders, right? At that pick, is that it?
Bullock, the Houston Texans.
Texans. Okay, so I need to mark my sheet.
Him and Petrie.
So him and Petrie. So now they got a down player and a back player is what they've got here.
Is this a running back landmine because it's John Schneider?
Oh, John
Seahawks on the pick at 81.
What running back is on the board?
Jalen Wright.
Everybody but Benson and Brooks.
Yeah. Well, get ready.
The Seattle Seahawks select Christian Haynes, guard.
Oh, good for Johnny. There we go.
It's a good pick there with Christian Haynes.
I'll tell you what, those practice battles with Christian Haynes and Byron Murphy, I want to be there.
Yeah, that's fun. Matt Goncalves went to the Colts out of Pittsburgh, an offensive
30
tackle.
30 visit guy here as well,
yeah,
right?
6'6", 327. Goncalves is an also interesting player. You guys talked
right?
Decimated by injury last season, but the year before it was awesome stuff. I mean, he was getting some very early buzz whenever that was going on during his 2022 season, but the injuries are kind of really concerned teams. But he's got amazing upside.
He does.
Upside.
And then you had Jermaine Burton, the wide receiver at Alabama, going to the Bengals. Mm-hmm. And then just now, Christian Haynes, offensive guard out of Utah. You know, if it weren't for Beebe being on there, I think, Nick, you and I would have been definitely trying to go and, beg for Christian Haynes out of UConn.
Yeah, I'm a big Christian Haynes guy. I've watched him for the last couple of years. I have a couple of good friends on that UConn team, and just happened to catch Christian Haynes. He happened to catch my eye a couple of years ago. He played right guard, 40-plus starts for them. He's super clean in run block. I think that's where I liked him the most. most, and specifically with this team wanting to improve running the ball up the middle. I felt like he could do some center work, and he did that at the Senior Bowl and looked really good doing it. If y'all saw that clip at the Senior Bowl of a player getting pissed and throwing a helmet away, that was because Christian Haynes was locking down Jordan Jefferson, defensive tackle out of LSU.
You are all hotheads at LSU.
Oh, yeah. It comes with the Bayou. It's not a problem, but I love Christian Haynes as the player.
Yeah, I thought that he kind of got an overshadowed.
Tip Ryman, tight end, Illinois.
We were talking earlier today, Brian, about that we were starting to hear buzz that Ryman was
Tip Ryman.
Yeah, Ryman was somebody that the NFL liked.
Yeah.
Even though he believes
Cardinals.
birds recharge on power lines, right?
Wait, what?
That's what he said at the Combine.
It's interesting they went with Tip Ryman. Now they've got two pretty good tight ends because they went with Trey McBride, who has been really good for them. So now they can deploy maybe some more 12 personnel because, there are other receivers outside of Marvin Harrison Jr. who they took yesterday, a little bit light. So an interesting pick there, Tip Ryman out of Illinois. Anybody else want to add to the Ryman pick?
I can give you a little report if you let me get there.
You're talking about like a massive individual. Like this is a classic big time inline blocker. This is probably in terms of the size, not the
271.
height. Yeah. When we're talking about the raw size, not quite the height, but the raw size, we're talking about similar to who was the guy from Georgia who had no knees?
Darnell Washington.
Darnell Washington.
No
like not that kind of length or that kind of like height, but that's that big classical, giant wide tight end from back in the day.
I thought this was Will Dissly from they used to play.
Oh, you loved Will Dissly.
I love Will Dissly. 6'5", 271. Does a good job of finishing this block. He's kind of a lumbering ball carrier, but you can throw it to him underneath, and he's going to get what he can. He's good down in the red zone with his ability to delay and then get in the route. Any pass in the short area is going to have a chance for a completion. Probably could have been used more, but wasn't there at Illinois.
All right, here's the pick for the Rams with Isaac Bruce.
He's an 8th grader, state qualifier in the 4x100. And with the 83rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the 2-time Super Bowl champion Los Angeles Rams select
Blake Corum.
Yes!
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
Harbaugh's going to have to look at him.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Harbaugh's got to be sick to his stomach.
You think he'll let him live in the RV?
Yeah, I think so. I think Blake could get some time in the RV. So there's a running back that goes off the board. Still quite a few if the Cowboys want to address running back. Jalen Wright out of Tennessee, Ray Davis out of Kentucky, Marshawn Lloyd out of USC, and also Bucky Irving out of Oregon, Nick Harris, who you do love.
Yeah, I don't necessarily love him for the Cowboys, but I love Bucky Irving as a running back for sure. But Blake Corum, this is the definition of a bowling ball. 5'7", but he's 205 pounds, and he's willing to take all of that between the tackles and get extra yardage. This is a guy who rarely gets caught in the backfield, super productive in short yardage situations. You see the 20-plus touchdowns each of the last 2 seasons. Super productive. He was the main cog of that Michigan offense with J.J. McCarthy, with Roman Wilson. He was the guy they relied on game after game, not only to shorten games and widen that time of possession, but also in late game situations where they needed a score. They relied on Blake Corum. They didn't rely necessarily on the passing game. I just think he's a gamer. I think he's going to elevate any team he hops on. I think the Rams is an interesting fit for him because how does he kind of coincide with Kyron Williams, who's also more of a shorter back, but maybe they just view Corum that much as a short yardage guy.
Yeah, I think it's a good fit because Kyron Williams, when he went down to injury, the Rams were not the same team.
For sure.
They need a running back.
You saw when they came here.
They do. They in a one-cut runner with tremendous cutback field vision for Blake Corum, similar to what Kyron Williams can provide. All right, I'm going to break early here so we get back in time. We don't have to rush for the Cowboys pick. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. All right, what do you got on Corum, Aisha?
Well, I was just going to say, even though he's not the biggest, he's a stout body. And I was looking, me and Nick were able to go to the Shrine Bowl, and we touched base with Curtis Jacobs, who is a linebacker that's probably going to be getting picked here in a little bit. So anyway, we talked base with him, and he mentioned just I asked him who was like one of the running backs that he saw that really made him have to go ice up. And he said Blake Corum is a lot more powerful than what you give him credit for. Because that's probably my knock on him was like, is he punishing at all? At all. And Curtis Jacobs out of Penn State, he said, like, you're going to feel like the fact that he's knocked you up the next day. So, yeah, I liked his patience that he displays as well. And he doesn't have elite breakaway speed, Blake Corum, but I do think that he is a little deceptive with how fast he might be at his top end speed.
Here's a Pittsburgh Steelers
whoever you like on your board, the Steelers are about to take.
2024 NFL
Jalen
Draft,
Wright then would be
the
the guy.
Pittsburgh Steelers select Roman Wilson.
I called this. Tell me I did not call this on the draft show.
You did. You said this is Hines Ward, right? Was this Hines Ward?
He feels like a Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver. Yeah, I comped him to Hines Ward, but a quicker version because he blocks so well. I mean, this guy, Roman Wilson, is an outstanding player. The quickness is there, but the blocking ability, and you've got to block at Michigan if you're going to play. I mean, now we'll see without Harbaugh, but Roman Wilson, I think that's a fan. And the Steelers do a great job of selecting wide receivers.
They know him.
He led the team in catches, yards, and touchdowns, started 23 of 45 games. Also a track guy. Now, maybe he's a slot-only type of player.
He's Hawaiian, right?
Is he?
I believe he's Hawaiian.
He is. He's from Honolulu, went to St. Louis High School.
Wow.
Honolulu.
There you go, yeah.
Tua Tagovailoa had a lot of time at St. Louis as well. A really good program.
Look at him
there in
finding
North Honolulu.
space.
But, I mean, he just feasts over the middle of the field on crossers, drags. He's quick, explosive, the footwork off the line.
He won the Alabama game for him,
He
right?
did. He did. I mean, the guy, even for being small, he's got kind of a wide catch radius.
Where is he? Michigan. What you gonna do, Cleveland?
All right, we're getting close. Just a couple of picks away. The Pittsburgh Steelers, the latest team to select after the Rams took Blake Corum, the running back out of Michigan at 83. Roman Wilson just went 84 overall, but I think that's a hell of a pick to the Steelers out of Michigan. I mean, I was just talking to the guys and Aisha here, of course, on the draft show. I mentioned, I think Roman Wilson could be a good fit. He seems like a Steeler player to me. Lo and behold, here he goes. He's a Pittsburgh Steeler. Now, the one, I will say, some of the wide receivers that are still on the board, like J-Mac?
Let me see.
Can we get some McMillan action?
They have to get a running back with this pick, right?
And I'm in on that, but what is going on? I'm surprised that J-Mac's still hanging out there.
That is a surprise. Would you also consider a trade back scenario here?
Yes, to try and get that fourth.
Yeah,
I would, because
you've got
seventh.
Could you pick up a seventh with something like this?
Sure, I hope.
Because there's three running backs I'd feel really good about that are still on the board personally. Wright, Davis, Lloyd. I mean, honestly, as a fallback option, I could probably be okay with Audric Estime out of Notre Dame as well. He's definitely fourth on that list for me. He doesn't have the explosiveness.
What?
No, just please, like Lloyd, Wright. That's who
Davis.
Yeah, let's focus on that.
I wouldn't say
One of the things we need to consider here, though.
Let's focus on that. Shut up about Estime.
Honestly, here on day two, it feels like they have been willing to just go head first into where's the blinking light.
Yeah.
Where's the big time value? So if they don't, with these running backs sliding down the board and then there being a collection, there may not be a blinking light at the position for the running back. They may be looking at this and say, nope, there's somebody else here who really stands out. And I'm not saying this would be the guy, but if you look at it and go, do they consider Jatavion Sanders a blinking light? Would they consider somebody? I really doubt they'd go back to offensive line, but Jalen McMillan. Would they consider Troy Franklin a blinking light?
I was going to say
Austin
Troy.
Booker, Adisa Isaac. How do they look at this? TJ Tampa.
Walker McMillan, if you're going to go that route.
I mean, at what point is
Hicks is the blinking light for me. Jaden Hicks is the blinking light.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to faint.
At what point is Peyton Wilson worth taking?
Yeah.
Talk about it.
Gracious.
I mean, at right now,
I don't even want to talk about it.
I mean, he's going to keep. He's the best linebacker in the draft. I get
it's
the
a
injury
shame
concerns.
he's hurt It's a shame. But for 2 years, he's been clean.
And to pick him at 87,
yes,
when he should be a first-round pick.
I was about to say he'd be a first-round pick without the injuries,
yes.
right? Yeah,
he'd be honestly he'd be a top 15 pick.
There's value
This is where I thought Sweat would be going right now, not in the second round.
Yeah,
no, but doesn't that should tell you? I think.
I know it's severe.
It should tell you exactly how bad the medicals are.
It's severe. It's severe.
I understand. I mean, the double-digit surgeries. Maybe he doesn't have ACLs. I don't know.
Also, we got to remember. I don't know that it's a character, but I mean, there is stuff like in his background, even at NC State, where he's had run-ins with the law and like a couple little things like that. I mean. Maybe they have maturity questions.
I've had run-ins with the law.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm trying to say they're not all
fight
equal.
Fight for him.
They're not all equal. But
okay, we do have.
You're not going to slander my guy.
He got Beebe. You should get Peyton Wilson.
Well, and in fairness here, okay, this is a team that's definitely taken some risks on injured players and some guys that have had off the field troubles.
To all you draft picks at home,
here's the Browns
save
pick.
your money. It's not about how much you make; it's about how much you keep. All right.
Thanks, Dad.
Remember that.
Good advice.
With the 85th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Zach Zinter, guard, Michigan.
Okay, that's 3 Michigan guys in a row.
They're doing it for Eisen. They're doing bits.
They're doing it for Rich.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're all on the phone with Harbaugh, and Harbaugh's giving them tips on, all right, this guy's good, this guy's all right, and he's not going to take any of them.
I wasn't as high on this guy as others.
I asked somebody, Zinter was a guy I had conversations with about across the league around February, near Combine time, and I had somebody in the league tell me that they thought Zinter was a 6th-round player.
That's where I have him on board. I'm sorry.
That's exactly where I
Did
got
I tell you that?
No.
Oh.
it is 6th round, and he is another guy who's.
I don't see an athlete here at all.
He's been medically flagged too, so
Okay.
I don't.
The only potential positive I had is some center flex, but that was basically for interior needy teams that could potentially swing on him day 3. I think getting him around 3, that's wow.
Watch him being all-pro.
Yeah, watch him.
Okay, so San Francisco moved ahead of the Cowboys here with Philly. Philly's getting pick 94 and 132. The Niners are getting pick 86.
We have clapping in the Cowboys war room.
Cowboys are clapping. They're on the phone. They're excited. Now, if this is a blinking light situation, okay, outside of Peyton Wilson, my best player is TJ Tampa, the corner at Iowa State. That's who I've got as the highest ranked player on my board. Hicks is also under consideration here, the safety, and then it would be Jalen Wright, the running back from Tennessee. The thing with the running backs here are, I mean, if they don't take a running back here, what are they going to do?
Take my guy Lloyd, please. If that, I like Nick when you went early in this round and said I'm making a prediction.
Yeah.
I
promise I was just a hunch. I didn't know anything.
I'm not
trying to get in trouble.
In my mind, I was just going, please let him speak.
And with the 86th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the NFC champion San Francisco's 49ers select Dominique Pooney, guard from Kansas.
Ooh, there goes Pooney.
There goes Pooney.
Okay, so Dominic Pooney, who we did hear as a potential name the Cowboys could be interested in, they went with Cooper Beebe, so I don't think that hurts. But, all right, so now the Cowboys on the clock. They've made their pick. We got the War Room cam up. Will McClay's happy. They're passing the phone around. Mike McCarthy talking to the player they have selected right now. Biggest positions of need, certainly running back. You still need a linebacker.
It's Zimmer.
Zimmer's there, so.
So it's a defensive player.
Who's hovering in the war room?
Linebacker guy, maybe, please.
Is there a linebacker coach in there?
Well, Zimmer, I mean, he's the coordinator.
I mean, what like linebacker here? Yeah, I mean,
if Al Harris were in there, I'd think maybe it's TJ Tampa.
Corners of thought. You could also get Kalen Carson out of Wake Forest.
Oh, I like Kalen.
I like him a lot. Yeah.
Carson's a good player.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for Al Harris, Scott McCurley, or Greg Ellis.
Because Ellis came in and talked with Kneeland.
Or Gunther. I think Gunther could maybe indicate that it's a linebacker, right?
If it's a linebacker, I mean, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is still there. Cedric Gray's there.
Linebackers, I had just recently, I think linebacker here, Wilson, you got to be comfortable with the medicals. Otherwise, I think I'm looking at Leafau or Gray here, Cedric Gray.
Leafau, the Notre Dame linebacker. I mean, I love Cedric Gray. Leafau would be interesting out of Notre Dame.
I mean, is this too early for one of these guys that we've heard them connected with? Like, I mean, do they really love? Watson
They
or
talked with
McGee.
Leofau, didn't they, out of Notre Dame, Nick?
Yeah, that was a 30.
So that's a guy that
there was
they're
a lot of
interested
30s
in.
in the linebacker group. You had Peyton Wilson, that was a 30.
Yeah.
Jalen Ford was in. Nathaniel Watson was in. So I feel like there's a way to get a linebacker there on day 3. I don't understand, unless they feel really good about a running back on day 3. I don't understand not getting one here.
Yeah,
that's a linebacker coach right there. That's the line. The old line.
Yeah, it is.
So it's a linebacker. Yeah, that was
linebacker. That's McCurley.
On the phone.
Okay, so maybe Peyton Wilson, but if medicals aren't
Please.
there,
Peyton Wilson would be.
If they took Peyton Wilson, that would be so exciting.
I give me if Peyton Wilson, if the medicals aren't right, give me Leofau or Cedric Gray.
Yeah, I'd be Team Gray, but
I would go Gray.
Leofau is also they like him.
Gosh, Gray. There's a lot to like about Gray. Leofau to me that's hair on fire. That's a guy who's he's going to bring edge.
Maurice,
he's going to bring energy. That's somebody who plays with a really high football IQ. I mean,
the awareness, right? And that's something we've talked about a lot. They need to get linebackers that play with awareness. He certainly is that guy that's left on the board here for me. He might be, and I love Cedric Gray. I think I would lean, obviously, if you're not talking Peyton Wilson, just for awareness purposes. I would absolutely lean with Leofau.
I would lean Maurice Leofau just because, like you just mentioned, it's the attitude, man. It's the temperament and just the way he's okay with coming downhill. That's really what I'm looking for. But he also too can rush the passer, so he brings you some of that as well. And I literally have written down hair on fire. The motor just don't stop. But he does have instincts in the passing game and coverage that I thought could develop, could get a little bit better. Just an active player. So yeah.
What do you like more about Gray, Brian?
I've got him higher. I mean, everything you guys.
I've got him higher too.
Everything you're saying about the Notre Dame player is fine. I probably have him around too low for if that's the consideration right now. But Gray, you know me, I want Wilson so bad. I mean, but if they're talking linebacker, I'm going to get my heart broken here just in a second. But with let me see, inside linebackers here, Brian, trying to get to the right spot if you can.
I mean, you have got Gray in the 3rd round. I think this would be a great spot for him. He's more athletic. I mean, if you're judging between him and Leofau, I think Gray is the better athlete.
Yeah, he's a tough. I mean, for a team looking for a tough inside linebacker who's got some pass rush skills, I think he's got some instinctive reactions. I think when it comes to locating the ball, the packs a punch, delivers a blow. There's a real physical side to his game. The quickness to work around blockers in order to get to the ball. Strength allows him to hold up in the line against bigger blockers. I saw that a couple of different times. Competitiveness, I mean, he'll knock the ball away. He's got a nose for the ball. He's going to make his share of plays due to his instinct and desire to finish. I think this guy's a really good player.
You talking about who?
I'm talking about Gray.
Oh, okay, because I thought you was talking about Maurice.
Well, the Cowboys War Room is ready to watch the pick be announced. They seem thrilled. We do believe it's a linebacker based on the War Room cam. Which linebacker it is, we will find out here in just a moment. The question will be, though, as we move into tomorrow, assuming they don't try and trade back into the 3rd round, if it's not a running back, which you don't think it is, what are they going to do a running back? I mean, can you wait until your next pick in the 5th round?
They have shown so far, the league has told you can wait because they're just not coming off the board, really.
Yeah, they're not. So pick 171 unless you jump back in or sign Ezekiel Elliott.
All right, pick 87. Here's the Cowboys selection.
Why not both?
For giving me this opportunity to represent them tonight. But I'm going to defer this honor to my son Chase to announce the 3rd round draft selection. Chase.
Right, here we go.
With the 87th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Marshawn Leofau, linebacker, Notre Dame.
Yeah, this is a fun player to study because of how they use him. They'll use him
Marshawn Leofau out of Notre Dame, 6'2".
Rush off the edge a little bit on 3rd.
And we talked about it. Instincts, awareness, certainly a guy that just plays with some reckless abandon, sideline to sideline ability. And I think he is a solid cover guy. I mean, he certainly works well in zone. What do you guys think overall about Leofau?
I think he's a bit raw in how he plays, but I do think that they're looking at traits and some of the things that he can bring. I think a lot of it has to do with the temperament of the player and what you're trying to have in that linebacker room moving forward. I don't know how many times I've heard Bobby mention, like, hey, we want somebody that's reactive, gonna go. Sometimes they're not gonna always be right, but hey, listen, you want them to be certain and go downhill. And so this is something that I think he does well. For me, a lot of it has to do with his temperament.
Yeah, this is a funny one because this is the very first player I talked about on the draft show way back in January. It was a couple days after the playoff loss. I don't even think anybody was watching at that point. But nevertheless, Maris Luafau, he comes out of Punahou High School in the northern part of Honolulu, there on the main island in Oahu. He's coming from a pipeline from Hawaii linebackers to Notre Dame that really started with Manti Te'o, and it's continuing to happen for the Fighting Irish. It's becoming a tradition for them even, and they've kind of built a brotherhood. He's the cousin of Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua. He's got a lot of cousins that are in the NFL. Now, him as a player, he started more as a rover in high school, a guy that was more had more safety ability, which is interesting because most of these Polynesian linebackers that have come from Hawaii and gone to Notre Dame or anywhere else in general have been more wide set, run-stopping guys. But he's been able to kind of hone in on those traits in South Bend, and he's got a little bit of those kind of tendencies. However, I think him blitzing into the backfield, I think this is a very interesting part of Maris Luafau and what he could bring to the Dallas Cowboys. I think he's a guy that can come in on third down to potentially rotate in and go attack the quarterback in a situation. I think this is a fun, athletic pick. It is very clear out of these first 2 days that they are going after athletic players. You look at Marshawn Kneeland, you look at Maris Luafau, at least for Mike Zimmer's defense, that's what I'm taking away with right now.
I mean, I look at Luafau, and to me, there is a lot to really, really like about it. Like I said, if we're going to sit here and pick a linebacker, if there's problems with Peyton Wilson's medicals, to me, it was Luafau or Gray. And when you look at Luafau, you're looking at, especially in today's NFL with linebackers getting a little lighter, little bit more prototype size, a guy who plays with a ton of intensity, hair on fire. To me, he is similar in ways to Edgerrin Cooper, like just a guy who I don't like, the same sort of stuff that pops on Cooper's tape in terms of the intensity and the recognition and the aggressiveness. It's all there. The one area where he's probably below Cooper, I think, is just that Cooper seems to read it and recognize it a little faster. Whereas Luafau is a little bit more instinctual and just go attack it, and occasionally is a little over aggressive and it causes some issues. But I think if you can get him to play, I think it's obvious when you watch him, he recognizes a lot of stuff really quickly. I think he's a good tape study just from watching the way he plays the game. I think this is somebody who can cover the more athletic linebacker or the more athletic tight ends and running backs in the league. This is a really good pick to me. I like Luafau a lot.
I do too. I can't remember. Was he at the Shrine Bowl?
He was a Shrine Bowl guy.
Okay, so I heard guys when we got to go into talks with the players. I heard players mentioning that he was calling out the plays as they were happening. Like he's kind of what people were talking about with Peyton Wilson at the Senior Bowl. They said that he had that same energy of the recognition, like you said, Bobby, and some of the processing pre-snap as well. So that's another thing.
Yeah, I mean, to me, you bring up Edgerrin Cooper. I can see some of the things that you're saying there. I think Luafau is a better cover guy, personally, than what Cooper is.
Yeah, I agree. It's the rover safety background that he has.
He's not a guy that I think is going to be a liability when you have to play him in coverage. It makes him a 3-down player. And I think he can gain a lot from playing with Eric Kendricks.
Oh, I agree.
I mean, this is a guy that I think eventually will be the dude who wears the green dot, and he's your captain of the defense.
He didn't take any false steps when he plays.
No.
That's the thing I like about him.
Running back.
Yeah, okay, so
scared?
Just to reset, and I'm sure we'll get Luafau.
Marshawn.
Yeah, Marshawn Lloyd went off the board.
He just went right behind Dallas.
Marshawn Lloyd, USC, just went to Green Bay. And Tyke Smith.
Yeah, this is making me mad. I don't know why Jaden Hicks isn't going.
Out of Georgia.
Yeah, what is up with Jaden Hicks?
And I like Tyke Smith, but I thought he would be a day 3 guy.
Yeah, is this a medical concern?
And something's got to be up.
I'm asking around, but I've not had anything medical.
Marshawn Lloyd, though, very good player at USC. And Brian, I know, I like Marshawn Lloyd. I like Jalen Wright more. I know you had Marshawn Lloyd graded pretty high.
Yeah, I did. And the thing I really liked about him is, I saw a guy that made people miss. And, he's a shorter guy, but he's got some width to him when you watch him run. But he's an explosive player, and to me, he was a transfer from South Carolina. He tore his ACL in 2020, but he's got some explosive traits. He's got a burst. He's got acceleration. He can get to and through the hole in a hurry. He can bounce it to the outside without any issues. He could kick it into top gear instantly. The speed to break away, finish long runs. He might not have the ideal height as a back, but the bulk, the strength, the explosiveness make him an outstanding prospect. I think he could score from anywhere on the field.
I mean, it looks like they're not interested in going running back anytime soon because you don't got a fourth. So are there any fifth-round guys that y'all feel comfortable grabbing?
Zach, you were able to get Cooper Beebe. Can we start manifesting Isaiah Davis out of South Dakota State for me?
I'm okay with that.
All right.
I'll share some love with you because there's no way my guy Jalen Wright's going to make it.
Do you guys have the list? Who did real quick, did Arizona take somebody at 9?
Arizona took Elijah Jones, the cornerback from Boston College.
I really like that player. I really like that player. I think him and Marco Wilson are actually fairly similar there.
Yeah. I mean, that's a 3-year starter, 6'2", 185. What do you like about Elijah Jones there? Because you're right, Nick. I mean, in a deep corner group, we probably didn't talk about him at all.
Yeah, he's got length. I was watching that Fenway Bowl that was just rainy and muddy and nasty as hell. They were playing against SMU. It was like at 11 a.m. and it looked like it was 7 p.m. outside. It was so dark because it was so muddy and rainy. But he was standing out with his physicality in a game that physicality was going to win. He was the one that was doing it, pressing off the line, length, being able to cover downfield. Even though he has maybe a taller frame with longer legs, he can still he has great footwork and change of direction that works downfield. I think he's a 3-level cover guy that can work in all situations. Really like that pick by Arizona.
Yeah, not afraid to get his nose dirty. I thought that he plays really under control as well, and he's very fast. But the way that he's able to hone in on that and still be able to stay in guys' hip pocket was impressive. I will say I was creeping on the Boston College folks
you were
podcast. Creep. I was creeping on them, and I guess he did have somewhat of a suspension or something towards the end of the year. So again, that's something to look into. But other than that, like the player is a player. Okay,
we still have Green Bay back on the clock after they just took Marshawn Lloyd at 88. I'm sure we will get Luafau on the phone here very, very soon.
Okay.
Quick note on Luafau.
Yeah, give it to us.
0 touchdowns allowed in coverage since 2022 on 443 coverage snaps via PFF.
Telling you, that dude can cover. That's not surprising. I will say, those of you listening on 105.3 The Fan, we will be going off at the top of the hour. The stream will end at 10, but you can stay and stick around with us as we will have every pick for you on DallasCowboys.com. So for our buddy Alec Medford, who's running things back in Match Control there, I'm not even I'll say sayonara coming up at the bottom of the hour unless we have Luafau on the phone. But you can just pivot, listen to us on DallasCowboys.com. All right, and right now, let's catch up with your newest Dallas Cowboy, the linebacker out of Notre Dame, Marist Luafau. Marist, how are you doing, sir? Congratulations on being drafted and being a Dallas Cowboy.
Thank you so much. I can't even. I'm speechless right now, but I'm just excited.
Man,
I don't know how to put it into words.
We're excited for you. What's this draft process been like for you? You're waiting until the end of the 3rd round. I'm sure you're just sweating bullets through it, but then you finally get that phone call from Jerry Jones.
Oh yeah, I mean, once I got that call and I seen the Dallas, Texas number, I was speechless. And then I pick it up and I get to talk to Jerry Jones and the whole organization basically. And then, I mean, it was surreal. And for me and my family, it just means the world. And everyone's still yelling and screaming right now, so I'm trying to find a quiet place right now to talk to you guys.
Man, it's awesome. Go ahead and enjoy it, man. But Marist, you got to spend some time in Frisco for the East-West Shrine game, right? What was that experience like for you?
I was actually, what's it called? I was at the Senior Bowl.
Senior Bowl, that's right. You were a 30 visit.
Yes. Yep, so, I was a 30 visit.
How was that experience like with the Cowboys?
Man, it was unbelievable. Just the way that they run their organization over there is incredible. And then right when I got there, and then as I went throughout my visit, you could feel the family atmosphere, and it felt like home for me. So I'm super excited. I can't even say how excited I am to be able to go back there. It means everything to me.
Marist, are you back home in the islands right now?
I am. I'm on Oahu right now in Hawaii.
Aww.
Good deal. Hey, man, have you heard from any of these Polynesian linebackers that have made that transition to Notre Dame, whether it be Manti Te'o or anybody else? Who's been in your corner that's kind of helped with NFL advice?
Yeah, so Manti Te'o was a big one of the guys who's been there for me and been communicating with me and been a helping hand throughout this process. And his former teammate, Robbie Tomo, who also went to Punahou School, my high school, and went to Notre Dame together, has been a huge help to me as well. But those are some of the guys that have helped me to throughout the process, and just because they've gone through it, and also guys who have literally walked the same path I did from the same high school to Notre Dame.
Yeah, and have you been in touch with Puka Nacua as well during this process?
Yeah, that's my cousin. It's funny you asked that. I don't know if you're aware of that, but yeah. That's my yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, he's my cousin, and I mean he's been so busy, but yeah, I'm just so happy for all of his success and all the things coming his way he deserves. So,
man, yeah, Maris, we're doing deep dives here, bro. I mean, we've watched your tape. We've been scouting you for the last couple of months. Yeah, we knew about what did you get to pick Puka's brain at all during this process? I mean, his transition from BYU over to the NFL just seemed so seamless. What advice has he given you?
Yeah, we talk here and there, but I think he's just mostly just enjoying the process, and Puka's so busy with everything and doing his thing that I just kind of stay out the way and watch from a distance. But yeah, just the way that he carries himself and all of that is just an example for me, and for sure.
Maurice, one of the things that I believe you do very well is your recognition and coverage, and what you've been able to. You haven't allowed a touchdown in 100 snaps. I think that Nick said. With the linebacker position, coverage is something that's starting to become something that's very prioritized. When did you start prioritizing being a coverage linebacker as well as being able to play the run?
Yeah, I think it goes back to high school. So I originally played DB in high school, and coverage was everything to me. It was my life in high school. I thought I was going to play DB at the college level. Turned out I got a little bit bigger, and linebacker was a fit for me, but it's been a priority for me early on in my football career, and so that a lot of that has carried over to college and has allowed me to kind of get a head start in that aspect when it comes to being a coverage linebacker, and so a lot of my successes in coverage has been due to my DB background in high school.
Thank you for that.
Well, Maris, congratulations, man. We're really, really excited to have you here with the Cowboys, and we look forward to catching up with you whenever you get to town, man. Have a great night.
Thank you so much. You guys take care. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. There he goes, your new Cowboy linebacker, Maris Luafau.
Maybe a great afternoon. The party's just starting over there.
It could be. You're right. You're right.
Did I hear like a rooster in the background or something like that?
Very possible. They have a lot of chickens on Oahu.
A lot of chickens on the island there. Mahalo, bro.
About to say, we have a little barbecue.
No doubt.
We got something going on there.
Okay, we're going to say goodbye to our friends over on the fan side. We love you. We'll be back tomorrow morning, bright and early for you, to bring you day 3 of the draft. Our coverage, of course, will start at 10 a.m. We'll go till 2:30 on the fan side of things. Then we'll move to the stream only to Texas Rangers baseball. So until then, you're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Okay, we're back on DallasCowboys.com for the remainder of the draft. We do have that secret audio of Maris Luafau. Here is how it sounds.
Maris.
Yes, sir.
This is Jerry Jones with the Dallas Cowboys.
How are you doing, sir?
Well, I'm doing great, but I'm really proud to, if I'd had the good things said about me that's been said about you over the last few days, but you're now a Dallas Cowboy.
Thank you so much.
Well, we're excited about you being here. You're a hell of a competitor, and we're proud of it. But our head coach want to talk to you, and then our defensive coordinator, both of them Mikes. But
I'm so excited.
The secret audio.
Oh, it's back now. We're
it's
back.
back?
We're back talking.
Okay, we're back talking.
Yeah.
All good. Well, if we
He's an emotional man.
He is. We can circle back to it if we need to. But Maris Luafau, fantastic pick there for the Cowboys at linebacker. The big question will be, what is the plan moving forward at running back? We'll have to talk about that during day 3 tomorrow. But we've had some outstanding picks come off the board. As we were talking there with Marist, after Elijah Jones was taken, Tyron Hopper out of Mizzou.
I like him.
Goes 91 to the Packers. That was another player that the Cowboys had some interest in, and they ended up going with Muafau there. But Hopper, out of Mizzou, is an intriguing player, certainly a good athlete. Brian, what'd you like about him?
Yeah, let me get to him if I could. These Missouri kids, and Aisha said it right, these kids play with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, and I was super – I really love to watch these guys and the way that they've, like say Missouri, they played LSU at a point too that I was like, oh my gosh, here we go. It was like a barn burner game. But as I get to my notes here about Hopper, he's a transfer from Florida, super active. He works hard to get to the ball. He'll make sure it plays due to his instincts and athletic ability. He could really cover some ground when running. He gets to the play quickly. Outstanding range, lateral agility, plays on the weak side of the defense, which allows him to run and chase the ball. Very good quickness, very good speed, very good change of direction. The length helps him as a wrap-up tackler, and he does a good job of playing with his eyes. Is a run-chase linebacker more so than a downhill thumper. Mm-hmm. So despite that length, he'll struggle a little bit at times with a little bit of his take on stuff, but he doesn't always get off the block cleanly, but when he does, this kid's going to go through. He's going to knife through the line and with ease and make some plays behind the line of scrimmage. I really do like this guy. He was used as a blitzer in the Georgia game and came up with a sack. So you always didn't see him blitz, but the Georgia game he did have a sack.
Former safety as well. He played safety most of high school. I think you sometimes see that in his play, especially with Brian saying that he helps out a lot weak side.
Yeah, I mean, in a transfer, spent 3 years at Florida before he transferred there to Mizzou. I agree. I mean, he's an interesting player. Good pick there for the Packers.
Rangy. Yeah.
Baltimore picking here at 93. We'll tell you the Bucs pick.
Yeah, Jalen McMillan went ahead at Tampa.
That's.
Oh, here's that.
This is so much later than what I thought he was going to do.
So we'll get to Adisa Isaac here in just a second, but Jalen McMillan goes to Washington at pick 92, and I absolutely love Jalen McMillan. That's such a good pick for Tampa Bay. I just think McMillan's one of these guys that he just gets it. I mean, he's smooth, he's cerebral. I think he's a crisp route runner. He can win all over the field. I don't see a lot of drops with him. I think he can play every single wide receiver position. The blocking, maybe that's a question. But to me, he's just a guy that can do it all. I think that is a home run pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers there, getting him at pick 92. I had him as a second-round wide receiver. But then here's Adisa Isaac out of Penn State, edge player, going to Baltimore. If Baltimore picks a guy, usually you think, okay, he's pretty good. Explosive edge rusher. What do you guys think about Adisa Isaac, who, I mean, I had probably lower than most people when it came to the edges.
Pick 68 on my board, 68th player, yeah. I think Aisha's right. I expected him to go a lot higher than where he is right now.
Too.
Yep.
He's not super bendy, but he's tall.
I think you mentioned he was supposed to go pretty high there, Bobby.
Isaac was one that a little while ago when I was like, hey, who are you surprised is still on there? Isaac was one of the ones that had stood out as thought Adisa Isaac would have already gone by now. So him going off the board, now it's, I'm going to reach back out. I'm curious where some of these are. I got to figure out what's going on with Jaden Hicks.
Him and Troy Franklin, too.
I don't see. I texted somebody about Franklin, and the way they made it sound, they were like, they basically said not good enough to go yet. So I think there just may be a discrepancy on how they feel, how the NFL feels about Franklin.
Okay.
He was getting a lot of early hype as like a potential sexy late first round guy, and then it feels like once the combine happened, we just quit hearing about Troy Franklin.
Yeah.
So fascinating.
That 173 pounds may have been too much. Oh, there's the Houston Christian guy.
Oh, wow. Jalex Hunt just goes to the Philadelphia Eagles at 94 out of Houston Christian.
Did you have him above?
Oh, I know Nick loved Jalex.
Yeah, did you have him above Maurice?
Yes, I did. Okay. I love Jalix Hunt. I mean, he's a guy that is a converted safety. Started at the Cornell University in the Ivy League, got his degree up there, and transferred down to Houston Christian to play for Coach Braxton Harris. But they moved him to the edge and added about 30 to 40 pounds on him, and you see that athleticism coming off that edge. I mean, look how fast he's coming off watching the NFL Network stream. But nevertheless, he was a guy that the Cowboys did homework on. They went to the Houston Christian Pro Day. They were interested in Jalix Hunt, and one of the better interviews that we talked to at the Combine as well. Super athletic freak, and he's got so much in his tool bag as far as pass rush moves, and to be so young at the position, he is phenomenal. I think he's going to be a great player wherever he landed, and it's with the Philadelphia Eagles. Man, that's going to be tough here in a couple of years.
They better take care of him.
Yeah,
I feel very strongly.
Going to have his hands full.
I feel very strongly about the player as well and his development because he is still like raw in a sense.
Yeah, he's a tradesy guy.
Don't mess this player up.
Yeah, he just needs to work on consistency. The Bills now picking at 95 as we continue to wind down in the third round. Let's see who Buffalo is going to take. As we, my gosh,
Carter.
It's Dwayne Carter from Duke.
I was just about to say, when was the last time we've seen
man.
a DT? A DT hasn't been taken since the beginning of this round.
Yeah, we had a run on him. I do like me some Dwayne Carter out of Duke. This was one of the better defensive tackles think that's left. I mean, to me,
I don't think they've taken one. I don't think a DT's been taken in this whole round.
It was the second round. I think we started to see like Sweat flew off the board. Hall came off the board. Mason Smith, Jenkins.
It felt like a bunch of defensive tackles were kind of reached for in the second round.
Yeah, and then now I mean, this is a great spot to get Dwayne Carter. He was the first three-time captain in program history there at Duke. Majored in psychology
at a Duke too. Like it'd be different if it was like a different Power 5 program where like it's known for partying. I'm not gonna shout out any other school, but Duke is a high honor program. Dwayne Carter, aka Wheezy F baby, and the F is not for fourth round pick. He made it to the third.
Hell yeah, he did.
So
that's
Dwayne
a good
Carter.
pick. If you watch him against Notre Dame, he dominated that game. I mean, he made life hell for Notre Dame. He'll kick out, he'll play some men, but he's a guy that he's got a great swim move, power move, plays with strong hands and instincts. I was a big fan of Dwayne Carter. To get him here, I think is pretty darn good value for that pick.
Yeah, the only other DT that I have above him right now is Dorless.
Yeah, me too. And I'm surprised that Dorless hasn't been taken.
I think a lot of that is because I don't know if people know exactly
where to play him.
Like he's not just a sure DT. I mean, he's doing a little bit of something.
Yeah, he can do a little everything.
I asked, since we're wondering about running back as we wait around for the Cowboys.
Please.
I had asked around, not with the Cowboys, but just in general, some folks like, what running backs do you expect to come off the board around the 5th round range, so we can get an idea of maybe who gets there. Names thrown back: Isaiah Davis, potentially Estime.
There you go.
Tyrone Tracy. Kamani Vidal.
I like him from Purdue.
Tracy's a fun potential option.
Kamani Vidal, Isaac Guerrero.
Yeah, I'd be fine with Guerrero or Davis. Those are my two guys.
Guerrero.
Yeah. I know people love Bo Allen.
Guerrero.
And I know Bo Allen made Isaac Guerrero transfer to Louisville. I think Guerrero is going to be a better pro.
I think, but you don't have a pick until what, the 5th?
That's
171.
These are 5th round.
Yeah,
guys.
that's why we're not talking Ray Davis or Jalen Wright or Bucky Irving or Will Shipley or even Bo Allen. I mean, I think all those guys are going to be gone. Yeah.
Here's a note on Peyton Wilson via Ian Rappaport. And this was kind of some things that we had heard throughout the process. But left shoulder operation apparently did not go well. One knee does not have an ACL, and secondary stabilizers are in. I know that was some notes that you had pulled throughout the process, brought us, but officially out there and noted. But man, that's we knew the medical concerns and how severe they could have been, but it still surprises me that he's on the board and that a team hasn't jumped on this. I mean, is there a guy that you could compare to in recent draft classes that had this many injury concerns that someone still took a swing on in the first 2 days? And I know it's different with Jalen Smith because he had just torn his ACL, but this guy has multiple ACLs, a shoulder. I mean, maybe it's just the stacking of injuries. It's eventually just too much for teams.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he looks like a WebMD symptom checker. Like there's just glowing around his entire body. I mean, that's the thing, is that it's not just a knee, it's not just a shoulder, it's everywhere that his body's been breaking down. And I think that's a tough thing for teams to probably wrestle with, is that they look at it and go, okay, his body as a whole is breaking down at the age of 22.
Yeah. That's it. Man, it's a tough one for
I know
him.
It makes me incredibly sad.
Because he is a heck of a player. There's still a lot of good corners that are left,
Kyrie
too.
Jackson on the board. I'm looking at
We've talked
TJ
about Tampa, Jerrion Jones, King from Penn State.
Kalen Carson.
Yeah, Carson. Abrams Drain from Mizzou.
Who's the highest rated player on your all's board other than Peyton Wilson and Jaden Hicks?
Tampa. Oh, yeah, Tampa. And then it would be Wright, Jalen Wright.
I got Kyrie Jackson and then Tampa.
It's Hicks. It's Hicks for me.
Other than Hicks and Wilson.
Other than Hicks.
Yeah.
Other than Hicks,
I'm trying
Austin Booker.
It's
Austin Booker.
Tampa.
I like, yeah.
Tampa.
Tampa, and I had Sanders from Texas.
Yeah,
the tight end.
I've
in
got
there,
Sanders in that.
I'm surprised him or Wiley haven't come off the board.
I really thought we'd get a run on tight ends. We only had one go.
Gosh. One today, or two
One
today. Two today. Ben Sinnott and Tip Ryman.
Yeah, Tip Ryman went. That's right. Ryman went. Jacksonville on the clock here at 96.
We're in the compensatory phase right now, right?
Yeah, we got the Jags, the Bengals, the Steelers, the Rams, and then guess who? Washington with another pick.
They got to get that last top 100 in. They got so many of them.
My goodness gracious. Yeah, this has been a wild. I mean, overall, what do you guys think about what the Cowboys did?
I am wondering at what point in time, like we're talking about running back next, like how much longer can you put off not addressing DT to any extent? Because it's about to get real thin in those parts.
Yeah, maybe you're looking at an Evan Anderson out of Florida Atlantic late.
Jerrion Jones.
More focusing on DT, but
No,
Jerrion Jones. Oh, Jerrion Jones just went. Oh,
yeah, I'm
my
sorry,
bad,
my bad. No, I'm
Jerrion
sorry.
Jones.
You're good.
I was just talking to myself out loud.
Gosh, that is a hell of a pick, man. I love Jerrion Jones. I think he's kind of one of the more underrated players when it comes to these corners. So you talk about a slot corner. To me, Jones, I mean, I thought he was better than Green, his teammate at Florida State. Now, you probably aren't going to play him outside because of his size. Obviously, Green is a boundary corner. But, I mean, just to me, he might have been the best slot corner in the entire draft. I loved Jerrion Jones.
It's close.
He got the Bobby Bowden Leadership Award there.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt everybody.
No,
you're good.
No, it's fine.
Jaden Crumdy?
Jaden Crumedy out of Mississippi State.
Crumedy?
Yeah.
Christian Boyd out of Northern Iowa.
Oh, yeah, Christian Boyd.
Zion Logue out of Georgia is interesting.
You got a Florida Atlantic guy, right?
Yeah, Evan Anderson out of Florida Atlantic. That's
Did we
the
say
300.
him? I'm sorry.
Yeah, 356-pounder. He's a guy that I think you could potentially get 6th, 7th, or even in the undrafted pool. Jawan Briggs out of Cincinnati. So there's some names out there, but obviously this defensive tackle group is top heavy. Keith Randolph Jr. is another thought because at Illinois with Jerzon Newton, both of those guys, I think, are 3 techs at the next level, but Keith Randolph played so much at 1 as well, letting Jerzon kind of do what he did, and he was still able to generate pressure through the interior.
Whoa, that's
McKinley Jackson. Here we go.
Speaking of 1 techs.
Wow.
Well, that's why I brought it up, because it's starting to get, it's going to get to that point.
Yeah, but I mean,
where it's
that's exactly the point, though, is that you've got a defensive tackle position that is being reached for aggressively, and for a team in this draft that is prioritizing value right now, it seems like, and all the depth issues they have. Like, I've already made myself known on how I stand about defensive tackles, but if you're going to tell me guys like McKinley Jackson are coming off the board in the third round.
We did mock drafts where if Dallas had not got the extra pick, that we were thinking at 87, you might have to take a one technique. Now, it doesn't make sense because you got Mozzie Smith.
Right.
But, now you've invested a first and now a third. But you're going to have to reach. Aisha's right. You're going to have to reach on some of these one techniques.
But here's the thing: is that value? You're talking about value at this point, Brian, and for a team that is so thin in the margins and refuses to spend.
Who us? The Cowboys
right now? The Cowboys.
Okay.
That you're talking about. You're reaching for guys up here who are 1 to 2 rounds ahead.
But you don't have a one technique right now.
You just spent a first-round pick.
I don't care if Mozzie starts. I don't care if Mozzie starts and plays well. You still don't have depth behind him.
Okay, but you know what you need? You need starters. You've lost 4 defensive linemen. You need starters. That is what they have done in this draft. They've addressed starters.
The draft has been fine. That's why I'm asking: is this okay? So we just saying screw DT?
I think at this point you're going to take undrafted.
So where else are you going to get it?
They're going to try.
what you got?
You need to bank on Mozzie Smith. You need to bank on Oso Odigizua. And if you want to go get Fabian Lovett in the 6th round, be my effing guest.
I'm not opposed to that. But I think
undrafted free agency is where they're going to make their.
I think I think crazy is reaching on the defensive tackle position a year.
Where did you have the Notre Dame
linebacker?
Where'd you have the Notre Dame linebacker?
4th.
That's that's kind of where I felt it was a similar reach, like with him and McKinley Jackson.
Yeah.
I think McKinley Jackson.
I didn't have him that high.
I had him late 4th, but I think that there's a similar reach there in that sense. I had a 5th on Luafau. The thing is, maybe it's prioritizing that linebacker position, knowing that they're going to have extra bodies there in that second level compared to last season. But I'm in agreement. I would have been okay.
Special teams too, right? I mean, Luafau's going to give you some special teams ability.
He's a good player, and they don't care what I think about it. But if just grading the players, there's probably 3 or 4 guys that you would have had better at linebacker than him. I get what everybody's saying about the guy.
So we're going to attack on DT and undrafted free agency. Is what you guys?
I think that's most likely.
For me, it would be day 3. I think it would be
I think he reached at linebacker.
One
How
of
about
those 2
that?
7ths.
That's fine. Wait. I mean,
you're acting like you're getting a start out of that.
No, Brian. That doesn't it's not going to hurt my feelings to say that you thought they reached. What I'm saying is that I have had a position on defensive tackle that I'm just saying that they are following. It appears
they took a first-round defensive tackle last year. I mean, their thought about it is different than ours.
Right.
You can have a fundamental.
They took a first-round defensive tackle last year, Brian. They have precious few resources.
I understand
that. If they banked on that last year, it's got to come through.
Yeah. I mean, it is.
So is 16 other guys.
They just don't have enough picks to fill all of it.
I mean,
even if it's the only one tackle on the roster.
Carl Davis is on the roster.
Coming off.
Carl Davis is on the roster.
Are you going to start Carl Davis? Are you going to start Carl Davis?
That's what I'm saying.
No, you're not going to start him. But
He's
again,
coming
we're
off
talking
a
about
shoulder
rotation.
injury.
We're talking about depth. You literally don't have a starting running back right now.
Yeah,
you didn't have starting offensive linemen when you entered this draft.
Yeah, I agree.
You have essentially with Micah Parsons, if he's going to go back and forth between linebacker and other things, there's an argument to be made you didn't have a starting linebacker. There's an argument to be made you didn't have a starting defensive end. And they are going value in almost every single spot here. And regardless of if we had a 5th or a 4th
I know,
or
they
whatever.
Don't, exactly.
No, but I'm saying if on their board it's there, they consider it value.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm not saying, I mean, to this point, I think what they've done is fine. I was just posing the question, how much longer are you going to wait? And if you are going to wait, like you're saying, Bobby, which is fine. I like a Fabian Lovett in the later rounds. That's cool. Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, you mentioned undrafted free agency. Okay, is that where they're going to attack it? Fine, cool. I can just get it off my mind.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm looking at people reaching for DT because they feel tight. I was just posing the question.
If Brian's
That's
mad
all
already, he's about to be more mad.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not mad.
Because I was just posing the question.
Are the Steelers taking another defense? Are they taking Dorless? Worse? Peyton Wilson? Yeah. Okay. That's a hell of a pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wow.
Good for Peyton.
I'm very happy for him.
I'm glad
that
he got
was starting
drafted,
to make
man.
me feel
I'm just glad
crap.
I can highlight the thing on my board because I didn't want a blank spot there for sure.
Jeez, that is crazy. Wow. Peyton Wilson going to Pittsburgh. He's going to end up being a star there.
We'll see. I mean, to me, like I say, there's the medical was just too bad. That's the problem. I mean, we do what we can to get tape or however we get it. We do the best we can putting it together. We don't the medical stuff. We knew about it. We talked about the no ACL. We talked about the shoulders. It was too much. It was too much for this football team. But
I understand it.
There's some teams doctors are saying no, he's fine. He'll be cool and he'll make it. We'll see. We'll see how it plays.
We're about to have the Cowboys post-draft presser get fired up. We'll throw it to that momentarily. Of course, we got
change the tenor of the team a little bit in that respect.
Definitely. I think you always want to get bigger, bigger, stronger as a football team. And I think anytime you add to your offensive front and your defensive front, as we've done with these first 4 picks. So, yeah, definitely. I'm always of that mindset. And I think if you look at our division, playoff football and all those things we, aspire to be extremely successful in, this is definitely part of it.
Clarence Hill, Forward Star Telegraph. Just going to Beebe real quick. How much of y'all talked to him about playing center, and how much is that part of the plan here?
He'll definitely be part of the center competition. Obviously he played mostly at guard. He's played them all, and so that was, part of the evaluation. He's someone we were very, very excited about, and his position flex. As you look at today's game with the 17 games, and just look at our history, you can't have enough players, let alone offensive linemen, that can play two positions. So, but yes, he'll definitely have an opportunity to compete at center.
Todd. Will, Todd Archer with ESPN.
Hi, good to meet you.
Nice to see you. What did you guys think of Kneeland coming into this thing, and who does he remind you of as a potential pass rusher?
Number one, the number one thing about him is the high effort and motor that he plays with, number one, and then to be talented, physically talented enough to play at this level. We noticed him early on. Actually, Maxie is the area scout there, and he brought him to our attention early. And the more you watched him, the more you see NFL traits, and then you see the traits that we're looking for on the defensive side, playing hard all the time, and having ability to rush the passer outside and inside. And we've talked about it before. There's as hard as D-Law played at Boise State, there's some similarities there as an example of what we thought about it.
We actually had Greg Ellis in the room talking to him, and we asked Greg who he reminded him of, and he said he reminds me of me. So Greg's a hard-playing guy. And
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. What you guys like about Maris?
Football player, number one, the versatility. In this day and age, and Coach will talk about it, talks about players doing two things. Defensively, the way they use him at Notre Dame, being able to rush off of the edge, being able to play stacked as a linebacker, got 34-inch arms, able to match tackles. The way he plays all over the field, he can drop in coverage. So the multiplicity and the number of things he can do at a high level was attractive.
Both those defensive players have a high energy level. They're all over the place. And, of course, Lawrence will run. If he runs out of the stadium, Lawrence will try to run him down and never does anything. But both of those guys their way they play the game will add energy to the game.
Sean.
So I think Jerry Stephen, you guys come out of day two without running back. What's your outlook on the position? And is that more of what guys were available when you were picking, or is it more of you're comfortable with where you're at?
Yeah. First of all, the draft's not over, and that's a thought. And there was, it was a long time before a running back was taken, actually, in today's draft. And then, but we also are keenly interested in seeing what the future might look like with Zeke.
Mike, just with Cooper, whether it's him or Brock, whoever's competing at center, to play in between Tyler and Zach, how much does that help whoever is going to be playing the center position as well?
Well, I mean, it definitely helps when you have established veterans in there, and I think the one point you've made is the competition. And I think that'll bring out the best of our whole offensive line. I think clearly with the two additions in this year's draft already, the competition both inside and outside I know it's exactly what I'm looking for as a coach.
John.
John Machota, The Athletic. Jerry, going into the draft, did you think that you had an opportunity to not only trade back, but with two picks, basically turn 24 into two starting offensive linemen, and now that you're starting competitive offensive linemen, now that you were able to do that, kind of how do you feel about where everything stacks up on your offensive line?
I think we got the most out of that 24th pick in the first round by getting two offensive linemen. We weren't even trying to be coy about our interest in offensive linemen. This is the year to be interested in them because of the depth in the draft. And we took advantage of that in every respect with the great trade, because the trade is on the numbers as good as we've seen. So if you were going to be in a long position, offensive line, now tailoring it to just the particular potential of these two players as to whether center or interior or outside. As it turns out, we were able to do that. And so these guys have the chance to take care of that part of it. They have the position flex, so to speak, on that. All that was well thought out, well well executed on. And when I look at what you did with that 24th pick to get these two linemen, if you want to look at it like that, that's pretty good execution.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. So looking at the package of Cooper Beebe and Tyler Guyton, how do you feel like those two guys can contribute to the offensive line? That can be for anybody.
I mean, clearly, I think we've kind of hit it. It's obviously two very young, talented players. Both have starter ability, and I think like anything, I know for me personally, when you look at the season, the length of the season, the challenges we've had in the past, you got to pay attention to the number of starts, consecutive starts we've had as an offensive unit. I think we've clearly given us the depth that we need, and I think it'll be the most competitive offensive line room in my time here.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Jerry, Steven, you guys like the haul you got out of trading back. How does that affect your desire to potentially work back into round 4 to start tomorrow?
We actually had opportunities every step of the way here on all 3 of these picks. And, at the end of the day, we just decided that, the guys who were available to take at that point, we didn't want to take the chance to lose them. And we could have certainly moved some, had some extra picks in the middle of the 5th, 4th, the bottom of the 4th. But, at the end, we just decided, between Kneeland and Beebe and Marist, we just felt like, they were there, and we didn't want to take a chance on losing them.
Yeah.
Tim Kalishaw, Richardson High School Hall of Fame. For Jared and Steven, when did you know you could make that trade with the Lions? And how different would this draft be had you not been able to do that and you would have only made 3 picks at this point?
I think we had 45 seconds on the clock.
They were on – the best trade came on the clock.
45 seconds left for our pick. We were into our pick down to 45 seconds. And had 4 trades working at that time.
And I mean, obviously it would have been different, Tim, because you don't have the 3rd round pick that we got Cooper Beebe with. So, you never know, but our feeling is, from communication around the league, that we probably don't see Cooper Beebe again if we don't get him where we got him. He's going in there somewhere pretty quickly.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. Will, can you elaborate on the DeMarcus Lawrence comp with Marshawn? And just when you watched him, what were the moments to you that reminded you of him?
It's just, the thing that attracted us to D-Law back when he was coming out was the incredible effort that he played. Was that same effort that you see on Sundays now still after as many years as he played. That shows he loves the game. So that, that attracts you. That's something that you put in your Rolodex and you go, if I see that, I know what it looks like and what it can do. And so just watching him play, he's bouncing off of people, he's chasing screens down. All of those things are some of the things that D-Law did when he was at Boise State. And plus there's rush upside. There's the ability to play outside and, control the C gap and to rush inside. So there's a lot of things that you can count on because that motor is always going to be there.
And along those lines, Mike, it's been a big one for you to have those guys in the same room now for how long that overlap exists. What that does for Marshawn and his development. What's your belief on the impact for a rookie to have someone like DeMarcus in that room?
Well, I mean, there's nothing like veteran leadership. I mean, veteran leadership carries you so much further than you ever been. And I think that's really a really strong focal point for us. You have the rookie orientation here in 2 weeks. And really we spend a lot of time just making sure the rookies are ready to be acclimated to our environment and how we do things. But the day they walk in there with the veterans on that Monday, that's the biggest story that they'll walk through and the connection that they'll have with the locker room. But yes, definitely to have the D-Laws and on the other side of it too. Just talking to Tyler, before the press conference this morning, the ability to be able to sit next to Zach Martin and Tyler Smith to ask those questions. So there's nothing like veteran leadership, and I think we got an incredible group that will lead the way there.
Dave.
2 questions. The first, Steven, you're talking about you had a chance for a 4th or a 5th. Was there a sense after what the club was able to do last night I know you still want to be opportunistic, but not to get too cute tonight. Just you got these picks for a reason off of what you did, and just stay the course and take them.
Man, I think that's always what you measure is getting too cute. And, we've had that work out for us, and we've had that burn us. And we just felt with the quality of players that were available when we had the chance to move down and take that risk. And it was literally at each one of these picks that we could have moved back. And obviously, we're going to have a long wait tomorrow. I think we got about 75 players before we pick again. And we're already seeing a few of them that we really like come off the board. But the quality of these three ball players, these three men, were such we just didn't want to take that risk.
From my perspective, the player sitting there, the conviction you have about that player sitting there is directly proportionate to what it would take in a trade that might call in to get you to pass right then and take a chance down. They're directly proportionate. And there's a player that you might have taken that there's no amount of trade they could put up there. There's another one that might have offered the bottom pick in the 4th round to move down 7 spots if you'd have had a different feel about the player. The player we ended up picking, Notre Dame, we'd have had to have the greatest trade in the history to have shaken us off of it. But we did wait it out to see if that phone would ring. That old song, that old country song, when that phone's not ringing, that's me calling.
Will, I was going to ask you too, with Dan Quinn had a different sort of defensive template he was looking for in his players, and Mike Zimmer coming in when he did looks at things a little differently. How is that for you and your staff to adjust and everyone get on the same page on exactly, well, what are some traits here and how do we make this shift?
I think first, Mike set it up perfectly because it was about that time we do this a special thing that he does across the hall where we talk to the coaches, we tell them about our deal, they tell us about what they're looking for, and then the ongoing communication that goes on, through the combine, and you start looking at players and talking about that, what he's looking for, and then you get an explanation of it. We went back and watched some old Minnesota film to kind of get an idea as to what he was talking about, and we'll continue to learn and get better at that the more we're around him, but you have a good idea of what he's talking about, and then you go through draft players, and he talks about how he'll use them. Then that helps us because, our process in the draft is an ongoing process till the final day. Well, that gives us the opportunity to go back and we grade all the traits, and then it gives us an opportunity to say those traits fit this defense.
Nick. For Will, Marshawn Kneeland's athleticism, how did that kind of look whenever you guys were evaluating him, and how does that manifest for a guy that's pushing 270 pounds off the edge?
I mean, those are the things you look for. We've been going to the combine and measuring height and weighing people forever. And so you have these benchmarks that you look for. They give you, all these analytics and stuff now give you a spark score and this and that and all those things, and they confirm what you see on tape. But we felt that, when you can cover space that well and at that pace and at that urgency, I know he plays fast, and you see the athleticism. So it just equated once you saw the numbers and testing and all that stuff.
Todd.
Well, I'm sure these guys on day 2 and 3, you're looking to eventually have them produce at the position that you picked them at. But in the meantime, how do you kind of grade where their contributions can come on special teams, and how important is that if the upgrades for holes on the roster do come internally, creating more opportunities on special teams?
Well, Coach always talks about players doing 2 things, and it's about competition. So when you talk on the personnel side, the better players we have, the more competition you have, the better your team will be. So I think that those players coming in, understanding that they have to, contribute in those roles, and we make them do that, we'll have a competitive team all the way throughout.
It is a constant year in, year out. What is he on offense, defense, and what is he can do on special teams? And that is one of the biggest debates in all of football, is how much to weight, just exactly your question. If he can help you on special teams, do you compromise a little over on defense? I think you ought to go offense, defense, and have a coach good enough to make any of them special teams. frankly. I don't know how you can play offense, defense in the NFL and not be a great special teamer, because that's about heart, push.
Mike, just with the new kickoff rule and everything, is that a new element that you kind of like have to go back to, something that obviously for a few years has kind of gone away in terms of what players can do that role a little bit better?
I mean, not really, because everything that will occur on kickoff coverage and kickoff return, those fundamentals and those techniques and those drills will carry from the ones that we have always done. So I think it's just more, frankly, I think the biggest, I don't want to say challenge, but the biggest competition is probably going to be more the personnel matchups and how teams choose to line up and utilize the personnel, because that will be differently, because the long runnings, taken out. I'm sure you're all, in tune with the way it's going to be set up. So, yeah, but as far as how you train, there's not a whole lot new. It's going to be more the specifics of, the alignments and matchups. I think that's going to be a big part of that challenge. And obviously when you had 20% returns last year, and 80%, touchbacks, I think clearly, we hoping at 60%. It's probably going to go up to about 60-65% in the return game. So, I think it's going to be very exciting. And all the offensive players and defense players will then play on special teams. So, trying to lighten it up here. It's late.
All right, last one, Michael. Okay, two more. Clarence, we'll get it.
With Maris, his special teams experience in Notre Dame is pretty extensive. Just what are you guys getting in that respect of how he'll be able to step in right away and consistent in that area?
A damn good defensive player that will contribute on special teams when his time comes.
Right. We're coachable.
And then again, the big trick is the active player on game day. Now we've got more practice squad players that we don't dress on game day than we have since I've been involved in the NFL. But the real trick is if you have someone that's, say, very exceptional on special teams, but he's a handicap on defense or offense. And the question is, can you afford to use that spot when you need to dress out that lineman, or be long in the secondary, be long on linebackers? Can you afford to use that spot if somebody goes down great on the kickoff? Or do you put him in there in case you get a linebacker hurt and need a linebacker more than you need a special teamer? That's what he gets the big bucks for right there. He makes that call.
No, that's a great follow-up to the question before, because that's going to be part of the change. I mean, that's where, how are these teams going to play? Kickoff, return, as far as alignments and personnel utilization, because those are the conversations you have at the 48 where, the roster flexibility that you do have now with the practice squads and so forth. I think it'll be a bigger challenge this year.
And then the gap until your next pick. How do you guys spend it? I mean, is there twiddly thumbs?
What'd you do?
Drinking margaritas? No, you'll just no. I mean, at the end of the day, you'll be sitting there and making sure there's not a guy you want to give a future pick for. More than likely not, because you probably should sit on your hands and not do that. But we'll certainly be evaluating if there's somebody up there like a blinking light. Look at me, then we'll need to do that, and then we'll decide if there's any way, to figure out how to go do something like that. But, as you're all aware of, we're probably going to end up with 4 compensatory picks next year. You get your normal 7. Of course, we gave away one of those to make that trade, but so we're down to 10. But, we'll just have to evaluate whether it's worth it to do it. Like I said, you're probably better off sitting on your hands, but we'll have to evaluate that. We'll be right in tune with the draft as we go.
We did it last year on Eric Scott and borrowed one from this year and drafted Eric. And that's what you do. That's truly credit card stuff right there. And putting it out there. But I got to have this comment. It was a rough year, or a rough part of the year. And so one of the other owners called and said, Jerry said, I just wanted to give you some advice. Said, I like you. You're good for the NFL. But he said, I want to give you some advice. And I said, oh, shit. Yes, what is it? And he said, drink a lot. It was that kind of year.
Two things. As you were talking about not giving up picks and being patient, twiddling your fingers, did you ever think about moving up because you want to keep your picks? You haven't thought about moving up?
No. We just felt like this draft was a draft that we had players that were there for us. And, we felt like the draft, middle of the round, strong, third, fourth. Obviously we're not going to have a 4, but and way down at the bottom on the 5. But, we just felt like being patient was the right way to go. The biggest thing we were considering every step of the way was, maybe how to pick up 1 or 2 more picks along the way. But like I said, we just thought so much of the guys we picked. We didn't want to take that chance to lose them.
Jared, you invoked Zeke. So does he still have, in your mind, RB1 starter capability at this point in his career?
Who are you looking at? Are you looking at me? I didn't know who you're looking at.
You invoked Zeke.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Does he still have starter capability, RB1 capability at this point in his career?
Yes.
I might regret this, but we'll finish up with Tim.
Oh, well, this was just because Mike wanted to lighten it up. So this is for any of you.
We can stop.
You've all done this a long time. I'm just wondering, when you see 31 other teams celebrating and high-fiving, do you think these guys are nuts, or do you think we're all crazy? We're celebrating these players we don't know anything about, because everybody thinks they've done great to this point.
Everybody puts up their own board, of course.
Right.
I mean, everybody's going to feel good about the draft. I mean, the proof's going to be, do they play? Do they make Pro Bowls? Are they all pros? Do you win games? Do you win playoff games? I mean, that's what it boils down to. But the reason everybody's high-fiving is they drafted off their own board. And we feel the same way. We feel strongly about our board. I know 31 others feel strongly about their board. And so it just boils down to proof will be probably not even 1 year from now. It's going to be 2 years from now, 3 years from now, to see how you really drafted.
But we love those draft grades right after we pick the player and you get a grade. That's
well, and I was going to say it a different way. When we go on and have all of the players, when you start the draft, well, he's still got Baylor on him. He's still got Notre Dame on him. He's still got Alabama on him. And not only that, he's one of 300. The second he's yours, he all of a sudden gets prettier and better. Just to me, human nature. And that's why you see everybody jumping up and down, celebrating, what have you. That ain't Will no more. It's our Will.
It's the conviction that the guy, I do have to say this, these scouts work really hard on this and they believe in these players. That's what their job is, and they're supposed to bring that conviction. So it comes across and you sell it. Then you watch it on tape and you get it. Yeah, we want to get excited. You guys get a new toy, you open it up or whatever, and you get excited about that. You want to use it. And we want to see how they fit into what we do and help us win. And we can't wait to see your post-draft grades.
But I really think the emotion you see in draft rooms is very real. It is not, guys, now when we announce this thing, let's get off our ass and jump up and down and have a good time. Do that and what have you. That's not what happens. You really do are proud that guy, again, from my viewpoint, he looks different than he did 10 seconds ago when you got him.
All right, on to day 3.
Here we go. Thank you for the question.
I couldn't hear.
Said you use your mouth wipes.